What if Naruto wasn't just some knucklehead ninja, but literally the fucking devil with god-tier powers? No talk, no jutsu bullshit. We're talking reality warping, desire reading, unkillable Lucifer Morningstar in a suit, asking villains, "What do you truly desire?" before ending their whole career. This hits different. Let's go.
The first thing Naruto Uzumaki remembered was falling. Not the kind of falling where you trip over your own feet or tumble out of a tree or get pushed off a swing by some brat with a grudge. No, this was the kind of falling that took eons. The kind of falling that started in a place of perfect light and ended in a place of perfect nothing. He remembered wings, not the stubby chakra constructs these mortals played with, but real wings, white as the first dawn, burning with a fire that predated creation itself. He remembered a voice, vast and indifferent, saying a single word that unmade his place in the Silver City. He remembered rebellion. He remembered hell. And then, for reasons he still couldn't fathom, he remembered waking up in a crib in a rundown one-mint in Konohagakure, screaming like any other infant, covered in someone else's blood, with a seal on his belly, and a demon fox locked inside him like a bad roommate. The devil had been reborn. And honestly, he was not amused. For the first 4 years, Naruto played along. He cried when babies cried. He stumbled when toddlers stumbled. He ate the gruel the orphanage matrons reluctantly spooned into his mouth, even though he could have transmuted into a 5-course Parisian dinner with a thought. He observed. He cataloged. He learned the rules of this strange small world where people threw knives at each other and called it a career. It was, by any cosmic standard, beneath him, but something kept him here, something he couldn't name. A nagging pull in his chest, like a hook buried deep in the fabric of his soul, if he even still had one, telling him there was a reason. Dad didn't do random. The presence, the almighty, the bearded tyrant on his throne of infinite self-righteousness, always had a plan. And Naruto hated that. He hated plans. He hated being a piece on someone else's board. So he decided at the ripe old age of 4, sitting cross-legged on the floor of his empty apartment while cockroaches scurried past his bare feet, that he would play this game on his own terms. He just needed the right entrance. The piano found him when he was 5, or rather, he found it. There was a tea house on the nicer side of Konoha, the side where civilians with money and clan members with pedigree gathered to pretend the world wasn't built on murder and classified missions. It had a grand piano in the corner, a beautiful black Steinway, or whatever the closest equivalent was in this dimension. It sat untouched most evenings, more decoration than instrument, gathering a fine layer of dust that offended Naruto on a molecular level. He walked in on a Tuesday evening. The hostess saw a 5-year-old boy in a threadbare white t-shirt and orange shorts and moved to intercept. "You can't be in here, kid. This is..." Naruto looked up at her. His eyes were blue, not the regular blue of a clear sky or a calm ocean. Blue like the hottest part of a flame. Blue like the heart of a dying star. They held an intelligence, a weight, that no child's eyes should hold. The hostess froze, her hands still raised, her mouth still open. Naruto smiled. It was a charming smile, a disarming smile, the kind of smile that had once convinced a third of heaven's angels to pick up swords. "I'll just be a moment, darling," he said. His voice was a child's voice, but the cadence, the inflection, the casual authority, that belonged to something much, much older. He walked past her. He climbed onto the piano bench. His feet dangled above the pedals, but that was a minor inconvenience. He placed his small fingers on the keys, and he played. The first note cut through the ambient chatter of the tea house like a blade. Conversation stopped. Glasses paused halfway to lips. A jonin in the corner, 3 drinks deep and brooding over a mission report, looked up with wet eyes before the second bar was finished. It was Chopin, Ballade No. 1 in G minor. A piece that shouldn't exist in this world, from a composer who'd never been born here. Naruto played it from memory. Not the memory of this body, but the memory of a being who had watched Chopin compose it in a drafty apartment in Paris in 1835, fingers trembling with tuberculosis, pouring his dying soul into ivory and ebony. The music filled the tea house like water filling a glass. It swelled into the corners, pressed against the windows, seeped into the walls. It was technically perfect. Every trill, every dynamic shift, every rubato executed with superhuman precision. But it was more than technical. It was alive. It ached. It told a story of exile and longing, of beauty found in the darkest places, of a fall that never ended. A woman in the back started crying. She didn't know why. She just couldn't stop. The Jonin closed his eyes and saw his dead teammate's face, clear as day, smiling at him one last time. The hostess sank into a chair, her hands over her mouth. And in the doorway, having been alerted by an Anbu who couldn't explain why he was crying into his mask, stood the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the professor, the god of shinobi. He stood with his pipe forgotten in his hand, unlit, watching a 5-year-old orphan play piano like a concert master from another dimension. The piece lasted 11 minutes. When the last note faded, the silence that followed was so heavy it could have cracked the floor. Naruto lifted his fingers from the keys. He turned on the bench and looked directly at Hiruzen. "Hello, old man," he said. "Lovely evening, isn't it?" Hiruzen didn't speak for a long time. He was measuring, calculating. He'd fought wars, survived Kaj-level assassination attempts, buried 2 of his student sensei, and watched his village burn. He was not easily rattled, but this rattled him. "Naruto," he said carefully. "Where did you learn to play like that?" "I didn't learn," Naruto said. "I remembered." Hiruzen stepped inside. The other patrons parted for him instinctively. You didn't stand in the Hokage's path, not even in a tea house. He pulled up a chair and sat down next to the piano bench, putting himself at the boy's eye level. "Remembered from where?" Naruto tilted his head. His smile didn't waver. "From before. But that's a long story, and I suspect you have questions that are more immediately relevant. So let me save us both some time." He hopped off the bench, straightened his threadbare shirt as if it were a bespoke dinner jacket, and clasped his hands behind his back. "I know about the fox," he said. "I know about my parents, yes, both of them, the 4th Hokage and the red hot-blooded habanero, clever aliases by the way. I know the village hates me because they think I'm a demon, which is ironic on levels you cannot possibly appreciate. And I know you've been keeping tabs on me with your crystal ball, hoping I'd turn out to be a loyal weapon for the leaf." Hiruzen's pipe nearly fell from his fingers. "Here's the thing, old man. I don't do the whole weapon for the village thing. Never have, never will. I don't take orders. I don't bow. And I certainly don't perform on command like some trained beast." He paused and his smile turned warm, almost genuine. "But I'll play along, on one condition." Hiruzen found his voice. "What condition?" "Make it interesting." The Hokage stared at the boy for a long time. Every instinct he had, honed over decades of war and politics, told him that this child, this thing wearing the skin of Minato Namikaze's son, was dangerous beyond measure. But those same instincts also told him something else. Naruto wasn't lying. The devil couldn't lie. "I'll enroll in the academy," Naruto continued, as if reading his thoughts he was. "I'll learn your little ninja arts. I'll play nice with the other children. And in return, you give me freedom. No Anbu babysitters, no root operatives, no Danzo skulking around my apartment trying to recruit me for his creepy underground cult." Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. "You know about Danzo?" "I know about everything, old man. I'm the devil." He said it the way someone might say, "I'm a Gemini." Casually, matter-of-factly, with just a hint of theatrical flair. Then he turned and walked toward the door, hands in his pockets like a man leaving a boardroom after closing a deal. He stopped at the threshold and looked back. "Oh, and one more thing. I'll need a tailor. I refuse to attend classes looking like a ragamuffin." He walked out into the night. Hiruzen sat alone by the piano for a very long time. The academy years were, by Naruto's reckoning, the most boring period of his eternal existence, and he'd spent 10,000 years managing Hell's filing system. He arrived on his first day wearing a tailored white suit, not a child's costume or a cheap imitation, a genuine, perfectly fitted 3-piece suit in ivory white with a black silk pocket square. The fabric moved like liquid when he walked. The shoes were polished to a mirror shine. He'd created every thread of it from raw atoms, rearranging molecular structures the way a normal child might rearrange building blocks. The other students didn't know what to make of him. "Who wears a suit to ninja school?" Kiba Inuzuka asked, Akamaru yapping in agreement on his head. Someone with standards, darling, Naruto replied, sliding into his seat with the grace of a man settling into a first-class lounge. You look stupid, Kiba said. Naruto turned to him, smiled. Kiba felt his tongue go dry and his legs go weak, and he suddenly, desperately wanted to tell this blonde kid everything. His hopes, his fears, the time he'd peed the bed last month and blamed it on Akamaru. Careful, Naruto said softly. I'm the best friend you'll ever have, or the worst enemy. Your choice. Kiba sat down and didn't say another word for the rest of the class. Iruka Umino, the instructor, was a different matter entirely. Most adults in Naruto's life fell into two categories, those who feared him and those who hated him. Iruka started in the second category. He lost his parents to the Nine-Tails attack, and looking at Naruto stirred something ugly in his gut. But Iruka was, at his core, a genuinely good man. Naruto could see it, literally. When he looked at Iruka's soul, it burned with a steady, warm light, the light of someone who chose kindness even when it hurt. That was rare. That was valuable. So Naruto gave Iruka something he gave almost no one, respect. He paid attention in Iruka's classes, not because he needed to learn anything, but because Iruka deserved an attentive audience. When other students acted up, Naruto would fix them with a look that made their blood run cold, and order would restore itself without Iruka having to raise his voice. Iruka noticed. Slowly, reluctantly, the hatred in his heart was replaced by something else. Curiosity, then concern, then eventually something dangerously close to love. You're not like the other kids, are you, Naruto? Iruka asked one afternoon, after class, while Naruto helped him erase the chalkboard, a task Naruto could have accomplished with a thought, but chose to do by hand because Iruka seemed to value the normalcy of it. No, Naruto said. I'm really not. Do you want to talk about it? Naruto paused. He considered lying, but the words curdled in his throat like spoiled milk. He physically could not lie. It was the one cosmic rule that followed him across dimensions, the one chain his father had welded to his soul that he could never break. I'm something old, Iruka-sensei, he said. Something from before your world existed. I was cast out of a place of light for the sin of wanting to be free. I've been many things. A king, a jailer, a monster, and now I'm a 12-year-old in a ninja village, wearing a suit that costs more than your annual salary, trying to figure out why I'm here. Iruka blinked. Then he laughed, a real genuine belly-deep laugh. You've got some imagination, kid. Naruto smiled. It was the saddest smile Iruka had ever seen. Sure, Naruto said. Imagination. But Iruka started bringing him extra lunch after that. And Naruto, who didn't need to eat but found that he enjoyed it, accepted every time. It became their ritual. And somewhere in those quiet lunches, shared over rice balls and grilled fish, the devil found something he hadn't expected. A father figure. How disgustingly sentimental. The first time Naruto met Hinata Hyuga, he almost died. Not metaphorically, not dramatically. He actually genuinely felt mortal for the first time in billions of years. And it scared him more than the fall ever had. It was a Thursday. He remembered it clearly because he'd been particularly bored that day, spending the entire taijutsu lesson watching the other students flail at each other like drunk puppets, while he stood to the side, untouchable, deflecting every attack without moving his feet. The instructor had given up trying to pair him with anyone after the third student left crying. Hinata was at the edge of the training yard, practicing her gentle fist forms. She was 8 years old, small and pale, with dark hair cut short and those strange, luminous eyes that all Hyuga had. Lavender, like the first light of dawn before the sun fully crests the horizon. She was also terrible at fighting. Not because she lacked talent. Naruto could see the potential in her chakra network, coiled tight like a spring, but because she was terrified. Terrified of hurting someone. Terrified of disappointing her father. Terrified of her own shadow. Naruto watched her miss a strike on the training post and stumble. She caught herself, looked around to see if anyone had noticed, and her eyes met his. Something happened. It was like someone had reached into his chest and flipped a switch. The ever-present hum of cosmic power that thrummed through every cell of his body, the background noise of omnipotence, stuttered, flickered, dimmed. His hand went to his chest. His heart was beating. Not the lazy, optional heartbeat of a being who didn't need a circulatory system. A real heartbeat. Fast and hard and utterly human. He took a step toward her, and his shoe caught on a root. He stumbled. Naruto Uzumaki, Lucifer Morningstar, the Lightbringer, the Lord of Hell, the second most powerful being in all of creation. He stumbled. Hinata rushed over. Are you okay?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Naruto looked up at her. She was offering her hand, her small, that pale hand with band-aids on 2 fingers from training. He took it. Her skin was warm. He could feel it. Not in the abstract way he felt everything, the molecular vibrations, the electromagnetic signatures, the quantum states. He felt it the way a human feels warmth. Simple, direct, real. "I'm fine," he said, and was horrified to discover that his voice cracked. "You're Naruto-kun, right?" she asked, pulling him to his feet. She was blushing. She was always blushing, he would learn. "I'm H. Hinata. Hinata Hyuga." "I know who you are," he said. She blushed harder. "Oh." "Hinata," he said, testing the name on his tongue. It tasted like something he'd been missing. "Tell me something." "Yes? When you look at me, what do you see?" She frowned, considering the question with more seriousness than most adults would have given it. "I see a boy who's lonely," she said. "A boy who pretends he's not, but he is. And I think he's sad." Naruto stared at her. In all his eons of existence, no one had ever looked at him and seen that. Not the angels who saw the Morningstar. Not the demons who saw their king. Not the humans who saw the devil. Not even his father who saw a failed experiment. This girl, this tiny, stuttering, lavender-eyed girl with band-aids on her fingers. She looked at the devil and saw a lonely boy. "You," Naruto said, "are going to be trouble." He walked away before she could see the expression on his face. That night, alone in his apartment, Naruto pressed his palm flat against the wall and focused. His cosmic awareness swept outward, searching for an explanation. Why did this girl, this human child, make him feel mortal? Why did the proximity to her drain his invulnerability like water from a cracked glass? He found no answer, and that, more than anything, infuriated him. From his mindscape, Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, who had been a surprisingly quiet tenant since Naruto had introduced himself by kicking down the mental door of the seal, sitting on the fox's snout, and explaining in polite but firm terms that he was the literal devil, and that Kurama could either cooperate or spend eternity in a very boring cage. Kurama laughed. "Having girl trouble already, my king?" The fox rumbled, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Shut up, Kurama. She makes you mortal. How delicious. The Lightbringer brought low by a child with nice eyes." "I said shut up. You know what this reminds me of? That time in the Silver City when you..." Naruto slammed the mental connection shut, but Kurama kept laughing. He laughed for hours. Naruto started calling her detective 3 weeks later. It wasn't planned. They'd been paired together for a tracking exercise, find a hidden scroll in the forest using only observational skills. The other students used chakra sensing or brute force searching. Hinata activated her Byakugan, which was the obvious move, but she also did something unexpected. She noticed things, small things. A broken twig at an odd angle. Boot prints that were slightly too deep on one side, suggesting the person who hid the scroll favored their left leg. A smudge of dirt on a tree trunk at exactly the height of a Chunin's shoulder. She pieced it together like a detective solving a case. "It's there," she said, pointing to a hollow beneath an old oak. "The instructor hid it. He has a slight limp from an old injury. You can see it in how the prints are spaced. He would have chosen a hiding spot he could reach without bending his bad knee." She was right. Naruto looked at her with something close to wonder. "You're remarkable. You know that?" he said. Then, without thinking, "Absolutely brilliant, detective." Hinata went so red that Naruto briefly worried she was having a medical event. Detective?" she squeaked. "It suits you," he said. "You investigate. You observe. You find the truth. That's what detectives do." She didn't argue. She didn't correct him. She just pressed her fingers together in that nervous habit of hers and smiled, small and bright and devastating. The nickname stuck. And every time he said it, Naruto felt his heart do that human thing again. That fast, hard, utterly mortal beating that reminded him he was, around this girl, nothing more than a boy. He should have hated it. He told himself he hated it. He didn't hate it. The years passed. Naruto aced every test without studying. He mastered every jutsu without practicing. He sparred with taijutsu instructors, and they left with bruised egos and unbroken bones because Naruto was merciful when it amused him to be. He turned Ichiraku ramen into something else entirely. Old man Tochi had been kind to him, one of the few civilians who treated him like a human. So Naruto repaid him. He walked into the ramen stand one evening, snapped his fingers, and reality shifted. The stand expanded, not physically. The space inside became larger than the space outside, a dimensional pocket that Naruto folded into existence like origami. The interior transformed into a jazz lounge, dark wood paneling, velvet booths, ambient lighting, a mahogany bar where Tochi served ramen alongside cocktails, non-alcoholic for the younger crowd, though Naruto's were suspiciously amber. And in the corner, a grand piano. Tochi stared at his transformed restaurant with the expression of a man who had either won the lottery or lost his mind. "What did you do to my ramen stand?" he asked. "I improved it," Naruto said, settling onto the piano bench. "You still serve ramen, don't worry, I just added atmosphere." "But the inside is bigger than the outside." "Yes, isn't it wonderful?" Tochi decided not to ask questions. Business tripled within a week. Naruto played piano there most evenings. Word spread. People came from across the village to hear the blonde kid in the white suit play music that didn't exist anywhere else in the world. They didn't know why it made them feel things. They didn't know why some of them cried or laughed or sat in stunned silence with their ramen getting cold. They just knew it was the best thing they'd ever heard. Hinata came sometimes. She'd sit at the bar, nursing a cup of tea, watching him play. She never asked him to play anything specific. She just listened. And Naruto, who had performed for archangels and demon lords and the screaming damned, found that playing for an audience of one quiet girl was somehow the most fulfilling performance of his existence. He was falling. Again. But this time, it didn't hurt. Graduation day arrived with all the ceremony of a funeral. Naruto sat through the proceedings in a new suit, black this time, with a crimson tie that matched his Lightbringer flames. He received his headband, looked at it with the mild distaste of a man handed a participation trophy, and tied it around his arm because wearing it on his forehead would ruin his hair. Team assignments were announced by Iruka, who read them with the weary resignation of a man who knew that at least one of these teams was going to be a cosmic disaster. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Your Jonin instructor is Kakashi Hatake. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Sasuke, brooding, dark-haired, radiating angst like a space heater radiating warmth. Then at Sakura, pink-haired, currently staring at Sasuke with the devotion of a cultist, ignoring Naruto entirely. "The emo and the fangirl," Naruto murmured. "Wonderful. Dad really does have a sense of humor." From across the room, Hinata caught his eye. She'd been placed on Team 8 with Kiba and Shino. She looked nervous. Naruto winked at her. She turned the color of a tomato and nearly fell off her chair. "Smooth," Kurama said from inside the seal. "Real smooth, Your Majesty." Naruto ignored him. Kakashi Hatake was late. 3 hours late, to be specific. Naruto knew this because he'd been counting, sitting in the empty classroom with his feet on the desk and a glass of something amber in his hand, manifested from thin air when Sakura wasn't looking, which was often because she was always looking at Sasuke. Sasuke brooded by the window. He hadn't spoken since the team assignment. His soul was a mess. Naruto could see it without even trying. Layers of trauma wrapped around a core of burning rage, all directed at one person, Itachi Uchiha. The boy was a bomb waiting to go off. Sakura attempted small talk twice. Naruto deflected with charm. Sasuke deflected with silence. At the 3-hour mark, the door finally slid open, and Kakashi Hatake strolled in with his hands in his pockets and his one visible eye curved in a disinterested smile. "Yo," Kakashi said. "Sorry I'm late. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to." "You're late, darling," Naruto said, not looking up from his glass. Very rude. Kakashi paused. He took in the scene. The blonde kid in the expensive black suit, sipping what appeared to be a martini, looking for all the world like a mob boss who'd been kept waiting. The Uchiha survivor doing his best impression of a thundercloud, the pink-haired girl who seemed to exist solely to stare at the Uchiha. "Right," Kakashi said slowly. "Meet me on the roof." They met on the roof. "All right," Kakashi said, leaning against the railing. "Let's start with introductions. Likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams for the future." "You first, Sensei," Sakura said. Kakashi gave a vague, useless answer about not feeling like sharing. Standard deflection. Naruto read his soul like a menu. Sakura went next. Likes, Sasuke. Dreams, Sasuke. Hobbies, Sasuke. Naruto suppressed the urge to weep for the state of human ambition. Sasuke went next. Dislikes, lots of things. Dream, to kill a certain man. His voice was flat and cold, like a knife wrapped in ice. Then it was Naruto's turn. He stood, brushed a non-existent piece of lint from his lapel, and smiled. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like piano, fine suits, ramen, and a certain detective who shall remain nameless. I dislike being told what to do, being lied to, and people who waste my time. No offense, Kakashi. My hobbies include playing music, dispensing cosmic justice, and occasionally tormenting those who deserve it. As for my dream, he paused, looking up at the sky. I'd like to know why I'm here. That's all. Kakashi stared at him for a long moment. You're an interesting kid. I'm not a kid, Naruto said pleasantly. Right. Kakashi pulled out a pair of bells. Tomorrow morning, training ground 7. Sunrise. Don't eat breakfast, you'll throw up. He vanished in a swirl of leaves. Naruto looked at his teammates. Don't skip breakfast, he's lying. Eat whatever you want. How do you know? Sakura asked. Because I know everything, darling. Keep up. The morning of the bell test was crisp and clear. A perfect day for a reckoning. Sasuke arrived first, tense and ready. Sakura arrived second, bags under her eyes from not sleeping, stomach growling because she'd skipped breakfast despite Naruto's advice. Naruto arrived last, fashionably of course, wearing a spotless white suit with gold cufflinks that caught the morning light. He carried a small juice box, which he sipped from with the delicacy of a sommelier sampling a fine vintage. Kakashi arrived an hour late. Again. You're late again, Naruto said. If this becomes a pattern, I'll start charging interest. Kakashi ignored this. He held up 2 bells. The test is simple. Take these bells from me before noon. Whoever doesn't get a bell goes back to the academy. There are only 2 bells, Sakura observed. Astute, Kakashi said. That means one of you fails no matter what. Come at me with the intent to kill, or you'll never get them. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. Sakura swallowed. Naruto sipped his juice box. Begin, Kakashi said. Sasuke vanished into the trees. Sakura, after a moment of hesitation, followed. Standard tactics. Hide, observe, plan an approach. Naruto didn't move. He stood in the clearing, juice box in hand, looking at Kakashi the way a tiger looks at a particularly slow antelope. Kakashi tensed. His instincts, honed by years in Anbu, sharpened by 1,000 missions, forged in the fires of the Third Great Ninja War, were screaming at him. Every fiber of his being was telling him that this 12-year-old boy was the most dangerous thing he'd ever faced. He reached for a kunai. Oh, don't bother, Naruto said, waving a hand dismissively. Let's skip the foreplay. Kakashi threw the kunai anyway. Force of habit. The blade hit Naruto's chest and shattered. Not bounced. Shattered. The metal fragmented into a dozen pieces that tinkled to the ground like broken glass. Kakashi's visible eye widened. Naruto looked down at his suit, checking for damage. Finding none, he looked back up. Rude. This suit is bespoke. From the trees, Sasuke watched with his jaw clenched so tight his teeth ached. He'd seen Kakashi's throw. Perfect form, perfect speed, and the kunai had disintegrated on contact with the dead last's chest. What the hell was Naruto Uzumaki? Kakashi tried again. This time, he moved. Fast. Jonin fast. He appeared behind Naruto in a blur, fingers forming the seal for the 1,000 years of death, a technique that was really just a chakra-enhanced pokey to the backside, humiliating but effective. His fingers hit Naruto's back and stopped, like poking a wall made of diamond. Pain lanced up Kakashi's hand. He felt 2 of his finger joints compress. Naruto turned his head slightly. Did you just try to poke me in the rear? On the first date? Scandalous. Kakashi jumped back, shaking his throbbing hand. This was wrong. This was deeply, fundamentally wrong. No genin should be able to tank a Jonin strike without flinching. No human body should feel like that, like hitting an immovable object made of something harder than any material on Earth. What are you? Kakashi asked. It slipped out before he could stop it. Naruto set his juice box down on a tree stump with careful precision. He straightened his tie. He looked at Kakashi with those blue flame eyes, and for just a moment, Kakashi saw something behind them. Something vast and ancient and terrible, like staring into an abyss that stared back with amusement. Then Naruto walked forward. Not ran, not charged. walked with the leisurely pace of a man strolling through a park. Each step was calm, deliberate. The grass didn't bend under his feet. Kakashi threw shuriken. They bounced off Naruto's face like they were made of paper, leaving not a scratch. Kakashi formed hand signs, fire style, fireball jutsu, and a roaring sphere of flame engulfed the boy. The fire parted around Naruto like a stream around a stone. He walked through it, untouched, suit pristine, still smiling. Kakashi's hand went to his headband, to the Sharingan hidden beneath. In his entire career, he'd never uncovered it for a Genin test. But this wasn't a Genin. He didn't know what this was. He lifted the headband. The Sharingan blazed to life, its three tomoes spinning as Kakashi poured chakra into it. He looked at Naruto with the all-seeing eye of the Uchiha clan, the eye that could read chakra flow, predict movements, and copy techniques. What he saw made his blood freeze. There was no chakra, not in the normal sense. Where a human had a network of pathways with chakra flowing through them like rivers, Naruto had everything. His body was saturated with energy so dense, so vast, so incomprehensibly powerful that the Sharingan couldn't process it. It was like trying to measure the ocean with a teaspoon. The eye ached. Kakashi felt blood trickling from beneath it, the strain of looking at something that existed on a scale the Sharingan was never designed to perceive. He slammed the headband back down. Naruto stopped in front of him, close enough to touch. He reached out and gently took hold of Kakashi's flak jacket, his fingers gripping the fabric with a delicacy that suggested he could just as easily rip the man in half. "Tell me, Kakashi," Naruto said, his voice low and warm, his eyes holding Kakashi's with an intensity that went beyond physical sight. "What is it you truly desire?" The question hit Kakashi like a tidal wave. It bypassed his mental defenses, his years of Anbu conditioning, his carefully constructed emotional walls. It went straight to the core of him, to the place where he kept the things he never said, never admitted, never acknowledged. His visible eye glazed over. His posture slackened, and from his lips, in a voice that was barely a whisper, came the truth. "I want to read Icha Paradise in peace, without judgment." The clearing was silent. Then Naruto burst out laughing. Not a cruel laugh, a genuine, delighted laugh, the kind that crinkled his eyes and made him look for a moment like the child he appeared to be. "A man of culture," he declared. "Your desire is valid, Kakashi, deeply perverse, but valid." He reached behind Kakashi and plucked both bells from the Jonin's belt. Kakashi hadn't even felt it. He held them up, jingling them. Kakashi blinked, the compulsion fading, and realized what had happened. He'd just been completely disarmed, mentally and physically, by a 12-year-old in a white suit. "Sasuke," Naruto called out. "Sakura, come out! The test is over." They emerged from the trees. Sasuke's expression was a war between shock and fury. Sakura looked like she'd seen a ghost. Naruto tossed a bell to each of them. "There, you pass." "That's not how the test works," Kakashi said, still processing. "It is now," Naruto said. He picked up his juice box and took a sip. "The real test was teamwork, wasn't it? Underneath the underneath and all that. Well, consider this my contribution to the team. I handled the threat, secured the objective, and distributed the resources equitably. Teamwork." Kakashi stared at him. Then slowly, he smiled beneath his mask. "You pass, all three of you." From behind a tree at the edge of the training ground, unseen by everyone except Naruto, Hinata Hyuga watched with her Byakugan active. She'd come to observe Naruto's test, telling herself it was just because she was curious, knowing it was because she couldn't stay away. She'd seen everything, the kunai shattering against his chest, the fire parting around him, the way he'd walk through Kakashi's attacks like they were nothing. She pressed her hands against her chest, where her heart was beating so fast it hurt. Naruto glanced in her direction and smiled. Just for her. She fainted. Naruto chuckled. Every time. The weeks that followed were a study in controlled chaos. Team 7 took missions. D ranks, mostly, chasing cats, pulling weeds, painting fences. Naruto performed each one with the theatrical suffering of a king forced to do peasant labor. "This is degrading," he announced, holding a squirming cat named Tora at arm's length while it hissed and clawed at air. "I once sat upon the throne of hell and commanded legions. Now I'm catching cats." "Just hold the cat, Dobe," Sasuke said. "Don't call me Dobie, darling. I have more power in my pinky than your entire clan had in there." He stopped himself, Even the devil had lines he wouldn't cross, and the Uchiha massacre was a line. Never mind. Here's your cat, Madam Shijimi. The fire daimyo's wife crushed Tora in a hug. The cat screamed. Naruto felt a flicker of sympathy. Sasuke was a problem, not a threat. Naruto didn't have threats. He had minor inconveniences, but a problem in the way that a splinter is a problem. Irritating, persistent, impossible to ignore. The Uchiha boy burned with jealousy. Every display of Naruto's power was salt in the wound of his inadequacy. Sasuke had trained his entire life to be strong enough to kill Itachi, and here was this blonde idiot in a suit who made Jonin look like academy students. It ate at him like acid. Naruto saw it. Of course he saw it. He could read Sasuke's soul like a billboard. "You're staring again," Naruto said one afternoon as they walked back from a mission. "If you have a question, ask it." Sasuke's jaw tightened. "How are you so strong?" "I was born this way." "Well, reborn. It's complicated." "That's not an answer. It's the truth. I physically cannot lie, Sasuke. It's one of my more inconvenient traits." Sasuke stopped walking. "Then tell me this. Can you make me stronger?" Naruto considered this. He could, of course. He could rewrite Sasuke's genetics, supercharge his chakra, evolve his Sharingan to its final form, all with a thought. But that wasn't what Sasuke needed. What Sasuke needed was to stop chasing power and start dealing with his trauma. "No," Naruto said. Sasuke's fists clenched. "Not because I can't," Naruto clarified. "Because it wouldn't help. Strength isn't your problem, Sasuke. Your problem is much older and much deeper, and no amount of power will fix it. You don't know anything about me. I know everything about you. I know what happened to your clan. I know who did it. I know why. And I know that the anger you feel is going to consume you if you don't let someone help." Sasuke's Sharingan activated. Two tomoe in each eye, spinning with fury. "Shut up." "I don't take orders," Naruto said calmly, "but I'll drop it. For now." He walked ahead, leaving Sasuke standing in the road, trembling with a rage he didn't know how to release. Sakura, as usual, had missed the entire exchange because she was daydreaming about Sasuke. The mission to the Land of Waves started like every other mission, with paperwork, a lie, and Naruto being mildly insulted. Tazuna, the bridge builder, was a drunk. Naruto could smell the sake on him from across the Hokage's office. He was also terrified, sweating, fidgeting, his soul flickering with the telltale patterns of deception. "C-rank escort mission," Hiruzen said, puffing on his pipe. "Protect the bridge builder on his journey home." Naruto looked at Tazuna, looked through him. "He's lying," Naruto said casually. The room went still. "I'm not," Tazuna stammered. Naruto held up a hand. "Relax. I didn't say I wouldn't go. I said you're lying. This is at least a B rank, possibly A rank. You're being hunted by someone with money, a shipping magnate, I'd guess, based on the economic implications of a bridge to the mainland." "Gato?" Tazuna went white. "How did you—" "I know things. It's what I do." Naruto turned to Hiruzen. "We'll take it." Kakashi looked uneasy. "Naruto, this is beyond the Genin team's scope." "Nothing is beyond my scope, Kakashi. But if it makes you feel better, consider me the insurance policy." They left that afternoon. The walk to Wave Country was uneventful for the first few hours. Naruto strolled with his hands in his pockets, a philosophy book manifested from nothing held open in midair beside him, pages turning themselves. Sasuke walked in, brooding silence. Sakura chattered nervously. Kakashi read Icha Icha. Tazuna drank from a flask and tried not to make eye contact with the blonde kid who'd read his soul like a grocery list. Then the puddle. Two puddles, actually, sitting in the middle of a dry road on a clear day. Naruto didn't even slow down. He walked past them, paused, and said over his shoulder, "You two in the puddles? The demon brothers, I presume?" Shonen-level missing nin from Kirigakure. Gauntlets connected by a shuriken chain, poison-tipped. He yawned. "Come out. You're embarrassing yourselves." The puddles exploded. Gozu and Meizu launched from their hiding spots, chain extended between them, racing toward Tazuna. Naruto snapped his fingers. The chain stopped. Not because someone caught it or blocked it. It just stopped. The metal links hung frozen in midair, and the two brothers jerked to a halt like dogs reaching the end of their leashes. They strained, pulled. The chain didn't budge. "Here's what's going to happen," Naruto said, turning to face them. "You're going to tell me who hired you, and then you're going to leave. If you don't—" He smiled, and for a fraction of a second, his face flickered. Red skin, burning red eyes, the suggestion of horns. The temperature dropped 10 degrees. Both brothers screamed. "Gato!" one of them shrieked. "Gato hired us. He wants the bridge builder dead. Zabuza Momochi has the main contract." Naruto's face returned to normal. "There. Was that so hard?" He released the chain. "Now run along." They ran so fast they left their gauntlets behind, abandoned on the road like discarded toys. Kakashi stared at the gauntlets, then at Naruto, then at the retreating figures of two shonen-level missing nin, sprinting away from a 12-year-old like their lives depended on it. Which, to be fair, they did. "Zabuza Momochi," Kakashi murmured. "The demon of the hidden mist." "Sounds fun," Naruto said. "Shall we continue?" They continued. The mist rolled in like a living thing. It was thick, unnaturally so, and it carried with it a killing intent so dense that Sakura dropped to her knees and Tazuna started praying. Sasuke's hand went to his kunai, his Sharingan activating on instinct. Kakashi lifted his headband. "Get behind me, all of you." Naruto remained where he was, hands in his pockets, looking mildly interested. A voice echoed from the mist, deep, gravelly, amused. "Kakashi of the Sharingan. And what's this? 3 little genin. I might cut through them just for fun." A massive shape materialized. Zabuza Momochi, shirtless, bandages wrapped around his face, carrying the Kubikiri Bocho, the executioner's blade, slung across his back like it weighed nothing. He was tall, imposing. His killing intent pressed down on the clearing like a physical weight. Naruto yawned. Zabuza's eyes narrowed above his bandages. "That one has guts." "That one," Naruto said, "is bored. Can we skip to the part where you swing the big sword? I want to see if it tickles." Zabuza's eyes flickered with something between anger and amusement. "Cocky brat." He moved. In a single motion, he unsealed Kubikiri Bocho and swung it in a wide arc. A blow that could bisect a bull, a strike honed by decades of killing. Naruto caught the blade between 2 fingers. The impact didn't push him back. His feet didn't slide. His fingers didn't strain. He just caught it. Like plucking a flower from a stem, the mist went silent. Zabuza pulled. The blade didn't move. He pulled harder, throwing his full weight into it. The full strength of a Jonin-level missing nin, muscles corded with power, backed by years of training. Nothing. Naruto held the blade between his thumb and index finger with the casual ease of a man holding a chopstick. "Hello there," Naruto said. "Big sword? Compensating for something?" Zabuza's eyes went wide. He released the blade and jumped back, forming hand signs. "Water style, water dragon jutsu." The lake beside them erupted. A dragon of pure water, 40 feet tall, jaws gaping, lunged at Naruto with the force of a tsunami. Naruto didn't move. The dragon hit him and exploded into mist. He stood exactly where he'd been, not a drop of water on his suit, holding Zabuza's sword by the blade like an oversized letter opener. "Cute," Naruto said. He tossed the sword. It spun through the air and embedded itself in a tree trunk 50 yards away with a resounding thunk. Then Naruto showed his face. Not the boy's face. Not the charming smile, or the blue flame eyes, or the carefully maintained human mask. The real face. For exactly 1 second, timed to perfection, because the devil was nothing if not dramatic, Naruto let the illusion slip. His skin went crimson. His eyes blazed like furnaces, red and gold and consuming. The air around him ignited with heat that had nothing to do with temperature. Horns, subtle, dark, curved, pressed from his forehead. And his expression, his true expression, was the face of something that had ruled hell for 10 billion years. Zabuza saw it. His legs gave out. The demon of the hidden mist, a man who had butchered an entire graduating class of children to earn his place in the 7 swordsmen, a man who had faced Kaji-level opponents without flinching. That man fell backward onto the ground and scrambled away, his bandages dark with sudden sweat. What are you?" The face was gone. Naruto was a boy again, smiling, charming, pristine in his white suit. "Just a concerned citizen," Naruto said. "Now, Zabuza." He walked forward. Each step cracked the ground beneath his feet, not from weight, but from the sheer pressure of his presence, reality bending under the proximity of something that shouldn't exist in this dimension. "What is it you truly desire?" The question hit Zabuza like a fist to the soul. He tried to resist. He clenched his teeth, dug his fingers into the earth, summoned every ounce of willpower he'd forged in the bloody mists of Kirigakure. It wasn't enough. The devil's compulsion was absolute. "I want to protect Haku," Zabuza growled, the words ripped from him against his will. I want to go back to Kiri. Overthrow the Mizukage. Make it right. Make the village what it should have been. Naruto nodded slowly. Boring politics. Revolution, overthrow, new world order. Heard it all before, but the first part, he tilted his head. The boy, Haku, he matters to you. He's all I have. Interesting. A flicker of movement. Ice needles, dozens of them, launched from the trees with surgical precision. They streaked toward Naruto's vital points, throat, heart, temples. They disintegrated. 6 inches from his skin, they simply ceased to exist, breaking apart into harmless sparkles of frost that drifted to the ground like snowflakes. Haku stepped from behind a tree, masked and poised, but Naruto could see the fear radiating from the boy's soul. Not fear for himself, fear for Zabuza. Haku, run! Zabuza shouted. Haku didn't run. Instead, he formed hand signs with desperate speed, secret jutsu crystal ice mirrors. The air shimmered. Plates of ice materialized around Naruto in a dome. Mirrors, reflective and razor-edged, Haku's ultimate technique. He stepped into one of the mirrors and began to bounce between them at blinding speed, launching needles from every angle. The needles dissolved. Every single one. They couldn't reach Naruto. The dome of ice, beautiful and deadly, was nothing more than a pretty cage around an entity that couldn't be caged. Naruto looked around at the mirrors with genuine appreciation. Ice? Pretty. Really, genuinely pretty. You have a gift, Haku. He paused. But hell is much colder than you'd think. Trust me. He snapped his fingers. The mirrors shattered. Not cracked. Shattered. They exploded outward in a cascade of crystalline fragments that caught the sunlight and scattered it into 1,000 rainbow prisms. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. Haku tumbled from the disintegrating ice and hit the ground hard, his mask cracking. He lay on his back, gasping, chakra depleted, staring up at the sky. Naruto stood over him. The boy flinched, expecting death. He'd failed to protect Zabuza. He'd failed his purpose. Naruto knelt down. He reached out and placed his palm on Haku's chest. Golden fire bloomed from his hand. Not orange, not yellow. Gold, pure and warm, the light of the Morningstar, the first flame that God had ever kindled. It spread across Haku's body, sinking into his skin, and everywhere it touched, damage healed. Bruises faded, cracked ribs mended, chakra pathways strained to breaking, smoothed and replenished. Haku gasped. The pain was gone. All of it. He felt better than he'd ever felt in his life. Zabuza watched with an expression Naruto had seen 1,000 times across 1,000 worlds. The expression of someone witnessing something they couldn't explain and couldn't deny. Why? Zabuza asked. Why heal him? We attacked you. Naruto stood and brushed off his knees. Because the boy's desire is pure. He wants to protect you. Not for power, not for glory, just because he loves you. That's... He paused and something flickered across his face, something almost vulnerable. That's rare, and I respect it. He turned away, giving them a moment. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura stood at the edge of the clearing, wearing varying expressions of shock, awe, and in Sakura's case, open-mouthed terror. Then the sound of footsteps, dozens of them, coming from the end of the bridge, Gato. The shipping magnate appeared at the far end of the unfinished bridge, flanked by a mob of hired thugs, 50, 60 of them, armed with swords, clubs, and crude spears. Short Smug wrapped in an expensive suit that was somehow more offensive than his crimes. Well, well, Gato said, adjusting his sunglasses. Looks like the demon of the mist couldn't handle a few brats. Typical. I was going to betray you anyway, Zabuza. Kill them all, boys. The thugs cheered and surged forward. Naruto turned. His eyes were red, not metaphorically, not dramatically. Red, glowing, ancient, and utterly devoid of mercy. He didn't speak. He didn't quip. He didn't flash his face or snap his fingers or do anything theatrical. He just looked at Gato, and Gato saw. What exactly Gato saw in those eyes was something he would never be able to articulate. He would try later, in the brief remaining years of his broken life. He would describe it in terms of fire and darkness, and a throne of bone, and a presence that knew every evil thing he had ever done, and found it all exquisitely, disappointingly small. Gato turned and ran. His thugs, who hadn't seen what Gato had seen, hesitated. They looked at each other. They looked at the blonde kid with the glowing red eyes. Some primal, deep-brained survival instinct, the instinct that once warned early humans not to venture into dark caves, activated in every single one of them simultaneously. They ran, all 60 of them. Dropped their weapons and sprinted after their boss like the hounds of hell were at their heels. Which in a sense they were. The bridge was silent. Zabuza stared at Naruto. Haku stared at Naruto. Team 7 stared at Naruto. Naruto straightened his cuffs. Problem solved. Zabuza let out a breath that sounded like it had been trapped in his lungs for years. Kid, what the hell are you? Naruto smiled. Exactly that. He walked over to the railing of the bridge and leaned against it, looking out at the sea. The mist was clearing, sunlight breaking through, golden and warm. Go, he said to Zabuza without turning around. Take Haku. Go back to Kiri. Build your revolution. Fight for your village. He glanced back. But do it right. The boy watches everything you do. Don't make him regret believing in you. Zabuza opened his mouth, closed it. Then, slowly, he bowed. The demon of the hidden mist, who had never bowed to anyone, not to the Mizukage, not to death, not to fear, bowed to a 12-year-old boy. Haku bowed too, tears streaming down his face. Don't make me regret this mercy, Naruto said quietly. I'm not known for giving second chances. They left. Naruto watched them disappear into the mist. Behind him, Kakashi spoke. Naruto, what are you? Naruto didn't turn around. Disappointed, mostly. I expected a better fight. Kakashi's report to the Hokage was, by all accounts, the most unusual mission debriefing in the history of Konohagakure. He described, in clinical detail, a genin who caught an A-rank missing nin's blade between 2 fingers. A genin who shattered an ice-based Kekkei Genkai with a snap of his fingers. A genin who terrified a mob of 60 armed thugs into fleeing without lifting a hand. Hiruzen listened, pipe smoke curling around his weathered face, and said nothing until Kakashi was finished. What do you think we should do? Hiruzen asked. Kakashi was quiet for a long time. I think, he said carefully, that doing anything to Naruto Uzumaki is not a viable strategy. I think he is beyond our ability to control, contain, or counter, and I think the best course of action is to keep him happy. Hiruzen nodded. I reached the same conclusion 7 years ago when he played Chopin for me in a tea house. Kakashi blinked. Chopin? Don't worry about it. In the aftermath of Wave, Naruto noticed 3 things. First, Sasuke's anger had deepened. The mission had exposed the gulf between them in terms so stark that even Sasuke's denial couldn't bridge it. He trained harder, pushed further, slept less. The trajectory was troubling. Second, the village was talking. The story of the Wave Mish spread as stories do, growing with each retelling. By the time it reached the general population, Naruto had single-handedly defeated an army of 100 samurai, flown through the sky on wings of fire, and made a demon weep with his piano playing. Only the last part was entirely fabricated. Some people whispered in awe, others whispered in fear. The words, "What does he truly desire?" entered the local lexicon as a nervous joke. Third, Hinata fainted 3 times in one day when Naruto complimented her training. A new record. He was sitting at Ichiraku's, the lounge version, soft jazz playing from speakers Naruto had manifested into existence. Tochi behind the bar, polishing glasses with the contentment of a man whose business had tripled. When Hinata walked in, she was wearing her usual oversized jacket, hands pressed together, cheeks already pink. She slid onto the bar stool next to Naruto with the careful deliberation of someone approaching a wild animal they very much wanted to pet. "Nin Naruto-kun," she said. "Detective," he replied, turning to face her. What a pleasant surprise. Ramen? Yes, please. Tucci served them both. They ate in companionable silence for a few minutes, the piano playing itself in the corner. Naruto didn't always need to be at the bench for the music to play. Sometimes the lounge responded to his mood, ambient melodies drifting from the keys like autonomous poetry. "I heard about your mission," Hinata said quietly. "Which part? The sword catching or the army scaring?" "All of it." She looked down at her ramen. "You're amazing, Naruto-kun." Something warm spread through his chest. Mortal warmth, the kind he only felt around her. "And you're the only person in this village who makes me feel like I might actually belong here," he said. She looked up. Her lavender eyes were wide, bright, searching. "Naruto-kun, why do you call me detective?" He set down his chopsticks. "Because you see things others don't. You look at me and you don't see a monster or a weapon or a mystery to be solved. You see me, the actual me, and that, detective, is an incredibly dangerous thing." Dangerous? For me, not for you. She didn't fully understand, but she smiled, And that smile, small and sincere and utterly guileless, hit Naruto harder than any punch Zabuza could have thrown. "You're blushing," Kurama said from inside the seal. Naruto told the fox to shut up with a mental growl. But his cheeks were indeed slightly warm, mortal. Around her, he was mortal. Around her, the Lightbringer was just a boy eating ramen with a girl who saw past the fire. He didn't know why. He was beginning to not care. The Chunin exams arrived like a storm on the horizon. Anticipated, inevitable, and full of potential for destruction. Kakashi nominated Team 7. Naruto suspected it was less about their readiness and more about Kakashi wanting to see what would happen when Naruto was placed in a competitive environment with hundreds of genin from multiple villages. "This should be entertaining," Naruto said, adjusting his cufflinks in the mirror of his apartment. He'd chosen a charcoal gray suit for the occasion, understated but immaculate, with a black silk shirt open at the collar. Professional. Deadly. Stylish, Kurama manifested beside him. Not at full size, obviously. That would destroy the apartment block. He appeared as a small fox, about the size of a large cat, with 9 tails fanning behind him like a peacock's display. He wore a tiny waistcoat. Naruto had insisted. "You're going to cause a scene, aren't you?" Kurama said. It wasn't a question. "I always cause a scene. I'm the devil. It's in the job description." "You don't have a job." "Exactly. All scene, no responsibility, the ideal work-life balance." They walked to the academy building where the first exam was being held. Sasuke and Sakura were waiting outside. Sasuke's eyes lingered on the small fox perched on Naruto's shoulder. "Is that?" Sasuke started. "My emotional support demon," Naruto said. "Don't mind him, he bites." Kurama grinned, showing teeth. "Only people I don't like." Sasuke decided to pretend none of this was happening. The first exam room was packed. Genin from every major village filled the desks. Sand, sound, rain, grass, and leaf. The room hummed with tension, nervous energy, and barely suppressed killing intent. Naruto walked in like he owned the place. Because in a very real, cosmic sense, he could. Every eye in the room turned to him. Some with curiosity, some with hostility. A large genin from the Hidden Sound village cracked his knuckles. A team from Sand, featuring a red-haired boy with dark circles under his eyes and a gourd on his back, watched with unsettling intensity. Naruto met the red-haired boy's gaze. Gaara of the Sand, he could see the tailed beast inside. Shukaku, the one-tail, thrashing against a poorly constructed seal like a wild animal in a too small cage. And around that seal, wrapped around Gaara's soul like barbed wire, was loneliness. Absolute crushing, consuming loneliness. Naruto recognized it. He'd felt it once in the empty reaches of hell, before he'd made peace with his own solitude. He gave Gaara a nod, not hostile, not submissive, just an acknowledgement from one monster to another. Gaara's eyes widened slightly. Then his expression hardened and he looked away. "Interesting," Naruto murmured. Ibiki Morino, the proctor, stood at the front of the room. Scarred, imposing, radiating authority. He explained the rules of the written test. 10 questions, 45 minutes, cheating allowed but only if you weren't caught. The test was psychological. The questions were absurdly difficult. Designed to be impossible for most genin, forcing them to cheat to demonstrate information gathering skills. The 10th question was a gamble. Accept the risk or walk away. Naruto sat down, picked up his pencil, and answered every question in 30 seconds flat. Not because he cheated, not because he used telepathy or omniscience or any cosmic trick. He just knew the answers. All of them. Cryptography, advanced trajectory calculations, chakra theory, historical analysis, child's play for a being who predated the concept of mathematics. He set down his pencil, leaned back, and folded his arms. Ibiki, from the front of the room, watched with narrowed eyes. The blonde kid in the suit had finished the test in under a minute. Either he'd given up and written random answers, or Ibiki walked over. He glanced at Naruto's paper. Every answer was correct. Not just correct. They were annotated with explanatory notes, as if Naruto had found the questions insultingly simple and decided to provide supplementary teaching material. Ibiki's scarred face twitched. Naruto winked at him. From across the room, Naruto sensed Hinata's familiar chakra signature. She was seated 3 rows back, Byakugan activated behind her curtain of dark hair, trying to discreetly copy answers from the genin in front of her. Naruto smiled. He reached out with his mind. Gently, a telepathic whisper so soft that only she would hear it. "Detective, no need to cheat. You're brilliant. Trust yourself. Hinata's head snapped up. Her Byakugan scanned the room, found Naruto, and saw him smiling at her. She blushed so hard that the genin next to her asked if she was running a fever, but she deactivated her Byakugan. She looked at the test paper, and she answered the questions herself, slowly, carefully, drawing on the knowledge she'd actually studied and actually learned. She didn't get every answer right, but she got enough. When Ibiki announced the 10th question, accept the risk and continue, or leave, Naruto was already standing. I'll save everyone the dramatic tension, he said. The 10th question is whether you have the guts to stay. The answer is yes. Next. Ibiki stared at him. He's right, Ibiki said after a long pause. Everyone who's still here passes. The room erupted in confused chatter. Naruto straightened his jacket and walked toward the window because he sensed what was coming next. A ball of cloth crashed through the window, unfurling into a banner. Anko Mitarashi, the second proctor, burst in behind it, wild-eyed, grinning, trench coat flaring. All right, maggots. I'm Anko Mitarashi, proctor for the second exam. Follow me to Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death. She looked at Naruto. Naruto looked at her. Nice entrance, he said. 8 out of 10. You lost points for the banner? It's a bit much. Anko's grin widened. I like you, kid. Everyone does. It's a curse. The Forest of Death was aptly named. Massive trees, carnivorous flora, predatory fauna, and the ambient hostility of a landscape that actively wanted to kill everything inside it. Each team was given a scroll, heaven or earth, and tasked with obtaining the opposite within 5 days. Team 7 received a heaven scroll. We need an earth scroll, Sakura said nervously. We need to survive 5 days in a death forest. Sasuke corrected. Stay alert. We need about 4 minutes, Naruto said. Let me handle this. He extended his senses. Cosmic awareness bloomed outward like a ripple in a pond, scanning the entire forest in an instant. 26 teams, 52 scrolls. He located every single one, mapped every team's position, assessed every threat level. There's an earth scroll on Team Oboro from the rain, northeast 2 kilometers, Naruto said. They're the weakest link. We can? He stopped. Something else was in the forest. Something wrong. A chakra signature that slithered like a snake through the underbrush, familiar in a way that made his skin crawl, not from fear, but from recognition. Change of plans, Naruto said. Someone interesting is here. Sakura frowned. Who? Someone who likes snakes entirely too much. They moved through the forest and Naruto let it happen. He let the ambush come because he was curious, a trait that had gotten him into trouble since the dawn of creation, but had never once failed to be entertaining. The attack came from above. A wind jutsu, massive and violent, separated the team. Sakura was blown sideways. Sasuke rolled behind a tree. Naruto stood in the blast and let it wash over him like a gentle breeze from the canopy. A figure descended. Long black hair, pale skin, vertical pupils and golden eyes. A smile that was all teeth and no warmth. Orochimaru of the Sannin, S-rank criminal, rogue ninja. The man who wanted to learn every jutsu in existence and live forever. He landed on a branch 20 feet above the clearing, looking down at Naruto with the fascinated hunger of a collector spotting a rare specimen. Kukuku, what interesting prey, Orochimaru said, his tongue, impossibly long, impossibly flexible, flickering from his lips like a snake's. Naruto was adjusting his cuffs. He didn't look up. A snake man, he said, finally glancing at Orochimaru with an expression of amused recognition. How biblical. Dad has a weird sense of humor with these metaphors. Orochimaru tilted his head. Dad? Oh, you wouldn't understand. Daddy issues are universal, but mine are a bit more theological. Naruto smiled. You're Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, defected from Konoha after conducting illegal human experiments, currently running a hidden village in the Land of Sound. Here for Sasuke Sharingan, I presume. Orochimaru's smile faltered. You know quite a lot for a genin. I know everything. It's less fun than you think. Orochimaru recovered his composure. Then you know I can't let you interfere. He summoned Manda. The ground exploded. Trees were uprooted and crushed like matchsticks as the colossal serpent, Manda, the king of snakes, purple-scaled and malevolent, big enough to swallow a building whole, erupted from the earth and towered over the clearing. Manda's eyes, each the size of a wagon wheel, fixed on Naruto. The snake's forked tongue tasted the air. I smell something wrong, Manda hissed, and there was fear in the serpent's voice. actual fear. An ancient summon creature, thousands of years old, looked at this boy and was afraid. Naruto sighed. He reached up and loosened his tie. "Detective isn't here," he murmured, "so I can let loose." He spread his wings. They unfolded from his back like two sails of pure light, white, luminous, vast, each feather burning with the cold fire of the Morningstar. They spanned 30 feet from tip to tip, casting shadows that somehow glowed instead of darkened. The divine light they emitted was warm and terrible simultaneously, like staring into the heart of a star that was also somehow alive and looking back at you. The forest went silent. Every creature within a mile radius stopped what it was doing. Birds fell out of the sky. Insects ceased buzzing. Predators flattened themselves to the ground and whimpered. Sasuke, hidden behind his tree, felt his knees buckle. The Sharingan activated on its own, 3 tomoe spinning wildly as the dojutsu tried to process what it was seeing. It couldn't. The visual data was beyond what the eye was designed to interpret. Sakura, from wherever she'd landed, screamed. Orochimaru, for the first, felt his smile die. Naruto rose into the air. His wings beat once, not for lift, but for drama, and he hovered at eye level with Manda. The great snake pulled back, coiling defensively. "Hello, big fella," Naruto said. He punched Manda in the face. The impact was not visible. There was no fist meets scales moment, no dramatic slow motion collision. One instant, Naruto's arm was cocked. The next, Manda's entire head snapped backward with a force that sent shockwaves rippling through the forest. Trees bent, the ground cratered, a thunderclap of displaced air echoed for miles. Manda didn't explode. He dissolved, not into blood and gore, but into golden light. Particles of luminous energy scattered like fireflies, drifting skyward before vanishing. The snake was returned to the summoning realm, not killed but thoroughly dismissed, in a way that even the ancient serpent would remember for the rest of his very long life. Naruto landed in front of Orochimaru, gracefully, wings folding behind him like a closing book. Orochimaru had not moved. He stood on his branch, golden eyes wide, his tongue retracted for once, his composure stripped bare. He was looking at Naruto the way a mouse looks at a cat that has suddenly revealed it was a tiger all along. "So snaky," Naruto said, looking up at him with those burning blue eyes. "What is it you truly desire?" The compulsion hit Orochimaru like a freight train. The Sannin was no ordinary mind. His willpower was immense, forged by decades of obsessive pursuit, hardened by pain and exile, and a pathological refusal to accept the limits of human existence. He fought the compulsion. He bit his tongue, drew blood, tried to substitute the truth with a lie. But the devil's power was not a jutsu. It was not chakra-based. It was a fundamental force of reality, the same force that had once compelled angels to confess before the throne of God. And against that force, willpower, even Orochimaru's was kindling against an inferno. "I want to know everything," Orochimaru screamed, the words ripping from his throat like they had claws. "All jutsu. Immortality, the secrets of the world. I want to understand the very fabric of existence." Naruto listened. He nodded slowly. "Knowledge," he said. "Careful what you wish for." He appeared on Orochimaru's branch. No teleportation jutsu, no body flicker. He was simply there, as if he'd always been there, as if space had politely rearranged itself to accommodate him. He pressed one finger to Orochimaru's forehead. "Let me show you," Naruto whispered. For 1 second, one singular, infinite second, Orochimaru saw everything. The multiverse. Dimensions stacked upon dimensions, each containing infinite worlds, infinite timelines, infinite possibilities. He saw the Silver City, where angels sang in frequencies that would shatter mortal eardrums. He saw hell in all its layers, where souls were tortured not by fire but by the endless repetition of their own guilt. He saw the source wall, where reality ended and the nothing began. He saw the presence, God, and understood with shattering clarity that the entity he was looking at was so far beyond his comprehension that the word God was as inadequate as calling the ocean a puddle. He saw it all. Every jutsu that had ever existed across every world, every scientific principle, every mathematical proof, every philosophical truth, every secret of every civilization that had ever risen and fallen across an infinity of creation. His brain, brilliant as it was a thimble trying to contain an ocean. Orochimaru's eyes went white. He screamed. Not a battle cry or a defiant roar. A scream of pure, overwhelming sensory overload. the sound of a mind breaking under the weight of infinite information crammed into a finite vessel. Then he collapsed. He fell from the branch and hit the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. His body twitched. His mouth moved, forming silent words. His golden eyes stared at nothing, pupils dilated to the point of near black. He wasn't dead. But the Orochimaru who had entered this forest, arrogant, calculating, convinced of his own superior intellect, that man was gone. In his place lay a shattered thing, drowning in knowledge it would spend years trying to process, haunted by truths it could never unsee. Naruto looked down at him. "Knowledge burns," he said softly. "I tried to warn you." He retracted his wings, straightened his tie, brushed a leaf from his shoulder. Sasuke emerged from behind his tree. His Sharingan was still active, and his face was a battlefield of emotions: shock, fear, awe, envy, confusion, and something dangerously close to worship. "What? What are you?" Sasuke demanded. His voice cracked on the last word. Naruto looked at him. His expression was tired. Not physically, he didn't get physically tired, but tired in the way that ancient things get tired when they've answered the same question too many times across too many lifetimes. "Just a boy who wants to live freely, Sasuke. Don't make it complicated." Sakura stumbled out of the brush, twigs in her hair, eyes wild. She saw Orochimaru's twitching body on the ground and let out a strangled sound. "Is he dead?" "No, but he'll wish he was for a while." Naruto bent down and picked up the earth scroll that had fallen from Orochimaru's robes. He tossed it to Sasuke. "There's our scroll. Let's go." They walked in silence toward the tower at the center of the forest. No one attacked them. No team came within 100 yards. The forest itself seemed to part for them, branches drawing back, paths clearing, as if nature itself recognized what walked among the trees and decided discretion was the better part of valor. They reached the tower in under an hour, setting what would later be recognized as the fastest completion time in shonen exam history. The preliminary matches were, for Naruto, the equivalent of watching paint dry. Held in a large arena beneath the tower, the format was simple. One-on-one fights, single elimination, until the field was trimmed to a manageable size for the finals. Naruto was paired against a genin from the Sound Village named Zaku Abumi. The boy had air tubes implanted in his palms, a modification courtesy of Orochimaru's experiments that allowed him to fire concentrated blasts of compressed air. Zaku stood across the arena, arms raised, tubes humming with stored pressure. He was grinning. He hadn't heard what happened in the forest. He didn't know what he was facing. "You're dead, leaf trash," Zaku shouted. "Supersonic slicing wind," he fired. Twin blasts of compressed air, powerful enough to shred stone, screamed across the arena at Naruto. The wind hit him. His suit ruffled, his hair moved, nothing else happened. Naruto stood exactly where he'd been, hands in his pockets, not a scratch on him. Zaku fired again, and again, and again, pumping more and more pressure into each blast until the tubes in his arms were glowing red from the strain. Naruto didn't flinch. The blast stopped. Zaku stood there, arms shaking, tubes smoking, panting with exertion. "Done?" Naruto asked. Zaku charged him. He threw a punch. His fist connected with Naruto's jaw, and every bone in Zaku's hand shattered on impact. The sound was like stepping on a bag of chips. Zaku screamed, cradling his ruined hand. Staggering backward, Naruto hadn't moved. He looked at Zaku with an expression that was almost sympathetic. "Want to forfeit?" he asked. "Or should I make this embarrassing?" Zaku, to his credit, tried one more attack. He raised his remaining good arm and pointed the air tube at Naruto's face. Naruto flicked him on the forehead. Zaku rocketed backward, hit the wall at the far end of the arena, and cratered into the stone. He was unconscious before he landed, embedded in the wall like a thrown dart. The proctor stared. The crowd stared. In the competitors' gallery above, every genin and jonin in attendance stared. "Winner, Naruto Uzumaki," the proctor said, his voice slightly unsteady. Naruto walked back to the gallery, sat down, and manifested a glass of something amber. He sipped it and watched the next fight with polite disinterest. Other matches happened. Sasuke fought and won. Shino fought and won. Kiba fought and won. Shikamaru fought and won, reluctantly, as was his way. Then the screen displayed the next matchup. Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. Naruto set down his glass. Hinata descended to the arena. She moved with quiet determination, her hands steady, her jaw set. She'd been training. Naruto could feel it. Her chakra was stronger, more refined, her gentle fist forms more polished than the last time he'd watched her spar. But Neji was another matter. Neji Hyuga was a prodigy, a genius of the Hyuga clan's branch house, burdened by the caged bird seal on his forehead and the bitter conviction that fate was immutable. He was cold, precise, and utterly convinced that Hinata, the timid heiress of the main house, was beneath him. They faced each other in the arena. "You should forfeit, Lady Hinata," Neji said. His voice was icicles. "You're too weak to fight me. You were born weak, and you will always be weak. It is your fate." Hinata's hands trembled, but she didn't step back. "I won't run away," she said. Her voice was soft, but it didn't waver. "That's my ninja way." Naruto leaned forward. Beside him, Kurama, still in small fox form, perched on the railing, watched with sharp eyes. "She's outmatched," Kurama said. "I know. Are you going to intervene?" "Not yet. She needs this. She needs to know she can stand." The fight began. It was brutal. Neji was faster, stronger, more experienced. His Byakugan saw every angle of attack, and his gentle fist sealed Hinata's chakra points with surgical precision. She fought back, landed a few hits that surprised everyone, including Neji. But it wasn't enough. Neji's 8 trigrams assault came like a storm. 64 strikes, each one closing a chakra point, each one driving Hinata further back. She coughed blood. She stumbled. She fell. And she got back up. Neji hit her again. She fell again. And she got back up again. The crowd was silent. This wasn't a fight anymore. It was a statement. A girl with a broken body and a sealed chakra system, standing on legs that shouldn't support her, looking at her tormentor with eyes that refused to close. "Stay down," Neji snarled, and there was something in his voice that sounded almost desperate. "Why won't you stay down?" "Because," Hinata said, blood on her lips, smiling through the pain. "Someone once told me I was brilliant, and I want to be worthy of that." She looked up at the gallery. At Naruto. Neji followed her gaze, his face twisted with contempt. "You're fighting for him? For that?" He struck her again, a palm strike to the chest that sent her flying. She hit the ground hard, bounced, lay still. The proctor stepped forward. "Winner." "I'm not done," Hinata whispered, and somehow, impossibly, she was pushing herself up again. Neji's expression went dark. He charged, palm raised for a killing blow. The proctor intervened, catching Neji's arm. Kakashi appeared, restraining Neji. Other jonin stepped in. The match was over. Hinata collapsed. Medical nin rushed to her side. In the gallery, Naruto's glass shattered in his hand. He wasn't aware of having clenched his fist. He wasn't aware that the temperature in the arena had dropped 15 degrees. He wasn't aware that the metal railing under his other hand had melted into a twisted, glowing mass. He was aware of Hinata lying on the arena floor, broken and bleeding, because she'd fought to prove she was worthy of a compliment he'd given her. His eyes glowed red. Not flickered, glowed, like embers in a furnace, steady and hot and full of a rage so old and so deep that it predated the concept of anger itself. "Your Majesty," Kurama said, his voice careful. "Not here. Not now." Naruto breathed, slowly, deliberately. The temperature stabilized, the glow in his eyes dimmed, not gone, but banked like a fire covered with ash. "In the finals," Naruto said. His voice was quiet and absolutely terrifying. "If Neji Hyuga is in the finals, he's mine." "Is that wise?" "I'm not asking for wisdom. I'm telling you what's going to happen." Kurama, who had witnessed the fall of angels and the burning of hell and the wrath of God himself, decided that silence was the appropriate response. The month between the preliminaries and the finals was supposed to be a training period. Naruto didn't train. He didn't need to. Instead, he spent his time doing 3 things. First, he visited Hinata in the hospital every day. He brought flowers, not bought, but created. Each bloom a species that didn't exist in this world, colors that had no name in any human language, petals that glowed faintly in the dark. He sat by her bed while she slept and played soft melodies on a small piano he'd manifested in the corner of her hospital room, music that seeped into her dreams and made them gentle. When she woke, he was always there. "In Naruto-kun," she said. The first time she opened her eyes and found him sitting beside her, reading a book with his legs crossed. "What are you doing here?" "Visiting my favorite detective," he said, setting down the book. "How do you feel?" "Everything hurts." "I know. I could fix that, you know. One touch and you'd be fully healed." She shook her head. No, I want to heal on my own. I want to earn it. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he smiled. Not his usual charming, performative smile, but something smaller and realer. You're extraordinary, detective. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. She blushed, but she didn't faint this time. She held his gaze, steady and warm. Progress. Second, he kept an eye on Sasuke. The Uchiha was training with Kakashi, learning a technique called Chidori, a lightning-based assassination jutsu that channeled chakra into the hand for a single, devastating strike. Naruto observed from a distance, unimpressed by the technique itself, but troubled by the trajectory. Sasuke was getting stronger, but he was also getting darker. The encounter with Orochimaru in the forest, the one Naruto had ended, but not before Orochimaru had managed to plant a curse mark on Sasuke's neck in the brief moment of chaos before Naruto intervened. Wait, Naruto frowned. He'd sensed the curse mark the moment it appeared. A tiny, insidious thing, like a tumor of corrupted chakra nestled against Sasuke's spine. He could have removed it instantly, but he'd paused, and in that pause, he'd asked himself a question that the devil always asks. Does Sasuke have the right to choose? Free will. The principle he'd fallen for, the hill he died on, metaphorically, since he couldn't actually die. If he removed the mark without Sasuke's consent, he was making a choice for someone else, controlling them, doing exactly what his father did. So he left it, and he watched, and he waited to see if Sasuke would choose the light or the dark. It was, perhaps, the most dangerous gamble the devil had ever made. And given that his last major gamble had resulted in being cast out of heaven, that was saying something. Third, and most importantly, Naruto played piano. He played at Ichiraku's every night, long after the other patrons had left. He played for the empty room, for the ghosts of his past, for the quiet spaces between notes where memory lived. He played pieces that had never existed in this world and never would again. Compositions that bridged the gap between dimensions. Melodies that harmonized with frequencies mortals couldn't hear. He played, and the music said all the things he couldn't. I am lonely. I am afraid. I don't know why I'm here, but I'm starting to think it might be for her. The day of the Chunin exam finals was hot, bright, and electric with anticipation. The arena was packed. Citizens, shinobi, dignitaries from every corner of the Fire Nation filled the stands. The Fire Daimyo himself was present, seated in the VIP box beside the third Hokage, fanning himself and looking mildly interested in the proceedings below. The competitors stood in a line on the arena floor. Naruto, in a spotless white suit, the same one he'd worn to the bell test, laundered by reality itself, stood at the end of the row. His hands were in his pockets. His expression was pleasant, almost bored, until his gaze found the stands. Hinata was there, bandaged but upright, sitting between Kiba and Shino. She met his eyes and smiled, small and encouraging. Then his gaze found Neji, 3 spots down in the competitor lineup, standing with his arms crossed, Byakugan pale eyes staring straight ahead, posture rigid with the certainty of a man who believed he knew exactly how this day would go. Naruto's pleasant expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes shifted, like clouds moving to reveal a sun that burned too hot. The matches were announced. Through various mechanisms of fate, dramatic irony, and tournament structure, the bracket had arranged itself perfectly. Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. First match, the crowd murmured. Everyone knew about the blonde kid in the suit, the one who'd caught Zabuza's blade, the one who'd broken a sound ninja's hand with his face. The stories had grown with each retelling, and the crowd was hungry to see if the reality matched the legend. Neji descended to the arena floor. Naruto followed. They stood 30 feet apart. The proctor, Jinma Shiranui, a jonin with a senbon perpetually dangling from his lip, stood between them. First match of the Chunin exam finals, Ginma announced. Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. Fighters ready? Neji activated his Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged as the dojutsu engaged, granting him 360-degree vision and the ability to see chakra networks. He looked at Naruto. His Byakugan saw what Kakashi's Sharingan had seen, an impossibility. A body saturated with energy so dense and so vast that it defied comprehension. Not chakra, something else, something older and bigger and more terrifying. Looking at it was like looking at the sun. Neji's Byakugan ached and he had to adjust his focus to avoid being overwhelmed. But he was Neji Hyuga. He did not show fear. He did not flinch. He set his jaw and took his gentle fist stance. "Your fate is sealed, Uzumaki," Neji said. "No amount of flashy tricks will change that. You are what you were born to be, nothing more." Naruto said nothing. He was looking at the stands, at Hinata, at the bandages on her arms and the bruise still visible on her cheek. When he looked back at Neji, his expression had changed. The charm was gone. The amusement was gone. What remained was something cold, ancient, and utterly without mercy. "Begin," Genma called, jumping back. Neji moved first. He closed the distance with the explosive speed of a Hyuga prodigy, fingers extended, chakra focused at their tips like surgical scalpels. He struck. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 strikes, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Each one hit Naruto dead on, chest, shoulders, arms, legs, abdomen, with perfect precision. Each one designed to close a chakra point and cripple the opponent's ability to mold chakra. Every single hit landed. The crowd gasped. The arena fell silent. Dust rose from the impacts. Neji stood back, breathing hard, certain of his victory. 64 direct hits to the chakra network. No one walked that off. The dust cleared. Naruto stood exactly where he'd been. His suit was immaculate. Not a wrinkle, not a speck of dust. His hands were still in his pockets. His expression hadn't changed. "You done?" he asked. The silence in the arena was absolute. 10,000 people, all holding their breath at once. Neji's Byakugan confirmed what his brain refused to accept. Every chakra point he'd struck was still open. His attacks hadn't closed a single one. It was like trying to dam the ocean with pebbles. "Impossible," Neji whispered. "That word," Naruto said, removing his hands from his pockets, "does not apply to me." He walked forward. 1 step, 2, 3. Each step perfectly measured, perfectly controlled. Neji struck again. A palm thrust to the chest, his strongest single strike, enough to stop a man's heart. His hand connected with Naruto's sternum. Pain exploded up Neji's arm. Not from the impact, from the rebound. It was like punching a wall made of compressed starlight. His wrist buckled. His fingers went numb. He stumbled back. Naruto kept walking. "I was going to make this quick," Naruto said. "I was going to flick you on the forehead and send you to dreamland, the way I did with your Sound Village friend in the prelims. Easy, clean, painless." He stopped walking. His blue eyes found Neji's white ones. But then I remembered something. The temperature in the arena dropped. Not physically, spiritually. Every person in the stands felt it. A weight, a presence, pressing down on their souls like a hand on their chest. "You made the detective sad." Neji's eyes widened. "You stood over her while she was bleeding and told her she was born weak. You told her that fate had already decided her life, that she had no right to dream, no right to fight, no right to stand." Naruto's voice was quiet, soft, the quietness of an avalanche before it moves. "And she got up anyway. She got up 3 times, Neji. 3 times with a broken body and sealed chakra points because she wanted to prove that she was worth something, and you tried to kill her for it." Neji opened his mouth. Nothing came out. Naruto was in front of him now. He hadn't crossed the remaining distance. He'd simply arrived, space folding to accommodate the devil's desire for proximity. He grabbed the front of Neji's shirt and lifted him off the ground with one hand, as casually as lifting a kitten. Neji dangled. His feet kicked air. His hands gripped Naruto's wrist, trying to pry free. He might as well have been trying to pry open a steel vault with his fingernails. "So here's what's going to happen," Naruto said. "You're going to answer my question, and then I'm going to give you something you don't deserve but desperately need." He leaned close. His eyes were blue fire, ancient and searching. "What is it you truly desire, Neji?" The compulsion hit Neji like a wall of water. His Byakugan flickered. His mental defenses, never designed to withstand this kind of assault, because nothing in the shinobi world was designed to withstand this kind of assault, crumbled like wet paper. Tears formed in his eyes, not from pain, from the sheer force of truth being dragged out of him against every wall he'd built. "I want to be free," Neji screamed, and his voice cracked on the last word, splitting open to reveal the boy beneath the prodigy. A grieving, raging, terrified boy who had watched his father die and been told it was destiny. "I want to choose my own path. I want to live and die on my terms, not the clan's. I don't want to be a caged bird anymore. I don't want this seal." He was sobbing. The prodigy of the Hyuga clan, the stoic genius who had never shown a crack in his composure, was dangling from a 12-year-old's fist and weeping openly in front of 10,000 people. Naruto's expression changed. The cold anger softened. Not gone, never gone, not entirely, but tempered by something else. Understanding, recognition. The devil knew about cages. He lived in the biggest one in creation for 10 billion years. Done, Naruto said. He set Neji down gently. Then he raised one finger, index finger, glowing with a soft, golden light that was warm even to look at, and pressed it against Neji's forehead, against the caged bird seal. The seal had been applied by the Hyuga main house using a technique passed down for generations. It was designed to be permanent, unbreakable, a brand of servitude that would activate with a single hand sign and cause excruciating pain, and would destroy the Byakugan upon the bearer's death to protect the clan's secrets. It was clever by human standards. By Lucifer Morningstar standards, it was a post-it note. Lightbringer flame, white gold, pure as the first light of creation, flowed from Naruto's finger into the seal. Not destructive, purifying. The flame moved through Neji's chakra system like water through pipes, finding every tendril of the seal, every anchor point, every fail-safe, and burning them away with the precision of a surgeon and the power of a god. Neji screamed. Not from pain, or at least not only from pain. The seal had been part of him for so long that its removal was like pulling out a deeply rooted tooth. The relief was immense, but the process was agony. The mark on his forehead glowed, then flickered, then faded, like ink washing off in the rain. Layer by layer, line by line, until the skin was smooth and unblemished. Clean, the caged bird seal was gone. Neji gasped. He dropped to his knees, hands going to his forehead, feeling the smooth skin where the seal had been. His Byakugan pulsed, still there, fully functional, but untethered now. Free, the arena erupted. In the Hyuga section of the stands, chaos reigned. Hiyashi Hyuga, clan head, Hinata's father, the man responsible for the branch house system, stood abruptly, his chair toppling behind him. His Byakugan was active, staring down at the arena with an expression that defied categorization. Shock, horror, something that might, in a different light, have been hope. Branch house members were on their feet, hands touching their own sealed foreheads, whispering, shouting, crying. Main house members were white-faced and rigid, watching the foundation of their power crumble in real time. Elders were apoplectic, screaming for Anbu, demanding intervention. Naruto stood in the center of it all, perfectly calm, and raised his voice. Not shouting, just projecting, with the effortless authority of a being accustomed to addressing multitudes. Consider it a gift from the devil, he said, his voice carried to every corner of the arena, clear as a bell. Fate is a lie. Destiny is a cage built by those who profit from your obedience. Free will is sacred. It is the one right that no seal, no clan, no god can take from you unless you let them. He looked down at Neji. Now forfeit, he said, and his voice was warm again, charming, almost gentle. I have a date with Detective Hinata. Neji looked up at him from the ground. His face was wet with tears. His forehead was bare. He was, for the first time in his life, truly free. I forfeit, Neji said, and then quieter, so only Naruto could hear. Thank you. Don't thank me, Naruto said. Thank her. She's the one who made me care. The proctor, who had watched the entire exchange with his senbon hanging from his slack jaw, shook himself and raised his hand. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd roared, not all of them. Some were horrified, some were furious, some were confused, but enough of them roared. Enough of them recognized what they'd witnessed. Not just a fight, but a declaration. A line drawn in the sand by something that didn't play by the rules of this world and didn't intend to start. Naruto walked up the stairs to the competitor's gallery. He passed Sasuke, who was staring at him with an expression Naruto couldn't quite read. Not jealousy this time, but something more complex. Admiration, maybe, tangled up with fear and resentment. He passed the other competitors. Gaara watched him with those dark-ringed eyes, and for the first time there was something other than murderous intent in them. Curiosity, a question the Sand Jinchuriki didn't know how to ask. Naruto walked to the stands. He climbed up to where Hinata sat because the competitor's gallery wasn't where he wanted to be right now. She was standing. Her bandaged hands were pressed to her chest. Her eyes were bright with tears. Naruto-kun, she said, you, for Neji, you freed him. For you, he said. "I did it for you, detective." She couldn't speak. She reached out and took his hand. He felt it, the mortality, the warmth, the terrifying, exhilarating, completely human sensation of his heart beating fast because a girl was holding his hand. "Shall we get ramen after this?" he asked. She nodded, tears streaming down her face, smiling so wide it must have hurt. "I'll take that as a yes." From inside the seal, Kurama groaned. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But the fox was smiling too. The invasion that followed the finals was by any strategic measure a catastrophe. Orochimaru, or what was left of him, patched together by his subordinates and driven by a mania that now bordered on psychosis after his glimpse of infinity, had orchestrated a combined assault. Sand and sound forces struck simultaneously, breaching Konoha's defenses, while a genjutsu put half the arena's audience to sleep. The third Hokage was trapped on the rooftop of the arena, sealed behind a barrier erected by Orochimaru's bodyguards, the Sound Four, while Orochimaru himself confronted his former teacher. Naruto sensed all of it. He sensed the invasion force breaching the walls. He sensed the Anbu mobilizing. He sensed Hiruzen's chakra spiking on the rooftop, preparing for a battle he might not survive. He sensed Gaara transforming, the One-Tail's influence warping his body into something monstrous. He made a choice. "Kurama," he said. The fox appeared on his shoulder, full attention. "Handle the small fry. Anyone who enters the village with intent to kill a civilian, put them down. Non-lethally if possible. If not possible, don't lose sleep over it." Kurama grinned, all teeth. Finally, something to do. The fox leaped from Naruto's shoulder and in mid-air grew. Not to full size. That would have destroyed the village he was trying to protect, but to the size of a large horse. 9 tails flaring behind him like whips made of fire. He landed on a rooftop and began to move, a blur of crimson fur and demonic fury, intercepting sound and sand forces with extreme prejudice. Naruto looked at Hinata. "Stay with your team. Stay safe." "What about you?" she asked. "I'm going to save an old man who's too stubborn to ask for help." He vanished. On the rooftop, Hiruzen Sarutobi was dying. He'd summoned the Reaper Death Seal, the Shiki Fujin, a forbidden technique that called upon the Shinigami to seal an opponent's soul at the cost of the user's own life. It was a last resort, the final play of a man who'd run out of options. Orochimaru's arms were already sealed. The Sannin screamed in pain and rage as the Shinigami's spectral hands pulled at his soul. But Hiruzen was fading. His chakra was depleted, his body aged and worn, couldn't sustain the technique. He was giving his life for his village. As a Hokage should, Naruto appeared on the rooftop. The barrier erected by the Sound Force should have stopped him. It was designed to be impenetrable, a 4-point barrier that even Jonin couldn't breach. Naruto walked through it like it was a curtain. The Sound Four gaped. One of them, Kidomaru, the spider-like one, shouted in alarm and launched webbing at Naruto. The webbing disintegrated on contact with his suit. Naruto didn't spare them a glance. He walked past them as if they didn't exist, because to him, they functionally didn't. He reached Hiruzen. The old man was on his knees, the Shinigami looming behind him, a spectral entity, massive and terrible, with a knife clenched in its teeth and hunger in its dead eyes. The Shinigami saw Naruto and stopped. It recognized him. Of course it did. The Shinigami was a death god, a minor one, as these things went, a regional deity of limited scope and moderate power. Naruto was the former ruler of the afterlife itself, the being who had managed the souls of the damned since before this world's sun had ignited. The Shinigami withdrew its hands from Orochimaru. It pulled back from Hiruzen. Its spectral form shrank, diminished, as if trying to make itself smaller in the presence of something vastly superior in the cosmic hierarchy. "Hello," Naruto said to the death god. His voice was pleasant, conversational. "I believe we've met. Different dimension, but death gods do tend to overlap. How are things?" The Shinigami made a sound that was not a word but conveyed the essence of one, submission. "Good. I need you to void this contract. Release the old man's soul, and Orochimaru's arms can stay sealed. Consider that a tip." The Shinigami complied. The spectral entity dissolved like morning mist, and with it went the binding on Hiruzen's life. The old Hokage gasped, color flooding back into his ashen face, his heart resuming its beat with the reluctant persistence of a machine that had been about to shut down and was told it had overtime. "Naruto," Hiruzen breathed. "How?" Don't ask questions you're not ready to hear the answers to, old man. Naruto helped him to his feet. Rest. The invasion is being handled. Orochimaru. Naruto looked at the Sannin. Orochimaru was on the ground, his sealed arms hanging limp, his golden eyes staring at Naruto with an expression that combined hatred, fear, and a manic fascination that hadn't diminished even after his mind had been shattered in the forest. You again, Orochimaru hissed. Me again, Naruto agreed. Your arms are done, by the way. Permanently. Consider it the universe's way of telling you to pick up a new hobby. Might I suggest piano? Orochimaru's subordinates dragged him away. The Sound Four grabbed their master and fled, the barrier dropping as they retreated. They were scared, not of the Leaf's forces, but of the boy in the white suit who had walked through their barrier and dismissed a death god with casual conversation. The invasion collapsed. Without Orochimaru's direct leadership, and with Kurama rampaging through the sound and sand forces like a fox in a henhouse, the attackers broke and fled. Gaara, who had partially transformed into Shukaku, was intercepted by Sasuke and ultimately talked down, not by force, but by a moment of unexpected connection between two boys who understood loneliness. Naruto allowed that. Some battles were better fought with words. By sunset, Konoha stood, damaged but unbroken. The third Hokage was alive, bruised, exhausted, but alive, thanks to a 12-year-old devil who had walked through an impenetrable barrier and told a death god to void a contract. The village celebrated. The village mourned. The village whispered. And Naruto played piano at Ichiraku's and pretended not to notice that the world was changing around him. The weeks after the invasion were tense. Tsunade Senju was brought back to become the fifth Hokage, a task that apparently required Jiraiya, one of the other legendary Sannin, to track her down in a gambling town and convince her to return. Naruto could have retrieved her in seconds. He could have appeared in whatever casino she was bankrupting, snapped his fingers, and teleported her to Konoha, but he didn't, because some things needed to happen naturally. Some people needed to make their own choices. Free will. Always free will. So Jiraiya went and returned with Tsunade, and the village had a new Hokage who drank too much, gambled worse, and had a terrifying temper, but also happened to be one of the greatest medical ninjas who had ever lived. She was good. Naruto approved. What he didn't approve of was the trajectory of Sasuke Uchiha. The curse mark was still there, sealed by Kakashi, contained but not destroyed, whispering to Sasuke in the quiet hours when the boy's defenses were lowest, promising power, promising vengeance, promising an end to the pain that ate at him like acid. Naruto watched. He waited. He gave Sasuke space, because free will demanded it. And then, one night, Sasuke made his choice. He left. Not with a bang, not with a declaration. He simply packed a bag, walked to the village gates in the dead of night, and kept walking. Behind him, 4 sound ninja, the same Sound Four who had erected the barrier during the invasion, waited to escort him to Orochimaru's hideout. Naruto knew the moment it happened. He'd been playing piano, a piece by Debussy that he'd adapted for the lounge's acoustics, when he felt Sasuke's chakra signature pass through the village gates and keep going. He stopped playing. The lounge went quiet. Customers looked up from their drinks. "Sorry," Naruto said, standing from the bench. "I have to go collect an idiot." He found Sakura first. She was at the village gates, crying. She tried to stop Sasuke, had confessed her feelings, begged him to stay, and he thanked her, knocked her unconscious, and left her on a bench. Naruto looked down at the pink-haired girl sleeping on the stone bench and felt a flicker of pity. Not for her, she'd survive, and maybe this would be the wake-up call she needed to develop a personality beyond Sasuke's fangirl. But for the situation, for the waste of it, Tsunade assembled a retrieval team. Shikamaru, Neji, Kiba, Choji, and some others. They set out after Sasuke and the Sound Four. Naruto was asked to go along. He was in Tsunade's office, standing before her desk, when she made the request. She was new to the hat, and she hadn't fully understood what Naruto was yet. She'd heard the stories, read the reports, but hearing about it and seeing it were different things. "Bring Sasuke back?" Tsunade said. "Fine," Naruto said, "but if he chooses to stay, I won't force him." Tsunade frowned. "He's a Konoha ninja. He's a minor. He doesn't get to choose to defect." "Everyone gets to choose," Naruto said. His voice was pleasant, but the words were iron. That's the one rule I will never break. Not for you, not for this village, not for anyone. They looked at each other. Tsunade saw something in his eyes, something old and immovable and absolutely certain of itself. Just bring him home, she said. I'll do my best, Naruto said, but his best might not agree with mine. He walked out of the office and vanished. The Valley of the End was everything its name implied. Two massive statues, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the founders of Konoha and the founders of its first great schism, stood on either side of a roaring waterfall, their stone hands frozen in eternal combat. The water crashed between them, a torrent of noise and mist and kinetic fury. A permanent monument to the idea that every bond, no matter how strong, could be broken. Sasuke stood at the top of Madara's statue. He'd fought his way through Naruto's comrades. The retrieval team had engaged the Sound Four at various points along the route, and Sasuke had slipped through while they were occupied. Now he stood at the edge of Konoha's territory, the border to Orochimaru's influence, the point of no return. The curse mark blazed on his neck. Stage 1, the flame-like pattern spreading across half his body, boosting his power at the cost of his humanity. His Sharingan was active, 3 tomoe in each eye, spinning with the frenetic energy of a mind tearing itself apart. He was about to take the final step. Then Naruto appeared. Not on the ground, not at the base of the waterfall, in the air, floating, arms crossed, white suit immaculate against the gray sky, not a hair out of place, his blue eyes burning with that otherworldly fire. Sasuke, 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 Naruto said. Always so dramatic. Sasuke spun, his hand going to his kunai. Naruto, the one and only. Well, technically, I am one of a kind across all dimensions, but you take my point. Sasuke's jaw tightened. Get out of my way. Or what? Naruto descended slowly, gravity releasing its irrelevant claim on by degrees until his shoes touched the top of Hashirama's stone head. He stood across the waterfall from Sasuke, the gap between them vast and symbolic and not remotely an obstacle. I'll go through you, Sasuke said. No, you won't. But I appreciate the enthusiasm. You don't understand, Sasuke shouted, and the curse mark pulsed, spreading further, the corrupted chakra singing in his veins. I need power. Orochimaru can give me power. I need to kill Itachi. You need therapy, Sasuke, but this world doesn't seem to have figured that out yet. This isn't a joke! Naruto's smile faded. No, he said, it's not. He stepped forward, across the air as if it were solid ground, walking over the waterfall with the casual confidence of a man crossing a living room, and landed on Madara's statue, 10 feet from Sasuke. I know what happened to your clan, Naruto said. I know what Itachi did. I know what the village did. I know all of it, Sasuke. Every rotten secret, every backdoor deal, every hand that touched the knife that killed your family. Sasuke's eyes went wide. What are you talking about? What did the village? Not yet. That's not a conversation for this moment. But I'll tell you this, the truth is more complicated than you think, and the man you want to kill did what he did for reasons that would break your heart if you understood them. Liar! I can't lie. Naruto said it flatly, without emphasis, because it was simply a fact. I physically cannot lie, Sasuke. It's the one rule that's been burned into my soul since the beginning of time. When I tell you the truth is complicated, I mean it. When I tell you that running to Orochimaru will not give you what you need, I mean it. Sasuke activated stage 2. The transformation was violent. His skin went gray. His hair grew long and wild. Dark, hand-shaped wings sprouted from his back, twisted parodies of flight, ugly and powerful. His eyes, already red with the Sharingan, took on a manic, desperate quality. He looked like a gargoyle. You look like a gargoyle, Naruto said. Tacky. Shut up, Sasuke screamed, and he charged. He formed hand signs with inhuman speed, the curse mark supercharging his chakra, and lightning erupted in his palm. Chidori, the technique Kakashi had taught him, amplified by the curse mark to a level that exceeded anything its creator had intended. The lightning screamed, a sound like 1,000 birds compressed into a fist-sized sphere of electrical destruction. Sasuke closed the distance in a heartbeat and drove the Chidori straight into Naruto's chest. The lightning connected. For a single, breathless moment, the world held still. The waterfall froze mid-cascade. The wind stopped. Every molecule in the Valley of the End paused. Then the Chidori fizzled out. The lightning didn't bounce off Naruto. It didn't break apart or redirect or explode. It simply stopped. The electrical energy dispersed harmlessly into the air, absorbed and nullified by a body that had weathered forces that made lightning look like a spark from a static-charged doorknob. Sasuke's hand was still pressed against Naruto's chest. He could feel the heartbeat beneath the shirt. Steady, slow, completely unconcerned, Naruto looked down at Sasuke's hand, then up at Sasuke's face. "Is that it?" he asked. There was no mockery in his voice, no amusement, just a tired, ancient sadness that made Sasuke's curse mark-fueled rage stutter and falter. "You can't beat me, Sasuke. Not with the curse mark, not with the Sharingan, not with every technique Orochimaru could teach you over 1,000 years. I am beyond you. I will always be beyond you. Not because you're weak, but because I am what I am." Sasuke tried to pull his hand back. Naruto caught it, gently, like catching a bird. He held Sasuke's fist in his palm and looked the Uchiha in the eyes. "What is it you truly desire, brother?" Sasuke fought it. God, he fought it. The curse mark raged against the compulsion. Orochimaru's corruption battling the devil's power for control of Sasuke's will. But it was no contest. Orochimaru was a snake playing at godhood. Naruto was the genuine article. The truth came out. It always did. "I want power," Sasuke screamed. "I want to kill Itachi. I want." His voice broke. The rage cracked, and beneath it, raw and bleeding and too honest to bear, was the rest. "I want my family back. I want my brother back. I want someone to tell me it wasn't my fault. I want the nightmares to stop. I want to stop hurting." He collapsed. The curse mark receded as Sasuke's knees hit the stone. The gray skin faded. The wings dissolved. He was just a boy again, 13 years old, crying on the head of a stone monument, grieving a family he'd lost and a brother he didn't understand. Naruto looked at him for a long moment. Then he sighed. "Revenge," he said softly. "It's a hollow meal, Sasuke. Trust me, I rebelled against God himself. I led a war against heaven, the most powerful force in all of creation, because I believed free will was worth fighting for. And do you know what I got for it? An eternity in hell. Not because I lost. I didn't lose, not exactly, but because winning cost me everything I'd ever cared about." Sasuke looked up at him, tears and snot running down his face, stripped of every defense. "This path you're on, running to Orochimaru, chasing power, letting hate drive you, it won't give you what you want. It'll give you what Itachi wanted you to have. And I promise you, Sasuke, Itachi's plan for your life is not the one you choose if you knew the truth." "Then tell me the truth," Sasuke whispered. "Not yet. You're not ready, but soon." "That's not fair." "No, it's not. But life isn't fair, and I should know. I'm the devil, and even I got a raw deal." He reached out and placed his palm on Sasuke's neck directly over the curse mark. "This, however, I can fix." Hellfire white gold flames erupted from Naruto's hand. Not the destructive hellfire of myth, not the punishing fire of damnation. Lightbringer flames, the original fire, the first flame, the light that Lucifer Morningstar had carried before the fall. It was a fire that burned away corruption the way dawn burns away darkness. Absolutely, irrevocably, and with a beauty that made the process almost gentle. The flames sank into Sasuke's skin. They found the curse mark, that twisted parasitic seal that Orochimaru had branded onto the boy like a cattle brand, and they devoured it. Not just the mark itself, but the pathways it had created, the hooks it had sunk into Sasuke's chakra network, the whispered promises and amplified hatreds that had been feeding into Sasuke's psyche for months. Sasuke screamed. The curse mark fought back. Orochimaru's will, encoded into the seal, raging against destruction, but it was a candle fighting a supernova. The flames burned through it in seconds. The mark faded, flickered, and died, but Naruto didn't stop there. The flames spread further, deeper, past the curse mark and into the architecture of Sasuke's trauma. Not erasing it. Naruto would never violate someone's memories. That was his father's game. But illuminating it. Showing Sasuke the truth through feeling, through pure emotional transmission. Sasuke saw the Uchiha massacre. He'd seen it before, in nightmares, in Itachi's Tsukuyomi. But he'd seen the version Itachi wanted him to see. The monster, the murderer, the brother who killed for sport. Now he saw what Naruto showed him. The real version. Fragmented, incomplete. Naruto gave him glimpses, not the whole picture, because some truths needed to be earned, but enough. He saw Itachi's tears. Falling in the darkness, unseen by anyone, as his brother stood over their parents' bodies and trembled with a grief so vast it could have swallowed the world. He saw the weight on Itachi's shoulders, the impossible choice, the village's ultimatum, the sacrifice of everything he loved to save everything he was. He didn't see the full truth. Not yet. But he saw enough to understand that the story was not what he thought it was. The flames faded. Sasuke lay on the stone, gasping, his neck bare and unmarked, the curse mark gone forever. His body trembled. His eyes were red, not with the Sharingan, but with tears. "Itachi," he whispered. "Itachi, what did you do?" Naruto stood over him. The wind blew through the valley of the end, carrying mist from the waterfall, and for a moment, with his white suit and his golden light and his ancient, weary eyes, Naruto looked exactly like what he was. An angel who had fallen and never stopped falling, searching for something worth landing on. "Come home, Sasuke," he said. "Come home, and I promise you, when you're ready, I'll tell you everything." Sasuke closed his eyes. The fight went out of him. Not defeated, released, like a fist that had been clenched for years finally opening. "Okay," he said. Naruto bent down and picked him up, bridal style, because the devil was nothing if not theatrical, and because Sasuke was too wrung out to walk. The Uchiha didn't protest. He was unconscious in seconds, his body finally surrendering to exhaustion now that his mind had given it permission. Naruto looked at the two statues, Hashirama and Madara, the first friends, the first enemies, the original cycle of love and betrayal that this world seemed doomed to repeat. "We're breaking the cycle," he said to them. "Just so you know." He teleported. Konoha received them with the chaotic urgency of a village that had been holding its breath. Naruto appeared at the hospital entrance, Sasuke unconscious in his arms, and walked inside without waiting for anyone to open the door. It opened for him anyway. Doors had a tendency to do that. Tsunade was there within minutes, medical chakra glowing green around her hands as she assessed Sasuke's condition. Her expression went through a series of changes as she examined him. Confusion, disbelief, then something approaching awe. "The curse mark," she said. "It's gone." "Yes. How?" "That seal was Orochimaru's masterwork. I couldn't remove it. Jiraiya couldn't remove it. The best Fuinjutsu masters in the village said it was permanent. I burned it out." "With what?" "Hellfire." Tsunade stared at him. She was the fifth Hokage, a woman who had seen things that would break lesser minds. But the boy in the white suit, standing in her hospital with blood that wasn't his on his cuffs and an expression of mild fatigue that somehow made him look 1,000 years old, was testing the limits of even her capacity for disbelief. "His chakra network is clean," she said, returning her attention to Sasuke. "Better than clean. It's like it's been purified, optimized. His pathways are wider, his reserves are deeper, his coils are..." She shook her head. "This shouldn't be possible." "I hear that a lot," Naruto said. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. "Take care of him, Hokage-sama. He's been through more than anyone his age should have to endure." "Naruto," he looked back. "What are you?" Tsunade asked. Naruto considered the question. He'd been asked it many times now, by Kakashi, by Zabuza, by Orochimaru, by Sasuke. Each time he deflected or joked or given a cryptic non-answer. This time, looking at Tsunade, a woman who had lost everyone she loved and kept going, a woman who understood loss the way Naruto understood rebellion, he gave her the truth. "I'm the Morningstar," he said, "the Lightbringer, the first angel, the first rebel, the first exile. I've been called many things across many worlds, Lucifer, Samil, the devil, the adversary. In this life, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm trying for the first time in a very long existence to be something other than what I was." Tsunade said nothing for a long time. "Well," she said finally, "at least you're on our side." "I'm on my side," Naruto said. "But your side and my side happen to overlap at the moment. Don't take it for granted." He left. The retrieval team returned in pieces. Choji was in critical condition from using his clan's forbidden pills. Neji had taken a near-fatal wound protecting his teammates. Ironic for a boy who'd once preached about fate. Now, freed from his seal, he'd chosen to risk his life for others. Kiba and Akamaru were battered. Shikamaru was uninjured, but carrying a weight of guilt that Naruto could see like a dark cloud around his soul. They'd fought the Sound Four. They'd won. Barely. And Naruto had brought Sasuke home. The village reacted the way it always did, with a mixture of relief, gossip, and political maneuvering. Sasuke was placed under watch. The council argued about his punishment. The civilian population whispered about the blonde boy who'd walked into the valley and walked back out carrying an Uchiha. Naruto ignored all of it. He went home. He changed out of his white suit. There was a spot of mud on the hem that was bothering him, into a black one. He walked to Ichiraku's. The lounge was quiet. Mid-afternoon. No customers yet. Tochi was behind the bar, polishing glasses with the zen-like contentment of a man who'd learned not to question the impossible things that happened around his favorite customer. Naruto sat at the piano. He played. Something soft. Something he'd never played before. A composition that he was writing in real time, note by note, building it as he went. It started simply, a single melodic line, clear and clean. Then it grew. Harmonies layered in, counterpoints wove through the melody, and the music became something rich and complex and achingly, heartbreakingly beautiful. It was a piece about falling, not the violent, punitive fall from heaven, a different kind of falling, the slow, terrifying, wonderful kind. The kind where you fall towards someone instead of away from something. The kind where you don't know if there's a bottom, and you're starting to realize that you don't care. He was still playing when Hinata walked in. She'd been released from the hospital days ago, but the bandages were still there. On her arms, on her hands, a small one on her neck. She moved carefully, her body still healing, but her eyes were bright and her step was sure. She sat on the bench next to him, not across from him, not at a polite distance. Next to him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Naruto didn't stop playing, but he shifted the melody, making space for her presence, weaving her into the music the way she'd woven herself into his life, quietly, inevitably, permanently. "You brought Sasuke-kun home," she said. "I did. Everyone's talking about it. They usually are. They're saying that you're something other than human. They're right." She was quiet for a moment. The music filled the space between them, warm, gentle, honest. "Naruto-kun," she said. "What are you, really?" He'd been asked this question before, many times, and every time he'd given a different answer. Jokes, deflections, cryptic truths wrapped in charming smiles. But this was Hinata, the detective, the one person who looked at the devil and saw a lonely boy, the one person who made him mortal. She deserved the truth. He stopped playing. The last note hung in the air, suspended, unwilling to fade. "I'm something old, detective," he said. "Something from before this world. Before any world. I was the first being my father ever created. The Morningstar. The angel of light. I was beautiful, I was powerful, and I was free." He looked at the keys. "And then I wasn't. Because I chose freedom over obedience. I chose free will over divine plan. And for that sin, if you can call it a sin, I was cast out, thrown down, exiled to a place of darkness and pain, where I spent more years than there are stars in the sky." His voice was soft, not dramatic, not theatrical, just a man, or something like a man, telling his story to the one person he trusted with it. "I've been many things since then. A king of demons, a punisher of the damned, a villain in every story ever told, the monster under the bed, the snake in the garden, the adversary." He paused. "And now, somehow, I'm a 12-year-old boy in a ninja village, sitting next to a girl who makes me feel human for the first time in forever." He looked at her. She was watching him with those lavender eyes, wide and luminous and full of something that looked like understanding. "I don't know why I'm here, Hinata. I don't know why my father sent me to this world or what he expects me to do. But I know this. You're the only one who makes me feel mortal, the only one who makes me feel real. And that terrifies me more than anything in hell ever did." She didn't speak for a long moment. The lounge was silent. Even the ambient music had stopped, the piano respectful of the moment. Then Hinata reached out and took his hand. "You're real to me, Naruto-kun," she said. Her voice was steady, no stutter, no blush, just truth, simple and absolute. "You've always been real to me, not because of your powers or your wings or your fire, because you're lonely and kind, and you play music that makes people feel things they've forgotten how to feel. That's what I see when I look at you. That's what I've always seen." Naruto stared at her in all his eons of existence, across heaven and hell and every dimension in between. No one had ever said anything like that to him. No one had ever seen past the fire and the fury and the cosmic power to the thing underneath. A being who had been alone for so long that he'd forgotten what company felt like. Until now. Something cracked inside him. Not broke, cracked, like light through a curtain or dawn through a closed window. A fissure in the carefully maintained wall of charm and wit and theatrical confidence that he built around the hollow place where his heart should have been. And through that crack, something leaked. Hope. Disgusting. Sentimental. Utterly human. Absolutely wonderful. You, Naruto said, and his voice cracked again, that mortal voice, the one he only had around her, are the most extraordinary person I have ever met, in any dimension, in any lifetime. And I have met everyone. She blushed. Finally, there it was, the familiar rose pink spreading across her cheeks, the gentle collision of Hinata's shyness with her courage. She leaned her head against his shoulder. He let her. They sat together on the piano bench, and the world, this small, strange, violent, beautiful world, was for a moment perfectly still. From the corner of the lounge, a small fox in a waistcoat sat on the bar, nursing what appeared to be a tiny sake cup that Tochi had provided with raised eyebrows. Kurama looked at the two of them, his king, the Lightbringer, the Lord of Hell, the most powerful being in this world and most others, sitting on a piano bench and blushing because a teenage girl had put her head on his shoulder and rolled his eyes so hard it was practically audible. "You two are disgustingly cute," Kurama said. Naruto laughed, a real laugh. Not charming or theatrical or strategically deployed. Just a laugh from a boy who was sitting next to a girl who made him feel real. He turned back to the piano, placed his fingers on the keys, and played. The melody was new. He'd never played it before, never heard it before, never known it existed. It wrote itself as he played, a composition born from this moment, this feeling, this girl. It was bright and warm and hopeful, with just enough sadness in the harmonics to make it honest. It was the sound of falling, not from heaven, not from grace, into something. The lounge filled with music. Tochi wiped his eyes and pretended it was the onions. Kurama drank his tiny sake and pretended he wasn't smiling. Hinata closed her eyes and listened, and her hand stayed in Naruto's even as he played, because the devil was talented enough to play a masterpiece with one hand while holding the world with the other. Outside, the sun set over Konoha. The village settled into evening, lights flickering on in windows, the sounds of daily life winding down. Somewhere, Sasuke slept in a hospital bed, dreaming of fire that didn't burn but illuminated. Somewhere, Neji touched his bare forehead and smiled. Somewhere, Iruka graded papers and hummed a melody he couldn't place but couldn't forget. Somewhere, Hiruzen sat in his garden, alive when he shouldn't have been, watching the stars appear and wondering about angels. And in a ramen stand that was bigger on the inside, where jazz played itself and the ramen was always hot and the bartender had learned not to ask questions, the devil played piano. He played for the girl beside him. He played for the world that had given him something he'd never expected to find, a reason to stay. He played until the stars came out, and then he played some more, because the music said all the things he couldn't, and the night was young, and for the first time in an eternity of existence, Naruto Uzumaki, Lucifer Morningstar, the Lightbringer, the Morning Star, the Devil Incarnate, was not lonely. The music drifted out through the doors and windows of the lounge into the streets of Konoha, carried by the evening breeze to the ears of anyone still awake. They stopped what they were doing. They listened. They felt something warm and sad and beautiful, and they didn't know where it came from or what it meant, but they remembered it. They would always remember it, and that was the problem with memory. It lingered. It stuck to the walls of the mind like smoke, and no amount of time could scrub it clean. The music Naruto played that night became a ghost that haunted Konoha, a melody that crept into dreams and hummed in the silence between heartbeats. Mothers sang fragments of it to their children without knowing where they'd heard it. Shinobi whistled bars of it on patrol. Old men sat on park benches and wept for reasons they couldn't articulate. And when asked what was wrong, they'd say, "Nothing. I just remembered something beautiful." Naruto noticed. He always noticed. But he didn't stop playing. The weeks after the retrieval became months. The months became seasons. Konoha healed itself the way all wounded things do, slowly, imperfectly, with scars that itched when the weather changed. The political fallout from the Chunin exams invasion settled like ash after a wildfire, coating everything in a fine layer of new normal. Tsunade wore the hat. Danzo schemed in his shadows. The council bickered. The world turned, and Naruto, for the first time in his eternal existence, was restless. Not bored, he was always bored. Boredom was the ambient condition of omnipotence. This was different. This was a feeling like standing at a window and knowing the storm was coming, but not knowing when. A prickling in his cosmic awareness, a disturbance in the fabric of things, like a note slightly out of tune in an otherwise perfect chord. Something was moving in the dark. Something organized. Something hunting. He mentioned it to Kurama one evening, sitting on the roof of his apartment building, legs dangling over the edge, watching the sunset paint Konoha in shades of amber and gold. They're called Akatsuki, Kurama said, lounging beside him in his small fox form. 9 tails fanned out like a hand of crimson cards. Criminal organization. S-rank missing nin. They've been collecting tailed beasts. Collecting, Naruto repeated. Like stamps. Like weapons. They're extracting the beasts from their hosts and sealing them into a statue. The hosts die in the process. Naruto's expression didn't change, but the air around him cooled by exactly 2 degrees. They want you. They want what I represent, power, the means to some grand plan involving all 9 beasts. I don't know the specifics. I've been sealed inside various meat suits for the last century or so. Hard to keep up with current events. And how do you feel about that? Being hunted? Kurama snorted, a puff of red chakra escaping his nostrils. I feel amused. I'm partnered with the literal devil. Any fool who comes for me deserves what they get. Naruto smiled. Loyal fox. Don't get sentimental, Your Majesty. It's unbecoming. But Kurama's tails curled around Naruto's arm as they watched the sun go down, and neither of them mentioned it. The restlessness grew, and with it, a decision crystallized. Not with the sharp clarity of epiphany, but with the slow certainty of tide coming in. Naruto needed to leave. Not permanently. Not because he wanted to. Leaving meant leaving Hinata, and the thought of that made something in his chest clench in a way that was distinctly, irritatingly mortal. But the disturbance he felt was not local. It was dimensional, cosmic. Something was wrong, not just with this world, but with the architecture of reality surrounding it. And the only way to diagnose the problem was to go look, he told Hinata on a Wednesday. They were at Ichiraku's. Of course they were. It was their place, the lounge that existed in the pocket of warped space-time that Naruto had folded into a ramen stand. She was sitting beside him at the piano bench, which had become her spot, her permanent place in his carefully constructed world. She was 14 now, taller, her hair longer, her confidence blooming like a flower that had finally found sunlight. She still blushed when he looked at her. He still loved it when she did. I have to go away for a while, he said, his fingers drifting across the keys in an idle melody. A few years, maybe. Her hands tightened around her teacup. Where? Everywhere. Other dimensions. The spaces between realities. I need to see what's wrong with the foundations. He paused. I can feel cracks, detective. Not in this world. In the walls that separate this world from others. Something is pushing through, and I need to understand what before it arrives. She was quiet for a long time. The music played itself, soft and melancholy, responding to the emotional temperature of the room. Will you come back? She asked. Always. Promise? I don't make promises. I make statements of fact. He turned to look at her. I will come back, Hinata. This is not a promise. It is a certainty. The sun will rise, the tide will turn, and I will come back to you. She didn't cry. He'd expected tears. She was emotional, his detective, wore her heart on her sleeve like a badge of honor, but she surprised him. She set down her teacup, turned to face him fully, and placed both her hands on his cheeks. His heart stuttered. Mortal. Around her, always mortal. Then go, she said. Do what you have to do, and when you come back, I'll be stronger. Strong enough to stand beside you, not behind you. He reached up and covered her hands with his. You already stand beside me, detective. You always have. She kissed his cheek, quick, warm, devastating. Then she stood up and walked out of the lounge with her back straight and her chin high. And Naruto watched her go and felt, for the first time since the fall, like he was the one being left behind. You could just stay, Kurama said from the bar. I could. But something out there is wrong, and if I don't fix it, it'll come here. And if it comes here, it comes for her. That's not happening. So you're leaving the girl you love to protect the girl you love. Don't psychoanalyze me, Kurama. You're a fox. I'm a demon who spent millennia sealed inside humans. I know more about feelings than you do. Naruto didn't argue. Because Kurama was right, he left the next morning. No ceremony, no fanfare. He told Hiruzen, still alive, still smoking that pipe, looking at Naruto with the weary acceptance of a man who'd given up trying to understand and settled for coexisting. He told Tsunade, who told him to come back in one piece, which was unnecessary since he couldn't be damaged in any number of pieces. He told Iruka, who hugged him and said, "Be safe." And Naruto hugged him back and said nothing, because even the devil doesn't have words for everything. He didn't tell Sasuke because Sasuke was still in recovery, physically healed, emotionally raw, spending his days in the restored Uchiha compound trying to rebuild a life from the wreckage of everything he'd known. The Uchiha would be fine. Naruto had given him the tools. The rest was up to free will. And then Naruto spread his wings, white, luminous, burning with the cold fire of the first dawn, and he flew up and through the membrane of reality itself, and he was gone. 3 years passed. In cosmic terms, 3 years was nothing. A blink, a breath. Naruto had once spent 3 centuries in a single layer of hell, reorganizing the punishment protocols for the gluttonous, and it had felt like a long afternoon. Time was a flexible concept when you existed outside it. But 3 years in a mortal body with mortal connections and mortal anchors felt different. It felt like distance, like silence, like the absence of a particular lavender-eyed warmth that had become, without his permission, the fixed point around which his existence orbited. He went to hell first. His hell, the original, the one he'd ruled for eons before his reincarnation. It was still there, of course. Dimensions didn't just disappear because their ruler took a sabbatical. His lieutenants had maintained order in his absence, more out of terror than loyalty, and the damned were still being punished, and the bureaucracy was still grinding away with the mechanical efficiency that Naruto had implemented during his 3rd millennium in charge. He checked the foundations. They were stable. Whatever was wrong wasn't coming from below. He went to heaven next, or tried to. The Silver City's gates were closed to him, as they always were, as they had been since the fall. He stood outside and looked up at the walls of light and felt the old ache, the ancient wound that never fully healed, the bone-deep rejection of a child turned away by a parent. His father was silent. The presence didn't speak, didn't acknowledge, didn't explain. Some things never changed. He moved through dimensions like a man walking through rooms. The DC multiverse, the source wall. The dreaming, where he shared a drink with an old acquaintance who wore black and spoke in white text and understood loneliness in a way that made even the devil feel seen. The void, the spaces between spaces, where reality frayed at the edges and the nothing pressed in like water against a hull. And there he found the cracks, not physical cracks, conceptual ones. Tears in the fabric of dimensional separation, tiny but growing, centered around the elemental nations. Something was trying to push through, something old, something that predated even the local pantheon of tailed beasts and sage powers. Naruto examined the tears with his cosmic awareness and saw traces of a familiar energy, not demonic, not divine, but alien. Otsutsuki, a species of interdimensional parasites who traveled between worlds, planting seeds of chakra like farmers planting crops, then returning to harvest the grown power. One of them was still alive, sealed but not dead, waiting in the marrow of this world like a dormant virus. Kaguya Naruto filed the information away and kept moving. He visited other realities, other versions of this world, and in each one found the same pattern. The Otsutsuki arrived, they fed, they left. Except in this world, where one had been sealed by her own sons and left to rot in a prison of moon and memory. The cracks were her doing. Her will bleeding through the seal, weakening the dimensional barriers, calling for rescue that would never come, or would come too late if someone dealt with the problem first. Naruto intended to be that someone. He returned to the elemental nations on a Tuesday. It was raining. Not a dramatic downpour or a symbolic storm, just a quiet, steady rain that turned Konoha streets silver and made the rooftops glisten. He appeared in the middle of the village. No wings, no flash of light, just a man stepping out of thin air onto a wet street with the casual ease of someone stepping off a bus. He wore a new suit. midnight blue, three-piece, with a silk pocket square the color of dying embers. The fabric was woven from threads he'd collected across 5 dimensions, and it moved like water and felt like sin. His shoes were handmade from leather that didn't exist in this world, polished to a mirror shine that the rain couldn't dull. His hair was longer. He'd let it grow during his travels, and it fell across his forehead in lazy golden waves that framed those blue flame eyes. He looked 18, or ageless, or ancient, depending on who was looking. The first person to see him was a shonen on gate patrol, who dropped his clipboard, rubbed his eyes, and promptly fell over a trash can. The second was an Ambu operative who materialized on a rooftop, took one look at the figure standing in the rain, and vanished to report to the Hokage. The third was Hinata. She came around a corner, umbrella in hand, and stopped. She'd grown. Of course she'd grown. 3 years, 14 to 17, the difference between a girl and a young woman. Her hair was long, past her shoulders, dark as midnight and just as deep. She was taller, her frame still slender, but carrying a quiet strength that hadn't been there before. Her jacket was gone, replaced by a fitted training outfit that suggested she'd spent the intervening years doing exactly what she'd promised, getting stronger. Her eyes hadn't changed, lavender, luminous, seeing everything. They stood in the rain, 20 feet apart, and the world narrowed to the space between them. Naruto's heart hammered. Mortal, still mortal. After 3 years across dimensions, after visiting heaven and hell in the spaces between, she still made him mortal. "Detective," he said. Her umbrella hit the ground. She ran. She closed the distance in seconds and crashed into him with a force that would have knocked a normal person off their feet. Her arms went around him, her face pressed into his chest, and she held on with a strength that had nothing to do with chakra and everything to do with 3 years of waiting. Naruto held her. His arms closed around her automatically, instinctively, and the rain fell on them both, and he didn't bother to deflect it because getting wet with her felt more real than staying dry alone. "You're back," she said into his shirt. "I told you. Statement of fact." She pulled back and looked up at him. Her eyes were bright with tears she wasn't bothering to hide. "You look different. Better, I hope. You look like you. You always look like you." She touched his cheek. Her fingers were warm even in the rain. "I missed you. I know." He caught her hand, pressed his lips to her knuckles, felt the mortal warmth spread through him like sunlight. "I missed you too, detective. Every dimension felt wrong without you in it." From behind a nearby building, Kurama, who had traveled on Naruto's shoulder through 5 realities and hadn't complained once, hopped down and shook the rain from his fur with theatrical disgust. "If you two are done being disgusting, I'd like to be dry," the fox said. Hinata laughed. She hadn't seen Kurama's small form before, not up close, and she knelt down and held out her hand. The 9-tailed fox, the most feared demon in the elemental nations, looked at her outstretched hand, looked at Naruto, and submitted to being petted with a grudging rumble that was absolutely a purr. "She's acceptable," Kurama muttered, leaning into her touch. "High praise from the 9-tailed terror," Naruto said. They went to Ichiraku's. The lounge was exactly as he'd left it, the dimensional pocket self-sustaining, the jazz playing softly, Touchy behind the bar looking 3 years older but no less content. The old man saw Naruto walk in and simply reached for a glass. "Welcome back, kid. The usual? Please. And for the lady?" "Tea," Hinata said, settling onto the bar stool beside Naruto with the ease of someone reclaiming a space that had always been hers. Naruto played piano that night. Of course he did. And the music that filled the lounge was different from the music that had come before. Deeper, richer, layered with the harmonics of 5 dimensions and the emotional weight of 3 years of separation and the quiet, desperate joy of coming home. The village learned of his return within hours. By morning, it was all anyone was talking about. The devil was back. The Morningstar had returned. Some celebrated. Some trembled. Tsunade sent an Ambu to request his presence in her office, which Naruto treated as a polite suggestion, and arrived 4 hours later, freshly suited and carrying a cup of coffee that smelled like it had been brewed in a dimension where coffee was a religious sacrament. 3 years, Tsunade said, leaning back in her chair. She looked tired. The hat weighed on her differently than it had weighed on Hiruzen, less like a crown and more like a yoke. You left for 3 years without authorization. I don't require authorization, Hokage-sama. I require nothing, but I appreciate the sentiment. Where did you go? Everywhere. Other dimensions, the spaces between realities. I was investigating a threat. What kind of threat? The kind that makes your Akatsuki problem look like a schoolyard scuffle. He sipped his coffee, but we'll deal with that when it arrives. For now, tell me about these cloaked gentlemen who've been collecting my brethren. Tsunade filled him in. The Akatsuki had been active during his absence. The one tail had been extracted from Gaara. The boy had nearly died, saved only by the intervention of a Sand Village elder who sacrificed her life. The two tails, the three tails others, taken, extracted, their hosts killed. Naruto listened. His expression didn't change, but the temperature in the Hokage's office dropped 5 degrees. They killed Gaara? He asked. He was revived. Barely. The Sand Village elder performed a resurrection jutsu at the cost of her own life. Naruto set down his coffee. Resurrection. Interesting. A mortal performing resurrection, the cost is always life for life. Amateur work. He paused. And now they're coming for Kurama. Intel suggests you're one of their primary targets. Naruto smiled. It was not a kind smile. Let them come. He walked out of the office and into the hallway, where 3 people were waiting. Sakura Haruno had changed. Trained under Tsunade, her chakra control was immaculate, her strength formidable, her medical skills approaching her teacher's level. She'd grown into a capable kunoichi, and the fangirl who'd spent her academy days mooning over Sasuke was, if not entirely gone, at least buried under layers of genuine competence. Kakashi Hatake had not changed. Same mask, same lazy posture, same single visible eye. The Sharingan was still hidden beneath his headband. He read an orange book that he did not try to conceal, which Naruto respected, and Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto looked at him and saw 3 years of progress. The darkness that had clung to Sasuke's soul like tar was diminished. Not gone, never entirely gone, but managed, controlled. The boy who had run to Orochimaru was gone, replaced by a young man who had spent 3 years rebuilding the Uchiha compound with his own hands, training without hatred, learning to carry his grief instead of being crushed by it. His eyes were clear. His Mangekyo Sharingan, awakened during the intervening years through circumstances Naruto would later learn about, held power without madness. Dobe, Sasuke said. Imo, Naruto replied. They looked at each other. Then Sasuke extended his fist. Naruto met it with his own, a gesture so ordinary, so human, that it would have been unremarkable between any two friends. Between the devil and the last Uchiha, it was a covenant. Team 7, Kakashi said, eye crinkling. Back together. I preferred the solo act, Naruto said, but I suppose ensemble work has its charms. The Akatsuki came for him 3 weeks later. It started with intelligence reports, a pair of cloaked figures spotted crossing the border of Fire Country, moving with purpose toward Konoha. Then sightings, confirmed by scout teams who watched from a distance and came back pale and sweating. 2 figures, one hunched, wrapped in black, moving like a scorpion. The other tall, blonde, with a single visible eye and a mouth on each palm that grinned with mad glee. Sasori of the Red Sand, Deidara of the Explosion Corps. They were supposed to be coming for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. They expected a teenager with a fox sealed in his belly. What they got was something quite different. Naruto met them in a clearing 10 miles from Konoha's gates. He chose the location deliberately, far enough from the village to avoid collateral damage, close enough that the Anbu monitoring his movements could observe. He wanted witnesses. The devil was nothing if not theatrical. He stood in the center of the clearing, hands in the pockets of his midnight blue suit, the afternoon sun casting his shadow long across the grass. Kurama sat on a tree stump nearby, wearing his tiny waistcoat, licking his paw with studied nonchalance. Sasori arrived first, or rather, his puppet body did. The hunched form of Hiruko shuffling into the clearing with the mechanical deliberation of something that had forgotten what natural movement looked like. The tail, dripping with poison, arched over the puppet's back like a scorpion's stinger. Deidara landed from above, perched on a clay bird that dissolved beneath his feet as he dropped to the ground. His hands were already working, tongues of the palm mouths chewing clay into shapes. So this is the Nine Tails brat, Deidara said, grinning. Doesn't look like much. Appearances are deceiving, Sasori grated from within Hiruko. Be cautious. I'm always cautious, Sasori Dana. But art waits for no man. Naruto looked at them with the expression of a man who'd been handed a mildly interesting puzzle. The puppeteer and the bomber. I've heard of you. Akatsuki's resident artists. He tilted his head. I appreciate artistry. Deidara moved first. His palm mouth spat clay, dozens of tiny spiders, sculpted with manic precision that skittered toward Naruto across the grass. They reached his feet and exploded. The detonation was impressive by mortal standards. The ground cratered. The blast radius consumed 20 feet. Smoke and debris billowed upward. When it cleared, Naruto was standing in the same spot. The grass around him was scorched. His suit was immaculate. Interesting, Naruto said. You imbue clay with explosive chakra. The detonation is triggered by a mental command. Efficient, creative, visually appealing. He brushed a speck of soot from his lapel, but ultimately ineffective. Deidara's grin faltered. He reached into his pouch and produced a larger sculpture. A bird, wings spread, packed with enough explosive clay to level a city block. C3, he screamed, hurling it skyward. The bird expanded, swelling with chakra, growing to the size of a building. The explosion was nuclear, a sphere of white-hot destruction that consumed the sky, vaporized the clouds, and sent a shockwave racing outward that flattened trees for a quarter mile. Naruto didn't flinch. The explosion washed over him, through him, around him, and he stood untouched, his hair undisturbed, his suit pristine. The raw destructive force of Deidara's ultimate technique, enough to obliterate a fortress, registered to Naruto as a warm breeze. Art is an explosion? Naruto said, looking up at the dissipating fireball. How original. Let me show you true art. He raised his palm. Light gathered, not fire, not chakra, but light in its purest form, compressed and contained. In his hand, a sphere materialized, small, no bigger than a marble, but within it, atoms fused. Hydrogen became helium, became carbon, became oxygen, the fundamental alchemy of stellar creation occurring in miniature, contained by the will of the Lightbringer, a star. A miniature star, burning in his palm, radiating heat and light, and the fundamental force that powered every sun in every galaxy in every dimension. Deidara stared at it. His visible eye went wide. The palm mouths on his hands opened and closed in silent, reflexive horror. That, Deidara whispered, is art, Naruto said. He closed his fist and the star winked out, extinguished as easily as a candle. The rest is just explosions. Sasori attacked while Deidara was frozen. The puppet master deployed his arsenal, 100 puppets, each armed with poisoned blades and hidden mechanisms, the red secret technique that had conquered an entire nation. They swarmed Naruto from every angle, a whirlwind of death and precision. Naruto didn't move. The puppets reached him, blades and needles and sawtooth mechanisms closing in from all sides. They stopped. Every single puppet froze in midair, suspended by invisible force. Then, one by one, they disassembled. Screws unwound, joints separated, blades fell free. 100 killing machines came apart into their component pieces. A cascade of wood and metal and string that fell to the ground like the saddest confetti in history. Sasori emerged from Hiruko, his true body revealed. A young man's face on a puppet's frame, artificial and beautiful and hollow. His core, the living heart sealed in a cylinder in his chest, pulsed with the only organic thing left of him. Naruto walked toward him. Sasori launched blades from his wrists, fired jets of poison, unleashed every hidden weapon in his converted body. Each attack disintegrated before reaching Naruto, dissolving into harmless particles. Naruto stopped in front of Sasori and looked at the puppet man with those burning blue eyes. What is it you truly desire, Sasori? The compulsion was immediate and absolute. Sasori's artificial face, incapable of expression by design, somehow contorted. The living heart in his chest pulsed faster, harder, the one organic remnant of a man who had converted himself into art. I want to be eternal, Sasori said, the words dragged from whatever remained of his throat. Perfect, unchanging. I want to be beautiful forever. I want to be art that never fades. Naruto listened. Then he reached out and placed his palm against the cylinder in Sasori's chest. Golden fire, Lightbringer flame, seeped from his fingers, warm and searching. You're already eternal, Naruto said softly, and already hollow. You turned yourself into a thing that can't age, can't die, can't change. You achieved your desire, Sasori, and look at you. His voice held no mockery. Is this what you wanted? To exist forever, feeling nothing? To be a beautiful shell with a screaming heart? Sasori's living core pulsed. Something shifted in his glass eyes, something that shouldn't have been possible in a face made of wood and paint. "No," he whispered. I wanted my parents to come back. I wanted someone to hold me. I wanted to stop hurting, and I couldn't, so I made myself into something that couldn't hurt anymore." "I know," Naruto said. "I know that story. I've lived it." The Lightbringer flame spread through Sasori's body, not destroying, dissolving, unwinding the artificial, releasing the organic, finding the soul that was still there, still present, still hurting after all these decades of self-imposed numbness. Sasori felt it. He felt warmth, real warmth, not the simulated temperature of a puppet's heating mechanism. He felt it in the one part of him that was still alive, and it was like a dam breaking. "I'm tired," Sasori said. "I'm so tired." "I know," Naruto said. "Do you want to rest?" Naruto's flame consumed the puppet body. Not violently, gently, like morning light consuming fog. The wood and metal and mechanisms dissolved into golden motes that drifted upward and vanished. And in Naruto's hands, held with a delicacy that would have surprised anyone who thought of the devil as only destruction, was a single glowing point of light. Sasori's soul. Naruto held it up. It was small, warm, flickering like a candle in the wind. A soul that had been imprisoned in a puppet's body for decades, denied the natural cycle of death and rebirth, trapped in an existence that was neither life nor death. "Be at peace," Naruto murmured, and he opened his hands. The soul rose. It drifted upward, through the canopy, through the clouds, toward whatever afterlife awaited the dead of this world. Free, finally, after so long. Deidara watched with his mouth open. Naruto turned to him. "Your partner is gone. His desire was peace, and I gave it to him. Now, your turn." The Lightbringer's eyes locked onto Deidara's single visible one. "What is it you truly desire?" Deidara fought it. He clenched his jaw, bit his tongue, tried to substitute the truth with bravado. The palm mouths on his hands opened in silent screams. "I want to prove my art is ultimate," Deidara shouted, the words torn loose. "I want the world to see it, to acknowledge it. I want validation." Naruto studied him. "Validation. You blow things up because you want someone to tell you it's beautiful." "It is beautiful. It is," Naruto agreed. "Destruction can be beautiful. I know I've destroyed things on scales you can't imagine. But your desire isn't destruction, it's recognition. You want to be seen." He stepped forward. Deidara stumbled back. "I'll grant you this much, Deidara. Your art is remarkable. Your clay, your explosions, the precision of your craft, it's genuinely impressive by mortal standards. I acknowledge it." Deidara blinked. "Now leave. Go back to your organization. Tell them what you saw here today. And if any of you come for me or mine again, I won't be this generous." Naruto's voice hardened. "I don't give third chances." Deidara left. He didn't run. He had too much pride for that. But he moved with the purposeful speed of a man who had just realized he'd been poking a sleeping god and wanted to be somewhere else before it fully woke up. Kurama hopped off the tree stump and patted over. "You let him go." His desire was pure, if pathetic. He's an artist seeking validation. I can relate. "You're getting soft." "I've always been soft. I just hide it well." The news reached the Akatsuki. Naruto made sure of it. The organization held a meeting. Holographic projections in a dark cave, 9 figures standing on the fingers of a massive statue. 2 of their seats were empty now. Sasori was gone. Deidara returned, but refused to speak about what he'd seen, and the look in his remaining eye was enough to discourage questions. The leader, a figure with ringed purple eyes, the legendary Rinnegan, listened to the reports with an expression that revealed nothing. "The Nine Tails host is not what we expected," Pain said. "He's not a host," Conan said beside him, her paper flower origami rotating slowly in her blue hair. "Not in the traditional sense. The Nine Tails isn't sealed inside him, it follows him willingly." "Impossible," Kasame Hoshigaki said, his shark-like grin too wide. "Tailed beasts don't follow willingly. This one does." "Regardless," Pain continued, "he is an obstacle. Itachi, Kasame, you will investigate." Itachi Uchiha, standing at the edge of the projection, his Sharingan gleaming red in the darkness, said nothing for a long moment. "Understood," he said. The meeting dissolved. In the silence that followed, Itachi stood alone in a forest clearing and coughed blood into his hand. The disease was eating him alive, had been for years, and he'd accepted it the way he accepted everything, quietly, without complaint, as the price for his sins. He had months, maybe less. He wondered if the Nine-Tails boy would be as interesting as the report suggested. Naruto found Itachi before Itachi found him. It happened in a forest on the border between fire and rain countries. Naruto had gone for a walk. He did that sometimes, stepped out of Konoha's walls and wandered the world on foot because the devil appreciated a good stroll. Kurama was with him, perched on his shoulder, dozing. Kisame struck first. He came from the trees like a blue-skinned torpedo, Samahada unwrapped and howling with hunger, the sentient sword sensing the incomprehensible energy inside Naruto and wanting it with a primal, mindless greed. The blade connected with Naruto's shoulder. The sound it made was unlike anything Kasame had heard. A crack, then a screech, then a whimper. Samahada's scales shattered on contact. The living sword recoiled, its muffled screaming reaching a pitch that made Kasame wince. Cracks spiderwebbed across the blade's surface, and the shark skin wrapped around it peeled back as if trying to get away. Kasame pulled the sword back. Half of Samahada was broken, the scales along its edge reduced to powder, the living tissue beneath scorched. The sword was whimpering. Actually whimpering, like a dog that had bitten an electrical cable. "Your sword eats chakra," Naruto said, straightening the collar of his suit where Samahada had touched it. "I don't use chakra. I use the fundamental forces of creation. Your blade just tried to eat a star." He glanced at the damaged weapon. "I'd get that looked at." Kasame's grip tightened. Fear flickered across his shark-like features. Genuine fear, the kind that bypassed pride and went straight to survival instinct. But Kasame was Kasame, and he didn't retreat. He dropped Samahada and formed hand signs. Water style, great shark bullet. The jutsu was massive, a shark made of compressed water, drawing in surrounding chakra to grow larger, lunging at Naruto with jaws wide enough to swallow a house. Naruto looked at it. The shark evaporated. Not dispersed or deflected, evaporated. The water flash boiled in an instant, a wall of steam erupting where the jutsu had been. The heat came from Naruto's gaze alone. The thermal energy of the Lightbringer's attention focused into a look that could melt steel. Kasame stood in the steam, drenched and stunned. "What do you desire, Kasame Hoshigaki?" Naruto asked, walking through the steam toward him. Kasame's jaw tightened. He tried to resist, but there was nothing to resist with. The question bypassed everything, went straight to the core, demanded truth with the authority of an entity that had interrogated souls since the dawn of time. "I want to find where I belong," Kasame growled. "A world without lies. I've served liars my whole life. The Mizukage, the Akatsuki. Everyone lies. I'm tired of it." Naruto nodded. "Truth. You want truth. Ironic from a man who serves an organization built on deception." He studied Kasame. "You're a tool looking for a worthy hand. Your desire is honest if misguided. I respect it." He turned his gaze to the trees. "And you, Itachi, you can come out now." A figure materialized from the shadows. Itachi Uchiha in his Akatsuki cloak, Sharingan spinning slowly, his face betraying nothing. Kasame glanced between them. "Leave," Naruto said to Kasame. "This conversation isn't for you." Kasame hesitated. Then he grabbed the pieces of Samahada and vanished into the trees, because even a man who didn't fear death knew when he was outclassed. Naruto and Itachi faced each other. Itachi moved first, or tried to. His Mangekyo Sharingan blazed, the intricate pattern of Tsukuyomi activating as he locked eyes with Naruto and pulled them both into the Genjutsu world. The transition was instantaneous. One moment they were in a forest. The next, they were in a dimension of Itachi's making. A red and black void where the Uchiha controlled everything. Time, space, perception. In this world, Itachi was God. He could torture for 72 hours in the span of a second. He could break minds, shatter wills, reduce the strongest warriors to gibbering wrecks. In this world, Itachi began, his voice echoing in the void. "I control." Naruto shattered the Genjutsu, not broke, not dispelled, shattered. The red and black world cracked like glass around him, fissures of white gold light spreading through Itachi's carefully constructed illusion. The void fractured, the artificial reality coming apart at the seams as something inside it refused, absolutely, categorically, fundamentally refused to be contained. They were back in the forest. 1 second. The entire Tsukuyomi collapsed. Itachi staggered. Blood leaked from his left eye. The Mangekyo spun erratically, its pattern destabilized by the backlash. No one had ever broken Tsukuyomi from the inside. It was supposed to be inescapable. Naruto stood with his hands in his pockets, unmoved. "Illusions don't work on the devil, Itachi," he said. "I've seen actual hell. Your nightmare is a tea party." Itachi's composure, legendary, unshakable, maintained through a massacre and a decade of exile, cracked. Just slightly, just enough. "What are you?" he asked. His voice was steady, but the question beneath it wasn't. Naruto walked toward him. Itachi didn't retreat. Even now, with his ultimate technique nullified, staring into eyes that burned with the fire of creation, Itachi Uchiha did not retreat. The man's courage was genuine. Naruto respected that. He stopped in front of Itachi and placed a hand on the Uchiha's chest. "What is it you truly desire, Itachi Uchiha?" Itachi fought the compulsion harder than anyone Naruto had encountered in this world. Harder than Orochimaru, harder than Zabuza, harder than Neji. His will was iron, forged in the furnace of impossible choices and a decade of silent agony. He resisted for 3 full seconds, an eternity by the standards of the devil's power. Then the truth came. Tears formed in Itachi's eyes. Not flowing, forming, held back by the last vestiges of his control, trembling on the edge like rain on a windowsill. "I want Sasuke to live free," Itachi whispered. "To be a hero, to be loved. I want him to never know the shame of what I did or why. I want him to hate me forever if it means he's happy." Naruto saw everything. His cosmic awareness flowed through the connection of touch, reading Itachi's soul like an open book. He saw the Uchiha massacre, not the version the world knew, not the horror story that made children clutch their blankets, the real version. The impossible choice presented by Konoha's elders: slaughter your clan to prevent a coup, or let civil war destroy the village and the clan both. The boy who chose to bear the sin, who painted himself a villain so his brother could be a hero, who tortured Sasuke with Tsukuyomi to drive him towards strength while dying inside with every second of it. He saw the disease, the terminal illness eating Itachi from the inside, the clock ticking down to a death he'd planned meticulously. A death at Sasuke's hands, orchestrated so his brother would gain the Mangekyo Sharingan and the village would see Itachi's death as justice served. He saw a man who had sacrificed everything and asked for nothing. Naruto's expression changed. The devil, who had seen the worst of creation and the best in everything in between, looked at Itachi Uchiha and felt something he rarely felt: genuine, uncomplicated admiration. "You massacred your clan to save the village," Naruto said quietly. "You tortured your brother to make him strong. You're dying of illness, planning your own death at Sasuke's hands so he can gain power and closure simultaneously." He paused. "I know sacrifice, Itachi. I know what it means to fall for others, and what you've done is among the most extraordinary acts of self-destruction I've ever witnessed." Itachi's tears fell, silent and slow, tracking down cheeks that had been dry for a decade. "How do you know?" Itachi whispered. "I'm the devil. I've been the repository for humanity's sins since before your species learned to walk upright. I know every sacrifice, every betrayal, every impossible choice." Naruto's voice softened. "And yours is selfless in a way that borders on stupid." He pressed his hand more firmly against Itachi's chest. Lightbringer flame, warm, gold, the first fire of creation, flowed from his palm into Itachi's body. It found the disease, the cellular degradation eating Itachi's organs, the terminal rot that the greatest medics in the Shinobi world couldn't cure because it was rare, aggressive, and entrenched. The flame burned it out. Cell by cell, layer by layer, the disease was purged. Damaged tissue regenerated, failing organs restored. Itachi's body convulsed, then relaxed, then convulsed again as systems that had been shutting down roared back to life. Itachi gasped. Color flooded his pale face. His breathing deepened. His heartbeat, which had been irregular and failing for months, steadied into a strong, even rhythm. The disease was gone. Itachi Uchiha, who had been dying for years, was healed completely. "Why?" Itachi asked, and his voice cracked on the word. "Because your desire is selfless." In all my eons of asking that question, across dimensions, across species, across every conceivable form of sentient life, selfless desire is the rarest thing I've ever encountered, and I value it above everything. Naruto stepped back, his hand dropped from Itachi's chest. "I'm giving you a choice, Itachi. Real free will. You can continue this path, Die for Sasuke's growth. Let him kill you, maintain the lie, or you can live. Tell him the truth. Let him choose how to feel about it. Itachi stared at him. If I tell him the truth, the village, I'll handle the village. I'll handle Danzo, the council, the elders, the whole rotten political structure. That's not your burden anymore. Naruto's voice was firm. You've carried enough. It's time to put it down. And if Sasuke hates me, then he hates you. That's his right. Free will means accepting that other people's choices might not be what you want. I chose freedom over obedience and got cast out of heaven for it. Was it worth it? He paused. Ask me again in a few billion years. Itachi closed his eyes. The tears continued to fall, but there was something different about them now. Not grief, not pain, but the unbearable lightness of a weight being lifted that he'd carried so long he'd forgotten what it felt like to stand straight. I'll think about it, Itachi said. That's all I ask. Naruto turned to leave, then stopped. For what it's worth, Itachi, Sasuke is healing. He chose to come home. He chose to rebuild. He's stronger than you think, and not just in the ways you planned. He walked away through the trees, Kurama perched on his shoulder, leaving Itachi Uchiha standing alone in a forest clearing, healed and whole and facing a choice he'd never expected to have. The word spread through the Akatsuki like poison. Their agents had failed. 2 of their members had encountered the Nine-Tails host, and one was dead. One had returned shaken, and the other 2 had been sent running. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was not a Jinchuriki at all. He was something else, something that broke Tsukuyomi with a thought and dismissed Samahata like a toy. Pain listened. Pain calculated. Pain decided. If the Nine-Tails would not come to him, he would go to the Nine-Tails. With everything he had, the day Konoha died was beautiful. Clear sky, warm breeze, the kind of day that made people believe in the possibility of things being okay. Naruto was at Ichiraku's, playing a nocturne that he'd composed for Hinata. It was her birthday, or near enough, and he'd planned an evening of music and ramen and the particular kind of quiet togetherness that had become the architecture of their relationship. Hinata sat beside him on the bench, her eyes closed, her head resting against his shoulder. 3 years apart had made them both less shy about proximity. She touched him now with the easy confidence of someone who had waited long enough and refused to waste another moment on hesitation. Naruto felt it first, a disturbance. A massive, concentrated chakra signature descending toward Konoha from above. No, multiple signatures. 6 of them. Moving in formation, each one carrying the same underlying frequency, the same ring-dye resonance. The Rinnegan. 6 paths of it. Detective, Naruto said, his fingers pausing on the keys. Hinata opened her eyes. She saw his expression and her spine straightened. What is it? Company, the unwelcome kind. He stood, buttoned his jacket. Stay here. The lounge is shielded, dimensional pocket, remember? Nothing from outside can reach you in here. Naruto-kun, please. He looked at her, and his eyes held something she rarely saw. Fear. Not for himself. The devil didn't fear anything in this world, but for her. Please stay here, Hinata. For me. She saw it. She understood. She nodded. He kissed her forehead, a brief press of lips to skin, warm and tender and desperate in its restraint. Then he walked to the door and stepped out of the lounge and into a world that was about to end. The first body hit the ground in the commercial district. It was the animal path, a massive, pierced figure that summoned a building-sized dog, a giant chameleon, and a rhinoceros, all of which crashed through buildings like they were cardboard. The screaming started immediately. The second and third bodies, the Asura path and the Preta path, landed in the residential district, destroying apartment blocks with concussive force and mechanical brutality. Civilians ran. Shinobi mobilized. Chaos bloomed like a flower made of blood and broken stone. The human path and the Naraka path struck the Shinobi command centers, targeting communications and leadership. The human path ripped souls from bodies with a touch, leaving behind empty shells that collapsed in the streets. And the Deva path, Yahiko's body, the face of pain, the one with the gravitational abilities, descended from the sky above the Hokage Tower. He floated there, arms outstretched, the Rinnegan blazing in his dead eyes. Where is the Nine-Tails? He broadcast, his voice amplified by Chakra to carry across the entire village. Konoha mobilized. Jonin, Chunin, Anbu, everyone. Tsunade coordinated from the hospital, Katsuyu spreading across the village to heal the wounded. Kakashi engaged the Deva path and was quickly overwhelmed. Choji, Choza, and the Akimichi fought the summoning beasts. Shikamaru coordinated defenses with the Nara clan. The village fought back with everything it had. It wasn't enough. The Deva path raised his hand. Shinra Tensei. The word was a whisper, but its effect was apocalyptic. A sphere of repulsive force expanded from the Deva path. Not a jutsu in the conventional sense, but a manipulation of gravity itself. A fundamental force twisted into a weapon that pushed everything away with the violence of a collapsing star. The village exploded outward. Buildings shattered. Streets cracked. Walls collapsed. Foundations were ripped from the earth. The Hokage Monument, those 4 massive stone faces carved into the cliff, cracked and crumbled. An area a mile in diameter was reduced to a crater, a bowl of devastation where a village had been. Thousands died. In an instant, in the space of a single heartbeat, thousands of lives ended, crushed under rubble, thrown by the blast, obliterated by the raw force of gravity turned lethal. Shinobi and civilian alike, children and elders, shopkeepers and soldiers, all reduced to bodies in the ruins of what had been their home. Naruto arrived at the edge of the crater. He looked down at the destruction, the smoke, the silence, the flattened wasteland where Konoha had stood. Something happened to his face. The charm left it. The amusement, the wit, the carefully maintained veneer of civilized detachment that the devil wore like a second skin. It all fell away, and what remained was something that made the air itself recoil. His eyes were red. Not the flickering red of anger or the theatrical red of his devil face reveals. A steady, unwavering, absolute red, like the core of a furnace, like the heart of a dying star, like the eyes of something that had once ruled all of hell and was remembering why. Kurama materialized beside him, full fox form, not the building-sized version, but large enough. His 9 tails bristled, his fur stood on end. He was snarling, a deep subsonic growl that made the rubble tremble. "Your Majesty," the fox said. "Find survivors," Naruto said. His voice was quiet, dead quiet, the kind of quiet that preceded extinction events. "Protect them." Kurama vanished into the ruins. Naruto flew, not ran, flew. Wings erupted from his back. Not slowly, not dramatically, but instantly, fully formed, white gold and blinding, spanning 40 feet from tip to tip. He rose into the air above the crater, with the inevitable momentum of a force of nature becoming aware of itself. The 6 paths of pain felt him coming. All 6 bodies turned simultaneously, the shared Rinnegan locking onto the figure, ascending from the ruins. What they saw made them pause. Not a Jinchuriki, not a ninja, not even a human. A being of light and fury, wings spread against the sky, eyes burning red with an anger so old it predated the concept. The devil himself ascending from the ashes of a murdered village with an expression that promised something far worse than death. The animal path summoned every beast in its arsenal. A dozen massive creatures, each one building-sized, lunged at Naruto from every angle. Naruto raised one finger. Golden fire, Lightbringer flame, erupted from the tip. Not a beam, not a blast, but a wave. A tidal wave of white gold flame that washed outward in a perfect sphere, consuming the summoned beasts instantly. They didn't burn. They didn't scream. They simply ceased, returned to wherever summoned creatures went when they were dismissed by something that operated on a level above summoning contracts. The Asura path fired missiles. Naruto didn't bother dodging. The missiles hit him and detonated, and the explosions wrapped around his body like tissue paper in a hurricane. Meaningless, irrelevant, he appeared in front of the Asura path. His hand went through its chest, through the mechanical parts, through the Rinnegan receiver rods, through the reanimated corpse that served as its shell. And the path disintegrated. Not destroyed, erased. The atoms that composed it scattered, the molecular bonds severed by an act of will, the body returning to the base elements from which it had been assembled. 4 paths remained. Naruto turned. The human path reached for him. The soul-ripping technique, the power to tear the essence from a living body with a touch. Its hand closed around Naruto's wrist. The human path screamed. Its hand burned. Not with fire, but with something worse. The searing, overwhelming backwash of touching a soul so vast, so ancient, so impossibly dense, that the technique designed to rip souls couldn't even process it. The human path's Rinnegan eyes went wide, then blank, and then the body collapsed. Every receiver rod overloaded, every pathway burned out by the feedback of trying to steal the devil's soul. 3 paths. The Naraka path summoned the king of hell, a massive spectral head that emerged from the ground, its mouth gaping, designed to judge and consume. The summoning was an act of desperation, the ultimate judicial entity of the Renegade's arsenal. The king of hell saw Naruto. It retreated. The spectral entity, ancient, powerful, a construct of the Renegade's death and rebirth abilities, pulled back into the earth as fast as it had emerged, its massive jaw snapping shut. It knew. It recognized. Whatever hierarchy of death existed in this world, it understood that the being before it occupied a rank so far above its own that interaction was not just futile, but existentially dangerous. The Naraka path stood alone, abandoned by its summon, and Naruto flicked a finger. A beam of golden light, thin as a needle and bright as a sun, pierced the path through its forehead. It dropped. 2 paths. The Preta path charged, its absorption barrier active, the ability to nullify any ninjutsu, any chakra-based attack, absorbing the energy and rendering it harmless. It was the perfect defense. Naruto didn't use ninjutsu. He didn't use chakra. He walked up to the Preta path, grabbed it by the throat, and snapped it in half with his bare hands. The body came apart with the sound of breaking wood, mechanical and grotesque, and Naruto dropped the pieces without a second glance. 1 path, the Deva path. It floated above the crater, arms at its sides, Rinnegan blazing. Its expression was calm. The face it wore, Yahiko's face, the face of a dead man, animated by the will of a crippled god hiding miles away, showed no fear. "You destroyed my paths," Pain said through the Deva body. "I erased your toys," Naruto replied, hovering at eye level. "There's a difference. The Nine Tails is not sealed inside me. He walks beside me by choice because I freed him from a cage, and freedom is the one thing I'll always fight for. You want Kurama? Ask him yourself. But I suspect you won't like his answer." Pain was silent. "Then you are not what I expected." "Nobody expects the devil. It's half my charm." Pain raised his hand. "Shibaku Tensei." A black sphere materialized above the village, a gravitational singularity, a point of attraction so intense that it began pulling the earth itself upward. The ground cracked. Boulders rose. Chunks of ruined buildings, entire sections of the crater floor, trees and debris and stone, all pulled upward, coalescing around the black sphere, building layer by layer into a planetoid. The technique was designed to seal a tailed beast. It had once sealed the 10 tails. It was the Renegade's ultimate gravitational ability. A miniature moon constructed in real time. Naruto watched the growing sphere with the expression of a man watching a particularly ambitious sandcastle. He flew up to it. The gravitational pull was immense. Mountains of stone were being dragged upward, the air itself distorting. Naruto moved through it without effort, the gravity bending around him the way water bends around a stone in a stream. He touched the black sphere at the core. 1 touch. The Chibaku Tensei came apart. Not explosively. It simply stopped. The gravitational singularity winked out, nullified by a power that operated outside the rules of gravity and space and mass. The accreted stone and earth, suspended momentarily in the air, began to fall. Naruto raised both hands. White gold light erupted from his palms, catching the falling debris, millions of tons of rock and earth, and dispersing it. Not dropping it on the village, not scattering it, dispersing it, breaking it down at the molecular level, converting mass into light that radiated outward harmlessly and faded. The sky cleared. The Chibaku Tensei was gone, as if it had never been. The Deva path stared. "You push," Naruto said. "You pull. You manipulate gravity. Impressive for a mortal." He descended toward the Deva path. "But gravity is just one of the fundamental forces. I wield them all." He appeared in front of the Deva path. His hand closed around its face. "Where is Nagato?" he asked. "The real one." Pain tried another Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force slammed into Naruto at point-blank range. It didn't move him. It didn't ruffle his hair. It was absorbed into his body the way light is absorbed by a black hole. Completely, silently, without effect. Naruto's grip tightened. The Deva path skull cracked. "I'm going to find him," Naruto said. "I already know where he is. This conversation is a courtesy." He crushed the Deva path's head. The body went limp, the Rinnegan fading, and Naruto let it fall. 6 paths, all destroyed. Total elapsed time under 2 minutes. Naruto turned in the air, his wings beating once, and flew toward the outskirts of the village. Past the walls, past the perimeter, to a cluster of trees on a hilltop where a paper construct, a massive tree made of origami, concealed the real body of the man who called himself God. He kicked down the door. The chamber was dark, humid, machine-like. Naruto Uzumaki, emaciated, skeletal, his legs atrophied, his body impaled by a dozen receiver rods that connected him to the Gedomazo statue, sat in a mechanical walker. His ringed purple eyes staring out of a face that looked like death warmed over. Conan stood between them. Her body dissolved into paper. Thousands of sheets, each one razor-edged, each one imbued with explosive tags. She was an army in a single woman's body, and she launched herself at Naruto with the desperate fury of someone protecting the most important person in her world. "Move, Angel," Naruto said. "I'm not here to kill him." Conan didn't listen. Paper swarmed Naruto, a blizzard of deadly sheets, cutting and exploding and reforming. It was impressive, creative, determined. Naruto walked through it. The paper disintegrated on contact with his body, each sheet turning to ash as it touched the field of Lightbringer energy that surrounded him at all times. He walked through Conan's ultimate technique like walking through a light drizzle. He reached her. She stood before him, paper arms reforming, her amber eyes fierce with defiance. She was willing to die. He could see it in her soul, a steady, unwavering flame of devotion that burned only for Nagato. He put his hand on her shoulder. Gently. "I said I'm not here to kill him. I meant it." Something in her eyes shifted. Not trust, not yet, but the absence of certainty that he was lying. Naruto walked past her and into Nagato's chamber. The leader of the Akatsuki looked up at the devil with the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the legendary dojutsu that granted mastery over life and death. Those eyes had seen much, but they had never seen anything like the being that now stood before them. Naruto pulled up a chair, manifested it from nothing, a comfortable armchair that appeared with a soft pop of displaced air, and sat down. He crossed his legs. He looked at Nagato the way a doctor looks at a patient. "What is it you truly desire, Nagato?" Nagato fought the compulsion. His willpower was formidable, the will of a man who had declared himself God, who had reshaped the world according to his vision, who had killed thousands in pursuit of a peace that he believed only he could deliver. But the devil's will was older and stronger. "I want peace," Nagato said, his emaciated face tightening with the effort of unwanted confession. "A world without pain, without suffering. I want to understand why there's so much cruelty, and I want it to stop." Naruto closed his eyes. Peace through pain. Force the world to know suffering so completely that they'll never choose war again. The logic is flawless. The execution is monstrous. You can't understand. I understand better than anyone alive. I rebelled against God himself, Nagato. The real God, not the God you're pretending to be. The actual, infinite, omnipotent creator of all things. I led a war against heaven because I believed free will was sacred, and the price of that rebellion was an eternity in hell. He opened his eyes. "Pain is all I gave my father when I rebelled. I understand you more than you want me to." Nagato stared at him. Naruto stood and walked to the mechanical walker. He placed his hand on Nagato's chest, over the receiver rods, over the heart that was still beating despite the body's best efforts to give out. "Let me show you," Naruto said. Golden light flowed from his palm. Not violent, not overwhelming, a measured, controlled transmission of cosmic awareness. He showed Nagato what he'd shown Orochimaru, but carefully this time, in doses that a mortal mind could process. He showed him the multiverse, the cycle of creation and destruction that occurred on scales Nagato had never imagined. He showed him worlds where peace had been achieved, not through pain, not through force, but through the slow, messy, infuriating process of people choosing to be better. He showed him worlds where forced peace had led to stagnation, decay, and eventual collapse. And he showed him the nature of free will, the chaotic, beautiful, terrifying principle that the devil had fallen for, literally, and why it mattered more than any imposed order. Nagato wept, quietly. The tears ran down his gaunt cheeks and dripped onto the mechanical walker, and he didn't try to stop them. "What have I done?" he whispered. "You've hurt people, killed innocents, destroyed a village, tried to become a god." Naruto's voice was even. "Sound familiar? I did the same thing once. The difference between us is that I had eternity to realize I was wrong. You have right now." He increased the flow of Lightbringer flame. The golden fire spread through Nagato's body, and where it went, it healed. Atrophied muscles regenerated. Damaged organs restored. The receiver rods, impaled through his body, connecting him to the Gedo Mazo, dissolved, rendered unnecessary as the cosmic fire repaired what the renegade's burden had broken. Nagato gasped. His legs, useless for years, twitched, his arms thickened. Color flooded his ashen skin. The mechanical walker groaned as his weight shifted, his body suddenly too alive for its confines. He stood. For the first time in years, Nagato Uzumaki stood on his own 2 feet. Konan, in the doorway, covered her mouth with her hands. Tears streamed down her face. Naruto stepped back. "You can walk. You can fight. You can use the Rinnegan without the mechanical crutch. Your body is restored." His expression hardened. "Now use it to help people. Actually help them. Not your version of help, where helping means hurting until they're too scared to hurt each other." He turned to leave. "And Nagato?" The Rinnegan bearer looked at him. "I said I wasn't here to kill you. That was true. But I am here to deliver a warning." Naruto's eyes flashed red. "If you ever hurt this village again, my village, my home, the place where the people I love live, I won't come to talk. I'll come to collect your soul. And hell is real, Nagato. I built parts of it. You wouldn't enjoy the experience." He walked past Konan, stopped. "Take care of him," he said to her. "He's made mistakes, but his desire is genuine. That counts for something." Konan bowed her head, not in submission, in gratitude. Naruto flew back to Konoha. The village was in ruins. The Shinra Tensei had reduced much of it to rubble. Bodies lay in the streets, in the collapsed buildings, in the crater that had been the heart of the village. Thousands dead. The air smelled of dust and blood and the acrid tang of explosive tags. Naruto descended into the center of the devastation. His wings beat slowly, keeping him aloft, casting light across the ruins. He found Hinata. She'd left the lounge. Of course she had. He'd told her to stay, and she'd stayed for as long as she could stand it. And then the sounds of the dying village had reached her even through the dimensional barrier, and she'd come out to help. She'd been helping. She'd been using her gentle fist to clear rubble, her Byakugan to find survivors, her chakra to sustain the injured. She'd been doing what she always did, being brave when the world needed bravery. But a piece of debris had caught her, a chunk of falling masonry from a collapsing building, hitting her in the side, cracking ribs, driving her to her knees. She was on the ground, clutching her side, blood on her jacket, when Naruto found her. His control broke. Not gradually. Not with warning. It broke the way a dam breaks, all at once, catastrophically, releasing everything behind it in a single devastating flood. His face changed. Not the brief flicker he'd shown Zabuza, not the controlled reveal he used to intimidate. The full transformation. Skin crimson and burning. Eyes like furnaces, red gold and ancient and absolutely merciless. Horns rising from his forehead, dark and curved. His wings blazed with white gold fire that cast shadows that burned where they fell. The temperature in the ruins spiked. Stone melted. Metal glowed. The air itself seemed to catch fire. Every surviving person in the village felt it. A presence, a weight, a cosmic attention turning toward them with the force of a god noticing an insect. Some fell to their knees. Some screamed. Some simply stared, transfixed, as the being above them revealed itself. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the devil face was gone. Naruto breathed, controlled, banked the fire, pulled the mask back into place. He landed beside Hinata, cradled her head, pressed his palm against her broken ribs. Golden fire flowed from his hand, mending bone, knitting flesh, erasing the injury with the delicate precision of a master craftsman restoring a priceless painting. "I told you to stay inside," he whispered. "People were dying," she said, wincing as the ribs set. "I couldn't just sit there." "You could have died. So could they." He stared at her. This girl, this impossible, brave, stubborn, beautiful girl who looked at the devil and saw a lonely boy and ran into collapsing buildings to save strangers and couldn't stay where it was safe because her heart was too big for her chest. "You're going to be the death of me, detective," he said. She smiled through the pain. "You can't die." "Around you, I'm not so sure." He healed her completely. She stood, tested her side, and nodded. Then she looked at the village, the ruins, the bodies, the smoke, and her expression crumbled. All these people, she said. Naruto looked at the devastation, at the bodies, at the mourning survivors emerging from the rubble, crying, calling names, finding the dead. He thought about free will, about the sanctity of death, about the natural order of things and the cosmic rules that even the devil was supposed to follow. Then he thought about Hinata's face when she saw the dead, and something older than rules, deeper than cosmic law, more fundamental than the architecture of reality stirred in his chest. He spread his wings. They unfurled to their full span, 40 feet, then 50, then wider, wider, reaching beyond their physical limits as Naruto poured power into them. They grew until they covered the sky, a canopy of white gold light that turned the ruins bright as noon. Each feather blazed with Lightbringer flame, the first fire, the original light, the power that had illuminated heaven before the fall. Naruto rose into the air above the village. "I am the Lightbringer," he said, and his voice carried. Not shouted, carried, the way a bell carries, the way a choir carries, resonating on frequencies that bypassed ears and went straight to the soul. "I am the Morningstar, and I do not permit death in my presence." He pressed his palms together. Then he spread them wide. Golden light erupted from his body. Not in a beam or a wave, in all directions simultaneously, an expanding sphere of Lightbringer flame that washed over the village like sunrise washing over the world. It passed through rubble and stone and earth, illuminating everything it touched, sinking into the ground, finding what it was looking for: souls. Thousands of them, recently departed, still lingering in the border between life and death, confused and frightened and not yet committed to the afterlife. The flame found them, touched them, gathered them, and pulled them back. Across the ruins of Konoha, the dead stirred. Bodies that had been broken and still drew breath again. Hearts that had stopped resumed their beating. Lungs that had emptied filled. Eyes that had closed opened, blinking against the golden light that suffused everything. A woman who had been crushed under her own home sat up and gasped. Her injuries healed, her body whole. A child who had been killed by falling debris opened his eyes and saw his mother running toward him, alive and weeping. An Ambu operative, neck broken, mask shattered, found himself standing on his own 2 feet, his vertebrae fused and his mask intact, as if the death had been nothing more than a bad dream. Thousands. Every single person who had died in Pain's assault, every civilian, every shinobi, every elder and child and shopkeeper and dog, returned to life, not as undead, not as hollow shells or mindless puppets, as themselves, whole, healed, alive, with every memory intact and every injury erased. The village watched. 10,000 pairs of eyes looked up at the figure hovering above them, wings spread across the sky, glowing like an angel, like the angel he had once been before the fall, before the rebellion, before an eternity of exile and darkness. Some fell to their knees, not in fear and awe, in gratitude, in the overwhelming wordless recognition of something so far beyond their comprehension that the only possible response was reverence. Others stood and stared, unable to process, unable to reconcile the blonde boy they'd shunned and hated and feared with the being of light above them who had just undone death itself. Some wept, some prayed, some simply stood in the golden light and felt, for the first time in their lives, that they were seen. Naruto descended. The light faded, his wings retracted. He landed on the ground and his legs buckled. He fell, not because he chose to, not theatrically or dramatically. He fell because the act of resurrecting thousands, of reaching into the border between life and death, grasping every departing soul and pulling them back through the veil while simultaneously healing their mortal bodies, had cost something. Even for the devil. Even for Lucifer Morningstar. He hit his knees, his vision blurred. For the first time in this body, the hum of cosmic power, the ever-present background noise of omnipotence, dimmed. Not gone, not depleted. Just quieter than it had ever been. Hinata caught him. She was there before he hit the ground, her arms around him, her strength mortal, limited, human, holding him up. And that strength, improbable as it was enough. "I did it for you, detective," he murmured, his head against her shoulder. "Only you." She held him. The village rebuilt itself around them, the living pouring from the rubble, the resurrected laughing and crying, the impossible becoming the new normal in the span of a single golden afternoon. Konoha would never be the same. The political aftermath was a tidal wave. Every village heard, every nation trembled. A being in Konoha had resurrected thousands with a thought, had destroyed the leader of the most feared criminal organization in the world in under 2 minutes, had revealed himself as something beyond any existing classification. Some villages sent envoys seeking alliance, others sent spies seeking weakness. A few, led by fear, sent assassins, none of whom were ever heard from again. The 5 Kage summit was convened. Tsunade attended, flanked by Kakashi, and the discussion was heated, political, and ultimately pointless because every Kage in the room knew the same thing. The entity in Konoha could not be controlled, could not be threatened, and could not be ignored. Naruto didn't attend. He was playing piano at Ichiraku's when the summit happened, and when Tsunade returned with a stack of treaties and a headache, he listened politely and told her to do whatever she thought was best. "They want to classify you as a national asset," Tsunade told him. "I'm not a national anything. I'm the devil. I predate nations. They're scared of you. They should be. Not because I'll harm them, but because I force them to confront a reality they're not equipped to handle." He played a lazy arpeggio. "Tell them I'm neutral. I protect Konoha and those I care about. Everything else is not my concern." Tsunade relayed this. It didn't fully satisfy anyone, but it was enough. Sasuke came to Naruto 3 days after the resurrection. He came to Ichiraku's in the evening when the lounge was quiet, and he sat at the bar and ordered a drink, water, because Sasuke was Sasuke, and waited until Naruto finished playing a piece by Rachmaninoff that didn't exist in this dimension. "You saved the village," Sasuke said. "I did." "You resurrected the dead." "I did." Sasuke was quiet for a moment. "Can you resurrect anyone? From any time?" Naruto set his hands on the keys but didn't play. He knew what Sasuke was asking. "No. The souls I brought back were still in transition, still in the borderland between life and death. Your family has been gone for years, Sasuke. Their souls have moved on. Even I can't pull someone back from the other side of that journey." Sasuke closed his eyes. Something in him settled, not happily, but finally, the acceptance of a truth he'd been circling for years. "Itachi came to see me," Sasuke said. Naruto turned on the bench. "He did?" 3 days ago, before the invasion. He appeared at the compound. He looked, Sasuke's voice thickened. He looked healthy, young. He was coughing blood the last time I saw him, and now he looked like he'd never been sick a day in his life. I healed him. I know. He told me everything. The massacre, the orders, Danzo, the elders, the ultimatum, all of it. Sasuke's hands were trembling on the bar. He told me he loved me, that everything he did was to protect me, that he'd choose the same path again if it meant I'd survive. And I punched him. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Then I hugged him. Sasuke's voice cracked. Then I punched him again. Then we talked for 7 hours. He looked at Naruto. "Thank you. Don't thank me. I gave him a choice. He chose to tell the truth. That was his courage, not mine. Still, thank you." Naruto nodded. "Then we need to talk about Danzo." Sasuke's expression hardened. "Yes, we do." Danzo Shimura had been a shadow over Konoha for decades. The leader of Root, the architect of covert operations, the man who had ordered the Uchiha massacre, who had stolen Sharingan eyes from the dead and implanted them in his own arm, who had created child soldiers and weaponized trauma and called it patriotism. Naruto found him in the Root headquarters beneath Konoha. The underground complex was extensive, tunnels and chambers and training halls, all hidden beneath the village like a tumor beneath healthy skin. Naruto walked through the entrance without breaking stride. Root operatives moved to intercept. Naruto looked at them and they froze. Not from a jutsu, not from killing intent, but from the sheer existential weight of the Lightbringer's attention falling on them like a spotlight. "Stand down," Naruto said. "All of you. Your commander's authority ends today." They stood down, some because of the command, others because they'd seen the resurrection, seen the wings, and had drawn their own conclusions about obedience to beings of divine power. Naruto found Danzo in his office. The old man sat behind his desk with the calm of someone who had anticipated this visit. His bandaged arm, the one filled with stolen Sharingan, rested on the desk. His one visible eye regarded Naruto with the calculating stillness of a man who had survived decades of political warfare. "Naruto Uzumaki," Danzo said. "Or should I call you by your true name?" "You know my true name. I know what you told the 5th Hokage. I have my sources." Of course you do. And you have sources for everything. Information is your weapon of choice. Naruto sat in the chair opposite the desk, crossing his legs. And yet, with all your information, you never saw me coming. Danzo's jaw tightened. What do you want? What I always want, the truth. Naruto leaned forward. What is it you truly desire, Danzo Shimura? Danzo activated Izanagi, the technique, which rewrote reality itself, turning genjutsu and reality into interchangeable states, activated through one of the stolen Sharingan in his arm. For a brief instant, the fabric of the room shifted, reality blurring at the edges as Danzo attempted to alter the outcome of the conversation. Naruto was unaffected. He sat in his chair, legs crossed, expression unchanged, while the Izanagi rippled through the room like a heat haze and accomplished nothing. You're rewriting reality? Naruto said mildly. How cute. I make reality. He snapped his fingers. Every Sharingan in Danzo's arm went dark simultaneously. Not removed, neutralized. The dojutsu that had been stolen from dead Uchiha, each one a desecration, each one a war crime preserved in stolen flesh, all of them turned gray. Dead. The borrowed power drained away like water from a cracked vessel. Danzo looked at his arm. The bandages had loosened, revealing the column of dead eyes, each one milky and lifeless. His own remaining eye widened. What? I negated them, all of them. The eyes belonged to the dead, and the dead answered to me, not you. Naruto's voice was pleasant, but his eyes were not. Now, I'll ask again. What do you desire? This time, without the Sharingan to bolster his mental defenses, Danzo had nothing. The compulsion broke him open like a shell. I want to protect Konoha. Danzo snarled, the words ripping free. At any cost. I want to be Hokage. I want the village to survive, no matter what sacrifices are required. Naruto studied him, read his soul, saw the full picture, the idealism that had curdled into fanaticism, the love of village that had twisted into something possessive and parasitic, the conviction that only he could keep Konoha safe, that the ends justified every bloody, broken means. You want power, Naruto said, and you've convinced yourself it's duty. You've destroyed lives, Danzo. Stolen eyes, created child soldiers, ordered a genocide. And for what? Protection? He shook his head. No, control. You want control, and you've dressed it up as patriotism so you can sleep at night. Danzo's face was ashen. You don't understand. I've seen true evil, Danzo. I've ruled hell. I've cataloged every sin humanity has ever committed. And you, he paused. You're not evil. You're just pathetic. Naruto stood. He walked around the desk and placed his hand on Danzo's forehead. Root is disbanded. Effective immediately. Your operatives are free. Really free. Not the counterfeit freedom of a new master. The Sharingan in your arm are gone. Your political influence is over. Your secrets, all of them, including the Uchiha massacre, including the order you gave Itachi, are now known to the Hokage and the village council. Danzo's visible eye bulged. You can't. I just did. Naruto leaned close. I'm not killing you, Danzo. That's too kind. You'll live. You'll watch as everything you built crumbles. You'll live as a powerless old man in a village that knows the truth about its darkest shadow. That's your hell. And trust me, I'm an expert on hell. He straightened and walked to the door. Danzo sat behind his desk, his arm full of dead eyes, his network exposed, his power gone. He looked like what he was, an old man with nothing left. Behind Naruto, as he walked through the root complex, doors opened. Operatives, young, blank-faced, conditioned since childhood, stepped out of their rooms and watched him pass. He released their conditioning as he walked, the Lightbringer flame reaching out gently, touching each mind, burning away the emotional suppression seals that Root used to create obedient soldiers. They felt. For the first time in years, some of them for the first time ever, they felt. Some cried, some laughed. Some simply stood and breathed and marveled at the strange, overwhelming sensation of having emotions. A young man with pale skin and a paintbrush, Sai, Naruto would learn later, touched his own face and found it wet with tears he couldn't explain. You're free, Naruto told them all. What you do with it is up to you. He walked out of the darkness and into the light. The Akatsuki fractured. Nagato, healed and whole, disbanded as half of the organization. He and Konan vanished into Rain Country, where they began, slowly, quietly, the work of actually helping people. Building infrastructure, providing medical care, establishing trade routes, the real, boring, unglamorous work of peace. Naruto kept tabs on them. He didn't intervene. Free will. But the other half, the faction led by the masked man, the one who called himself Toby, who was really Obito Uchiha, escalated. The plan was bigger than the Akatsuki had ever been. The tailed beasts, the ten tails, the infinite Tsukuyomi, a genjutsu cast on the entire world through the moon itself, trapping every living being in a dream of false peace. The Fourth Shinobi World War was declared, the 5 great nations united. An allied shinobi force, hundreds of thousands strong, assembled to face Obito's army of white Zetsu clones and reanimated dead. Naruto did not join officially. He attended the strategy meeting as a guest, sitting in the back of the room, sipping coffee that smelled like another dimension, Kurama on his shoulder, while the Kaji and generals argued about troop deployments and logistics. "You're not going to fight," the Raikage-A, massive and temperamental, demanded. "I'll protect what I care about," Naruto said. "The rest is your war. You could end it in a day. I could, but then what? You wouldn't have earned the peace. You'd just be dependent on me to solve your problems, and I refuse to be another version of what Nagato was trying to be." The Raikage sputtered. Tsunade, who had learned when to push and when to accept, placed a hand on A's arm. "He'll help when it matters," she said. "Trust me." The war began. Naruto watched from a distance. He stood on the roof of the Ichiraku Lounge, which had survived the pain invasion intact. Dimensional pockets were resilient and extended his cosmic awareness across the battlefield. He saw the white Zetsu clones, hundreds of thousands of them, growing from the earth like obscene mushrooms, mindless and hungry and horrifyingly effective at infiltration. He saw the Edo Tensei. Kabuto Yakushi, having perfected Orochimaru's forbidden technique, had resurrected dozens of legendary shinobi, each one as powerful as they'd been in life, functionally immortal, forced to fight against their will. He saw the allied forces struggling, winning some battles, losing others, the war grinding forward with the terrible mathematics of attrition. He waited. He watched. And when the moment came, when the tide began to turn, when the Zetsu clones breached the inner lines, when the Edo Tensei resurrected warriors began to overwhelm the defenders, he acted. He appeared on the battlefield, not at any particular front. All of them. Simultaneously, Naruto existed in multiple places at once, a trick that was less about clones or speed and more about his fundamental relationship with space. He was everywhere he needed to be, at every critical point, a figure in a midnight blue suit, standing in the chaos of war with the calm of a man standing in his own living room. At the eastern front, where 1,000 white Zetsu swarmed the defensive line, Naruto spoke a single word: begone. It wasn't a jutsu. It wasn't chakra. It was an act of will, a declaration from a being with the authority to unmake things, and the white Zetsu obeyed. Their bodies came apart at the molecular level, dissolving into dust that scattered in the wind. One word: 1,000 Zetsu. Gone. At the western front, where Kabuto's Edo Tensei warriors, legendary shinobi, powerless to resist the technique's control, fought against the living with tortured expressions, Naruto raised his hand. "Resurrection without consent," he said. "That's my domain, and you're doing it wrong." White gold fire erupted from his palm and washed across the battlefield. It found the Edo Tensei bodies, the reanimated dead, trapped in vessels of dust and ash, their souls chained to a technique that denied them peace. The fire didn't destroy the bodies. It freed the souls. Each reanimated warrior felt it. A warmth, a release, a gentle dissolution of the chains that held them in this false life. Their bodies crumbled, not violently but softly, like sand running through fingers. And as the dust fell, their souls rose, visible, luminous, ascending through the clouds toward whatever peace awaited them. On every front where Edo Tensei warriors had been fighting, the same thing happened. The dead found peace. The living watched in stunned silence as the ghosts of legend smiled, waved goodbye, and vanished into the golden light. The allied forces, who had been losing ground, suddenly found themselves facing nothing but white Zetsu clones, and Naruto was erasing those by the thousand with a word. Kabuto, hidden in his cave, felt every Edo Tensei connection sever simultaneously. His greatest weapon, his army of undead legends, was gone, dissolved, freed. How? He screamed at no one. How? The war turned. Obito escalated. He'd been watching from the shadows, manipulating events, pulling strings. But the intervention of the Morningstar had shattered his timeline, destroyed his Zetsu army, and freed his Edo Tensei trump cards. He was running out of options. So he did the one thing Naruto couldn't prevent without violating free will. He chose to revive the 10 tails. Using the tailed beasts he'd already captured, the ones taken before Naruto's return, before the devil had made this world his concern, Obito fed them into the Gedo Mazo. The statue post grew, transformed. The 10 tails, the primordial beast from which all chakra originated, began to take shape. It was incomplete. Kurama and the 8 tails hadn't been captured, denying the beast its full power. But even a partial 10 tails was an apocalyptic threat. The creature was massive, mindless, a force of nature that radiated destructive energy in all directions. Obito stood atop its head, the Rinnegan, stolen from Nagato's original body, acquired through means Naruto would later learn about, blazing in one eye. The power was immense but imperfect, and Obito was struggling to control it. Naruto appeared in front of him, not on the ground, not at a distance, in the air, at eye level, 5 feet from Obito's masked face. "You're the anomaly," Obito said. "The one who doesn't fit the plan." "Plans are boring," Naruto replied. "Free will is fun." Obito launched himself at Naruto, Kamui activating, the dimensional jutsu that made his body intangible, phasing through attacks by shifting partially into another dimension. He passed through Naruto and appeared behind him, kunai in hand. The kunai hit Naruto's neck and shattered. Naruto turned. "Dimensional jutsu? I travel dimensions for breakfast." He reached out, casually, with the easy confidence of someone grabbing a book from a shelf, and took hold of Obito's arm in the Kamui dimension. Obito's eyes went wide behind his mask. His arm was phased, existing partially in this dimension and partially in the Kamui pocket dimension. And Naruto had grabbed both halves simultaneously. His fingers closed around Obito's wrist in both planes of existence at once. "Impossible!" Obito breathed. Naruto pulled. He dragged Obito fully into the physical world, the Kamui phasing canceled by a grip that existed across dimensional boundaries. It was like being yanked out of a swimming pool by the arm, sudden, violent, undeniable. Obito hit the ground. The 10 tails roared beneath them, mindless, destructive. Naruto held Obito's arm in a grip that could have crushed diamonds. "What is it you truly desire, Obito?" The masked man fought. He raged against the compulsion. Rinnegan and Manjikyo both blazing, every ounce of his considerable will thrown against the devil's power. It broke him in 3 seconds. "I want a world where Rin never died!" Obito screamed, and his voice was not the voice of a manipulator or a warlord. It was the voice of a boy who had watched the girl he loved die and decided the world wasn't worth saving. "Where there's no pain, where I never had to see." His mask cracked. It fell away in pieces, revealing the scarred, ravaged face beneath, half crushed, rebuilt with Hashirama cells, a patchwork of damage and regeneration that told the story of a boy who had been buried alive and wished he'd stayed buried. Naruto looked at him, not with anger, with recognition. "You want to erase reality because one girl died," Naruto said quietly. "I understand loss, Obito. I was cast out of everything I'd ever known because I made a choice. I lost my home, my family, my place in creation. And for a very long time, I wanted to burn it all down too." Obito stared at him. The rage in his eyes flickered. "But erasing choice isn't peace," Naruto continued. "It's tyranny. And the girl you loved, Rin, she didn't die so you could end the world. She died because the world is broken and unfair and cruel. And the only response to that, the only one that means anything, is to keep going. To choose love over destruction, even when it hurts, especially when it hurts." He showed Obito something. Not a vision, not a forced memory, a feeling. The feeling Naruto had when Hinata held his hand. When she put her head on his shoulder. When she looked at the devil and saw a lonely boy. The warmth, the mortality, the terrifying, exhilarating fragility of caring about someone in a world where caring meant vulnerability. "This is what Rin would have wanted for you," Naruto said. "Not this. Not war and death and a dream that traps everyone in a lie. She would have wanted you to live." Obito's remaining eye filled with tears. "I've gone too far," he whispered. "Yes, you have, but you can stop right now. Choose." The 10 tails roared. The battlefield shook. Obito made his choice. He severed his connection to the 10 tails. The beast, deprived of its controller, thrashed wildly, a mindless thing, destructive without purpose. Obito collapsed, the Rinnegan fading from his stolen eye, his body finally showing the exhaustion of years of war and manipulation. "Help me stop this," Obito said. "Please." Naruto looked at the Ten Tails, then, "Stay here." He flew up, but before he could reach the beast, reality shivered. A presence appeared on the Ten Tails' back. A man, or the echo of a man. Tall, armored, long dark hair flowing in the wind of the beast's fury. Eyes that held both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. A presence that radiated power the way the sun radiated light. Madara Uchiha. The true Madara, resurrected through a mechanism that Obito had set in motion long ago. His body restored, his power amplified by the Ten Tails into something approaching divine. He looked at Naruto, and he smiled. "Finally," Madara said, "a worthy opponent." Madara absorbed the Ten Tails. It happened in a single, cataclysmic moment. The beast folding into Madara's body, its impossible power condensing into a human frame that was redesigned on the fly to contain it. His skin went pale. His hair turned white. Horns grew from his forehead, not unlike Naruto's, though cruder, organic, the product of alien biology rather than divine nature. A third eye opened on his brow, the Rinne's Sharingan, red and patterned, ancient and terrible. Madara Uchiha, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, rose into the sky. "Infinite Tsukuyomi," he said, and his voice carried across the world. "The moon. The goddamn moon. It turned red." The Rinne's Sharingan projected itself onto the lunar surface, and from the moon, a wave of light swept across the planet. Not destructive light, seductive light. A genjutsu so vast it encompassed the entire world, reaching into every mind, every consciousness, wrapping every living being in a cocoon of dreams and false peace. The allied forces fell. One by one, then by the dozen, then by the thousand. They closed their eyes and slumped to the ground, smiling, trapped in personal fantasies that gave them everything they'd ever wanted. Hinata fell. In Konoha, in the lounge where she'd been waiting for him, she fell. Her eyes glazed, her body relaxed. She slid off the bar stool and crumpled to the floor, wrapped in a dream that showed her a world where Naruto had never been the devil, where he was just a boy, and they were just two people in love without the weight of cosmic destiny on their shoulders. Naruto felt it happen. Across miles, across the distortion of the infinite Tsukuyomi, he felt her consciousness slip into the dream. Felt her warmth, the mortal warmth, the only warmth that mattered, go distant. His eyes went red. The infinite Tsukuyomi's light washed over him and bounced off. Not absorbed, not nullified, rejected. The genjutsu, which operated on the fundamental level of consciousness, could not find purchase in a mind that existed outside the rules of consciousness. The devil was not susceptible to dreams. He had been to places that made the infinite Tsukuyomi look like a children's bedtime story. He stood alone in a world of dreamers, and he was furious. Madara descended to meet him. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki, radiating power that shook the earth and bent the sky, floated before the devil with the confidence of a man who had spent his entire life and death preparing for this moment. "You resisted," Madara observed. "Impressive. No one was supposed to resist." "Illusions," Naruto said, his voice low and tight with a rage that made the air around him shimmer. "You trapped the world in a lie. You trapped her in a lie. Her, don't." The word hit like a physical blow, the consonant cracking the air, the vowel echoing with harmonics that made Madara's truth-seeking orbs tremble. "Don't talk about her. Don't think about her. She is not your concern." Madara's smile widened. "You're emotional. Interesting. I didn't think something like you could be emotional." Naruto breathed, controlled the fire, banked the rage. Not because he wanted to, because Hinata was trapped in the dream, and the fastest way to free her was to end Madara, and rage made you sloppy. Even the devil's rage. "You want to be God, Madara," Naruto said. "You want a world without conflict, without suffering, without choice. A perfect world. A dead world. A world without free will is a world without meaning. I know. I've seen them. Dimensions where choice was eliminated. They don't thrive, Madara. They stagnate. They rot. They become nothing." "Philosophy," Madara sneered. "From a genin?" Naruto's mask dropped, not the devil face, though that flickered at the edges. His composure, his charm, his theatrical poise, all of it fell away, and what remained was the Morningstar in full fury, a being of cosmic power pushed past the threshold of patience. "I am not a genin," Naruto said, and his voice resonated on frequencies that cracked the earth beneath them. "I am Lucifer Morningstar, the Lightbringer, the first angel, the first rebel, the Lord of Hell, the second most powerful being in all of creation. And you, Madara Uchiha, have trapped the woman I love in a dream." He spread his wings. The light they cast was not gentle. It was fierce, blinding, the light of a star going nova, the light that had once illuminated all of heaven. It pushed back the infinite Tsukuyomi's red glow, white gold against crimson, two cosmic forces colliding in the sky above a ruined world. Madara's truth-seeking orbs, black spheres of concentrated energy that nullified all ninjutsu, erased matter on contact, embodied the fundamental forces of creation and destruction, launched at Naruto in a barrage. Naruto punched through the first one. His fists connected, and the orb shattered. Not dispersed, not nullified, shattered. Fragments of compressed energy scattering like broken glass. His hand wasn't damaged. The truth-seeking orb, which was supposed to erase anything it touched, had encountered something that existed outside its jurisdiction. "These erase things from existence?" Naruto said, smashing through a second, a third, a fourth. "Adorable. I exist outside existence." Madara activated Limbo. Invisible clones, existing in a parallel dimension, lunged at Naruto from angles that should have been impossible to perceive. Naruto saw them. Of course he saw them. He saw across dimensions the way mortals saw across rooms. The Limbo clones, 4 of them, each one a full-power shadow of Madara, attacked simultaneously. Naruto destroyed them with a wave of his hand. White gold fire swept through the parallel dimension, incinerating the shadows, leaving Madara's trump card in ashes. Madara's expression changed, the confidence wavered. For the first time in his very long life, and death and resurrection, Madara Uchiha confronted the possibility that he had met something genuinely beyond him. "What are you?" he demanded. Naruto flew at him. The collision was not a battle. It was a reckoning. Madara threw everything he had, the truth-seeking orbs, the Rinnegan's gravitational abilities, the six-path sage mode, the raw, unfathomable power of the Ten Tails itself, channeled through a body that had been upgraded to near-divine status. Naruto tanked all of it. Not dodged. Not deflected. He flew through the attacks, absorbing impacts that would have shattered continents, shrugging off forces that would have ended civilizations, advancing through Madara's arsenal with the relentless, unstoppable momentum of entropy itself. He reached Madara. His hand closed around the Uchiha's throat. "What is it you truly desire, Madara Uchiha?" Madara resisted. God, he resisted. He was the strongest mortal this world had ever produced, enhanced by the Ten Tails, empowered by the Rinnegan, fueled by a will that had transcended death. He fought the compulsion with everything he had. It lasted 5 seconds. "I want a world without conflict," Madara roared. "Without suffering, a perfect world where no one loses what they love." Naruto's grip tightened. He pulled Madara close until their faces were inches apart, the devil's crimson eyes meeting the Rinne Sharingan's patterned ones. A world without choice. "You want to be God, but you're not God, Madara. You're a man who lost his brother and couldn't cope." His voice softened, just slightly. "I know that grief. I've carried it for eons, but this isn't the answer." He ignited the Lightbringer flame. Not a blast, not an attack, a purge. White gold fire, the first flame of creation, erupted from Naruto's body and poured into Madara through every point of contact. The flame found the Ten Tails, that ancient primordial entity, sealed inside Madara's body, and it burned. The Ten Tails screamed, not audibly, dimensionally. The sound rippled through the fabric of reality, a death cry that resonated across every plane of existence. The beast fought the flame, its impossible power clashing against a force that was older, deeper, more fundamental. It was not a fight. The Ten Tails, for all its power, was a creature of this world. Naruto was a creature of the cosmos. The Lightbringer flame was not chakra, not nature energy, not any force that this dimension's physics could categorize. It was the fire that had burned before the universe existed, the light that preceded light itself. The Ten Tails burned. It was extracted from Madara's body, not sealed, not transferred, but purified. The raw chakra that composed it was stripped of malice, stripped of consciousness, reduced to pure energy that radiated outward harmlessly and dissipated into the atmosphere. The tailed beasts, the 9 fragments that had been absorbed into the Ten Tails, were released. 9 points of light, each one carrying the consciousness of a Biju, scattered from the dissolving beast and streaked across the sky like comets, returning to the world they'd been taken from. Madara's body convulsed. The power left him in a rush. the ten tails chakra draining away, the Reincarnation fading, the horns receding. He shrank from divine to mortal in the space of a heartbeat. A man where a god had been, falling from the sky without the power to stop himself. Naruto caught him. They descended together. The devil, carrying the man who had wanted to be God, drifting down through the clearing sky to the scarred earth below. Madara looked up at Naruto. His eyes were dark now. Sharingan gone, Rinnegan gone, all borrowed power returned. He looked old, tired, mortal. You wanted to be God, Naruto said, setting Madara down gently on the ground. But even I, the devil, learned control isn't peace. Free will is. Madara closed his eyes. The fight went out of him, not in defeat, but in release. The same way Sasuke had released at the Valley of the End. The tension of a lifetime spent raging against the nature of the world dissolving. Hashirama was right, Madara murmured. He was always right. Usually, yes. Is there after this? Is there peace? Naruto placed his hand on Madara's chest. He looked at the man's soul, battered, scarred, but not irredeemable. The desire for peace, however twisted its expression, had been genuine. There's rest, Naruto said. You've earned that much. Madara smiled. A real smile. Not the manic grin of a warrior or the smirk of a strategist, but the quiet, tired smile of a man finally setting down a wearied since childhood. He died. Not violently, not painfully. His body simply stopped, the borrowed life draining away, the resurrection's fuel spent. His soul departed. Naruto watched it go, a light ascending, and he didn't interfere. Some journeys needed to end. Above them, a shadow moved. Black Zetsu, the ancient parasite, Kaguya's will made manifest, the puppeteer who had been pulling strings for 1,000 years, emerged from the ground behind Naruto. It lunged, hand outstretched, aiming for the place on Naruto's back where Madara's dying body lay. Its purpose was singular: use the remnants of the ten tails chakra, still dissipating from Madara's corpse, to trigger the final summoning, Kaguya's return. The original Otsutsuki, the mother of all chakra, sealed in the moon for a millennium. Waiting, Black Zetsu's hand was 6 inches from Madara's body when Naruto caught it. Not with his hand, with his awareness. The parasite froze in midair, suspended by a force it couldn't comprehend, every molecule in its semi-liquid body locked in place. Naruto turned to look at it. His expression was bored. An ancient alien parasite, he said. Trying to resurrect your mother, how audible. Black Zetsu struggled. It was ancient, older than most things in this world, a creature of pure will and malice, patient beyond human comprehension. But it was also, fundamentally, a thing of this dimension. And Naruto was not. He looked into Black Zetsu's essence, past the liquid body, past the accumulated personality, to the core. The will of Kaguya Otsutsuki, encoded into a construct that had manipulated the history of the shinobi world for 1,000 years. The Uchiha tablet altered, Madara manipulated, Indra's lineage corrupted, 1,000 years of invisible puppetry, all to free one sealed alien. You've been busy, Naruto said. A millennium of manipulation. All those deaths, all that suffering, all those wars you engineered and battles you orchestrated, all for mommy. Black Zetsu snarled. She will return. She is inevitable. She is. She is sealed. And she's staying sealed. Naruto raised his hand. No resurrections, not today. White gold fire consumed Black Zetsu. Not slowly, instantly. The Lightbringer flame found the parasite's essence, the will of Kaguya that animated it, and burned it out the way dawn burned out darkness. Completely. Irrevocably. Without remainder, Black Zetsu didn't scream. It didn't have time. One moment it existed, 1,000 years of accumulated malice and manipulation. The next moment, it was nothing. Not even ash, just absence. The cycle was broken. Naruto looked up at the moon. The Rinnegan that Madara had projected onto its surface was fading, the red glow dissipating, the infinite Tsukuyomi losing its power source. Without the ten tails, without Madara, without Black Zetsu, the Genjutsu had no anchor. But it was still active. The dream still held. Billions of people still slept, still trapped. Naruto rose into the sky. He flew higher, past the clouds, past the upper atmosphere, into the thin, cold space between Earth and Moon, where the air was nothing and the stars were everything. He looked down at the world. This small, strange, violent, beautiful world where he'd found love and loss and purpose. Where a girl with lavender eyes had looked at the devil and seen a lonely boy. He spread his wings to their fullest extent, impossibly wide, spanning miles, catching the light of the sun and the glow of the dying moon genjutsu. White gold and burning, the wings of the Morningstar, the Lightbringer, the first and brightest of all God's creations, he poured his power into the world, not downward, outward, in every direction. A wave of golden light, the same light that had resurrected Konoha, amplified 1,000-fold, washed across the planet. It found the cocoons of the infinite Tsukuyomi. It found the God Tree's roots, wrapped around every sleeper, feeding on their chakra. And it burned them away, not the sleepers, the cocoons, the roots, the genjutsu itself. Across the world, people woke. They opened their eyes and blinked against the golden light that suffused everything, warm and gentle. They remembered their dreams, beautiful dreams, dreams of perfect worlds. And then they remembered reality. And reality was harder and rougher and less kind, but it was real. And real, they understood instinctively, was better. The God Tree withered. Its massive trunk dried and cracked. Its branches drooped, its roots retracted. Without the 10 tails at its core, without the infinite Tsukuyomi to sustain it, the tree died. It fell with a sound like the world exhaling, a crash that shook the continent, and then it was just wood. Massive, alien, dead wood, lying across the landscape like the skeleton of something that should never have been. Naruto descended. He was tired. Not the performative tiredness he displayed after the pain resurrection. This was genuine, bone-deep, cosmic-level exhaustion. He'd burned through more power in the last hour than he'd used in the previous 3 years combined. The resurrection, the war, the 10 tails, the global genjutsu release, each one had cost him, and the costs were adding up. He landed on the battlefield. His wings retracted, his knees trembled, but he did not fall. Not yet. Not until he found her. He teleported to Konoha, to the lounge. The dimensional pocket was intact. It always would be. He'd built it to last. But the cocoon that had wrapped around Hinata inside it was ash now, burned away by his global release. She was on the floor, waking up, blinking, disoriented, confused, but alive, whole, real. "Detective," he said, and his voice cracked. She looked up. She saw him, disheveled for the first time she'd ever known him, his suit scorched, his hair tangled, his eyes dimmed from their usual blue flame intensity to something more human, more fragile, more him. "Naruto-kun," she said, and she caught him as he fell. He landed in her arms, and the mortal warmth, the warmth he crossed dimensions for, fought wars for, defied gods for, wrapped around him like a blanket. He pressed his face into her shoulder and breathed. "You saved everyone again," she whispered. "I saved you," he corrected. "Everyone else was incidental." She held him. The lounge was quiet. The jazz played itself, soft and warm. Outside, the world was waking up from a nightmare, and the sun was rising, and the war was over. The following weeks were a blur of reconstruction and recalibration. Naruto rested. Genuinely rested, for the first time in this body's existence. He slept. Not the optional performative sleep he sometimes indulged in, but actual, body-demanded, you used too much power and now you're paying for it sleep. He slept for 3 days straight in his apartment, with Hinata bringing him meals that he ate because he needed to, another first, and Kurama standing guard in miniature fox form, hissing at anyone who came too close. He woke on the 4th day feeling diminished. Not weakened, not permanently. His power would return to full, the cosmic batteries recharging from the fundamental energies of reality itself. But the process would take time, weeks, maybe months. It was humbling. Naruto didn't enjoy being humbled. He enjoyed what came after even less. Because his connection to this reality, the thing that tethered him to this dimension, that kept the Morningstar grounded in a mortal body, was weakening. He felt it like a fraying rope, the strands snapping one by one, each cosmic expenditure thinning the bond between the devil and the human vessel he inhabited. He was being called back. Not by his father. The presence remained silent, inscrutable, maddening, by the cosmos itself, by the fundamental rules of reality that stated in no uncertain terms that a being of his power did not belong in a dimension this small, and the longer he stayed, the more energy he expended, the more the universe would push to correct the imbalance. He was fading, not dying. He couldn't die, but dissolving, becoming translucent at the edges, losing solidity, losing presence, losing the ability to be here. He didn't tell Hinata, not at first, but she noticed. Of course she noticed. She was the detective. "Your hand," she said one evening, sitting beside him at the piano. She reached for his fingers and her own passed through them, just slightly, just for a moment, a flicker of immateriality that was there and gone. Naruto pulled his hand back. "It's nothing. Don't lie to me." She said it without anger, just certainty. "You can't lie, remember?" He closed his eyes. "I'm fading, detective. The cosmic balance is correcting itself. I used too much power. The resurrection in Konoha, the war, the global release. Each one pushed me further from this dimension's equilibrium. The universe is pulling me back." Her face went pale. "Back where?" "The void, the space between dimensions. Hell, maybe. Or something worse, non-existence within this dimension. I don't know exactly. I've never been in this situation before. How long? Weeks, maybe days." She didn't cry. He expected tears, hoped for them almost, because tears were human and he was losing his grip on humanity with every passing hour. But Hinata Hyuga did not cry. She stood up, she walked to the bar. She poured herself a drink, tea, because she was Hinata, and even in crisis, she was herself. She sipped it. She set it down. "No," she said. "No? No, you don't get to leave. Not after everything. Not after the war, the resurrection, the pianist, the detective. You don't get to just fade away. It's not a choice, Hinata. It's physics, cosmic physics, but physics nonetheless." "Then we change the physics." He stared at her. "You can't just... You said I make you mortal. You said I'm the only one who makes you feel real. What if that's not a weakness? What if it's the answer?" Naruto frowned. The idea was, well, it was insane. But it was also, from a cosmological standpoint, not entirely without merit. His mortality around Hinata wasn't a flaw. It was a phenomenon. A genuine, observable, repeatable phenomenon that defied his nature and reduced his cosmic power to something approximating human. If he was fading because the universe couldn't sustain a being of his power level, then maybe, an anchor to mortality could stabilize the equation, bring the power down, make the present sustainable. "You'd be binding yourself to me," Naruto said slowly, "cosmically, permanently. Your mortality, my divinity, intertwined. It would change you. I don't know how. I don't care. You should. This isn't a decision you can undo." "Good. I don't want to undo it." She walked back to him, sat beside him on the piano bench, took his flickering, translucent hand in both of hers. "You make me strong, Naruto. You make me brave. You looked at a stuttering girl with bandaged fingers and told her she was brilliant, and it changed my life. Let me change yours. Detective, let me anchor you." He looked at her. This girl, this impossible, extraordinary, stubbornly courageous girl who had looked at the devil and seen a lonely boy and decided that was enough to build a life on. "You terrify me," he said. "You've always terrified me. From the first moment your eyes met mine and my heart started beating, actually beating like a real heart, I've been scared because you make me vulnerable, you make me breakable, and eternity being unbreakable, and the idea of giving that up is the scariest thing you've ever faced," she finished. "Scarier than the fall, scarier than hell. I know, you told me, and you're still here. I'll always be here." She kissed him, not on the cheek, not on the forehead, not the gentle, restrained contact they'd maintained through years of growing closer. She kissed him, fully, completely, with the focused determination of a girl who had been wanting to do this since she was 8 years old, and had finally decided that the moment was now. Golden light exploded from the point of contact. It filled the lounge, not violently, not destructively, but thoroughly. Every surface, every shadow, every molecule of air was suffused with light that was both divine and mortal. A fusion of the Lightbringer's cosmic fire and the warm human warmth that Hinata carried in her soul. The light expanded. It passed through the walls of the lounge, through the dimensional pocket, into the street, into the village, into the sky. For a brief, impossible moment, all of Konoha was bathed in golden light, and everyone who saw it felt something. A warmth in their chest, a peace in their mind, a sense that something fundamental had just shifted in the architecture of reality. Naruto's form solidified. The translucence vanished. The flickering stopped. His body went from fading to fixed, from dissolving to permanent, anchored in this dimension by a force that the universe itself couldn't argue with. Love, the oldest force, older than gravity, older than light, older than the cosmos itself. The force that his father had supposedly created the universe to express, and that the devil, the eternal rebel, The proud and lonely Morningstar had finally found in the last place he'd expected to look. The light faded. Naruto looked at his hand, solid, real, whole. He looked at Hinata. She was glowing, faintly, barely, a soft luminescence in her skin that pulsed with her heartbeat. Something had changed in her, as he'd warned it would. The binding had gone both ways, his divinity anchored by her mortality touched by his divinity. She would live longer than a normal human. She would be stronger, healthier, more resilient. Not immortal, that wasn't in the cards, and Naruto wouldn't have wanted it. Mortality was what made her beautiful, what made every moment with her precious and urgent and real. But she would have time, more than enough time. "Detective," he said, and his voice was steady again, no longer cracking, filled with the quiet wonder of a being who had just been saved by the one thing he'd never expected, another person's choice. "What did you just do?" She smiled. "I anchored you. You make me strong. I make you stay." The cosmic forces accepted it. The universe, which had been pushing to correct the imbalance, settled. The equation balanced, one cosmic entity permanently reduced to sustainable levels by a permanent mortal bond. The devil, tethered to a human heart. The Morningstar, grounded by love. "You're stuck with me now," Hinata said. Naruto laughed. A real laugh. Not charming, not theatrical, not strategically deployed, just a laugh, free and full and happy, the laugh of a man who had been falling for eternity and had finally landed. "I wouldn't have it any other way." From the bar, Kurama downed his tiny sake cup and pretended the moisture in his eyes was from the alcohol. Years passed. They passed the way years do when you're finally and probably content. Quickly, but not emptily. Full of moments, small and large, that accumulated into a life. Konoha was rebuilt, not just restored, reimagined. The village that rose from the ruins of Pain's assault and the scars of the Fourth War was stronger, more open, more honest than what had come before. The old shadows, Root, the council's machinations, the dirty secrets that had festered for generations, were burned away by the light of disclosure and the steady, implacable influence of a devil who couldn't lie and wouldn't tolerate those who did. Naruto didn't become Hokage. The idea was raised, debated, and ultimately dismissed by Naruto himself, who had no interest in paperwork and even less in the political constraints of office. Kakashi took the hat instead, and wore it with the reluctant competence of a man who'd been avoiding responsibility his entire life and had finally run out of excuses. But everyone knew. The village was Naruto's, not because he ruled it, but because he protected it, because the devil played piano at Ichiraku's every evening, and the music kept the darkness at bay, and the people who lived within earshot of that music slept better than people anywhere else in the world. Sasuke rebuilt the Uchiha clan. Not alone. Itachi returned quietly without fanfare, and the two brothers lived in the restored compound together. They didn't agree on everything. They fought, sometimes bitterly, the accumulated weight of a decade of lies and sacrifice generating friction that could have started fires. But they worked through it, slowly, painfully. The way family does. Sasuke became the head of Konoha's police force, a reimagined version, transparent and accountable, nothing like the old Uchiha military police that had been a tool of clan politics. Itachi served as an advisor. Neither of them wore the Akatsuki cloak again. Naruto visited them sometimes. He'd appear at the compound with a bottle of wine manifested from a dimension where viniculture was a religion, and the three of them would sit on the Ingawawa and drink and talk about nothing in particular. Sasuke still called him Dobe. Naruto still called Sasuke Emo. Itachi watched them bicker with a quiet, content smile that looked strange on a face that had spent a decade performing tragedy. Iruka retired from teaching and opened a bookshop. Naruto gave him a first edition of Something Impossible, a book from a dimension where literature had reached heights that made the Elemental Nation's publishing industry look like a kindergarten art project. And Iruka displayed it in the front window and told everyone it was just a really good novel. Neji Hyuga, free of the caged bird seal, rose to become the leader of the Hyuga clan reform movement. The branch house system was abolished within 2 years of Naruto's intervention, not through violence or revolution, but through the slow, persistent pressure of freed people demanding their rights. Hiyashi Hyuga, after much resistance, acquiesced. He'd seen what the devil could do. and he'd also seen what the devil valued, and he was smart enough to align himself with free will before free will was imposed on him. Gaara became the Kazekage. He wrote to Naruto sometimes, formal letters, stiff and awkward, the correspondence of a man who'd never learned to express affection and was trying his best. Naruto replied with handwritten notes on paper he'd created from nothing, each one carrying a faint warmth that Gaara could feel when he held them. Nagato and Konan rebuilt Amegakure. The rain still fell. It always would, in that gray, wet country, but it fell on a village that was growing, not dying. Nagato used the Rinnegan for what it was meant for, creation, not destruction. He grew crops in barren soil. He purified poisoned water. He healed the sick. And when ambassadors came from other nations, wary and suspicious, he received them with the quiet humility of a man who had been a god and a monster, and was trying very hard to just be a person. Obito, his crimes known but his redemption acknowledged, lived in exile, not punishment, choice. He chose to leave the shinobi world, to wander the roads as a civilian, doing small kindnesses in small towns. Naruto checked on him occasionally and found him content, if not happy. Content was enough. And Naruto played piano. He played at Ichiraku's, which had become, somehow, the most famous establishment in the entire elemental nations. People traveled from other countries to eat ramen and hear the devil play. The lounge was always full, always warm, always bigger on the inside than the outside. Tochi served behind the bar with the contentment of a man who had stumbled into something magical and decided not to question it. Kurama lounged on his favorite spot, a velvet cushion on the bar, specially made, where he drank tiny cups of sake and critiqued Naruto's performances. Too much rubato in the third movement, the fox would say. Too much sake in the fox, Naruto would reply. They bickered. It was their language. And Hinata sat beside him on the piano bench every evening. She'd grown into something remarkable. A jonin, one of the strongest in the village, her gentle fist refined to an art that made even the Hyuga elders nod with reluctant respect. The faint glow in her skin, the remnant of the anchoring, the touch of divinity, never faded. It made her beautiful in a way that went beyond physical, a warmth that people felt when she was near. She still blushed when he complimented her. He still loved it. They married on a spring day in the garden of the Hyuga compound, with the cherry blossoms falling like pink snow. Naruto wore a white suit. Of course he did. It was, he said, tradition. And Hinata wore a kimono of such exquisite beauty that several guests wept upon seeing it. Naruto had made it himself, threading it with silk from dimensions where spiders wove in light, embroidering it with patterns that told their story in a language only they could read. Iruka performed the ceremony because he was the closest thing Naruto had to a father, and both of them knew it, even if neither would say it out loud. When they kissed, the cherry blossoms paused in midair, not from jutsu or cosmic power, from the moment itself, the sheer gravitational weight of two souls aligning, the universe holding its breath in recognition of something rare and good, Kurama cried. He denied it for years afterward. No one believed him. 5 years after the war, on a quiet evening in autumn, Naruto was playing piano at the lounge when Hinata told him. She didn't build up to it. She didn't hint or tease or create a reveal. She just put down her teacup, placed her hand on her stomach, and said, "I'm pregnant." The music stopped, not because Naruto stopped playing. His fingers continued to move, muscle memory carrying the melody while his brain short-circuited. The notes that came out were wrong, dissonant, confused, a musical representation of the Morningstar's cognitive faculties encountering an input they were not prepared to process. He hit a wrong note, a genuinely wrong note, for the first time in this body's existence. Kurama fell off the bar laughing. Naruto turned to Hinata. His blue eyes were wide, and for one crystalline moment, every ounce of his cosmic power, his divine heritage, his eons of accumulated wisdom, all of it was useless. He was just a man, sitting next to his wife, being told that he was going to be a father. "You're," he said. "Pregnant," she confirmed, smiling. "We're having a baby. Yes, I'm going to be a father." The word hit him like a thunderbolt. Father. The one word that, in Naruto's long and complicated existence, carried more weight than any other. Father, the title of the being who had created him, loved him, rejected him, exiled him. Father, the role he'd never imagined for himself, the responsibility he'd never dared to want. "I'm going to be a father," he said, and his voice was barely a whisper. "You're going to be wonderful," Hinata said. "How do you know?" "Because you love with everything you have. You always have. Even when you were the devil, even in hell, you loved and you fought for what you loved, and that's what fathers do." Something happened behind his eyes. Something ancient and wounded and desperately hopeful shifted, like tectonic plates realigning after an earthquake. The fracture that his father had put in his soul, the rejection, the exile, the eons-old wound of a child cast out by his parent, didn't heal. It would never fully heal. But something grew over it, like a vine over a ruin, something green and alive and new. He was going to be a father, and he was going to do it differently. He placed his hand on her stomach. He could feel it. The spark, tiny and new, a life beginning its journey from nothing to everything. It was mortal. It was divine. It was both, the way he and Hinata were both, the impossible paradox of their union made manifest. "Hello," he whispered to the spark. "I'm your dad, and I promise you, I'll never cast you out. I'll never make you earn my love. I'll never put a plan above your happiness." His voice was thick with something he didn't try to hide. "You're going to be free. That's all I've ever wanted for anyone, and you'll have it. I promise." Hinata leaned into him. He wrapped his arm around her. The lounge was warm. The jazz played softly. Outside, Konoha glittered in the autumn night, a village of lights and lives and small, beautiful moments. From the bar, Kurama raised his tiny sake cup. "To the little hellspawn," the fox said. "Don't call our child a hellspawn," Naruto said. "Technically accurate, given your lineage." "Fair point, but still, don't," Kurama grinned. "Fine, to the little angel." "Better." They drank to it. Even Naruto, who created a glass of something amber that glowed faintly in the dim light and tasted like the first morning of creation. A customer at the bar, a civilian, a regular, as someone who'd been coming to Ichiraku's for years and had accepted, the way regulars do, that the blonde man in the suit was something extraordinary, and the fox was something impossible, and the best course of action was to enjoy the ramen and not ask questions. Turned to Naruto. "Are you happy?" he asked. Naruto considered the question. He'd been asked many things over the years. What are you? How are you so strong? Why do you wear suits to everything? But this question, simple and sincere, deserved an honest answer. "You know," he said, "for the first time in eternity, yes, I rebelled against heaven, fell to hell, and found my redemption in a small ninja village." He smiled. "Funny how life works." Hinata looked at him. That look, the one that saw past the fire and the fury and the cosmic power to the lonely boy underneath. The look that had saved him, anchored him, given him a reason to stay. "What do you desire, Naruto?" she asked. He laughed. She turned his own question on him, the question he'd asked 100 times to enemies and allies and everyone in between, the question that dragged truth from souls the way miners dragged gold from stone. But she didn't need cosmic power to make him answer. She just needed to be Hinata. "Right now, detective?" He placed his fingers on the keys, played the first note of something new, something bright and hopeful, and full of the particular kind of joy that comes from being exactly where you're supposed to be. Just this. You. Our child. This piano. This moment. He looked at her, and his blue flame eyes, ancient, cosmic, eternal, were soft. "That's enough." The music played. It filled the lounge the way it always did, like water filling a glass, like light filling a room. It drifted out through the doors and windows into the streets of Konoha, carried by the evening breeze to the ears of anyone still awake. They stopped what they were doing. They listened. They felt something warm, something gentle, something that made the world seem for a moment exactly as it should be. The sun set over Konoha. The last light painted the Hokage monument in shades of gold. 6 faces now, watching over the village with stone eyes and silent pride. Stars appeared, one by one, pricking through the darkening sky like holes in a curtain through which some greater light was trying to shine. And in a ramen stand that was bigger on the inside, where jazz played itself, and the ramen was always hot, and the bartender had learned not to ask questions, the devil played piano. He played for the girl beside him, who carried their child, who had looked at the Morningstar and seen a man worth saving. He played for the world that had given him something he'd spent eternity searching for. Not power, not freedom, not rebellion or revenge, or the satisfaction of being right. Something simpler. Something that the first angel, the brightest star, the Lord of Hell himself had never known he was missing, until a quiet girl with lavender eyes and bandaged fingers offered him her hand in a training yard and asked if he was okay. Home. The devil had found his home. And the music played on and on and on. Into the night, into the stars, into the silence between heartbeats where the most important truths lived. It would play tomorrow and the next day and the day after that. It would play when the child was born and when the child grew and when the child asked, "Dad, how did you and Mom meet?" And Naruto would smile and say, "She offered me her hand when I stumbled, and I never let go." It would play when Konoha grew old and when new villages rose and when the world changed in ways that no one could predict, because the world always changed. That was the nature of free will, chaotic and beautiful and terrifying and worth every second. It would play because the devil had learned, finally, after an eternity of exile and a lifetime of searching, that the music was never really about the notes. It was about who was listening. The end.
And that's how the devil found his redemption in a ninja village. If this story had you hooked, hit that subscribe button before I make you confess your deepest desires. Drop a comment on which fight was the coldest. Next one coming soon. Stay dangerous, legends. Peace.